is the European Cricket Network, and we play a brand of cricket that we call Cricketainment. Real players, real people, real stories. And the next chapter starts right now.
We're back in the home of cricket, and we've got 10 exciting days of cricket action to bring you here from Wimbledon. I'm excited. It's going to be an absolute thriller, and the action is starting right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Welcome to sunny Wimbledon, usually the home of tennis, but for this week and for next week it's going to be the home of European Cricket Network cricket, and it's going to be an exciting one because we've got 10 teams doing battle in 2 groups of 5. Top 4 go through to what we now have as just a conventional quarter-final, semi-final and final. So it's maybe a different format to what you are used to on the network, but that just gives every single team the opportunity to show us what they can do. And well, we've been here before, haven't we? Last year we were here at ECS England. Since then we've been back in England in Hornchurch, and we're so excited to be back here at Rains Park. There's a few familiar sides, and there's also sides that are brand new to the network, and I think that mix is going to be very exciting as well. Going to see a few different fielding techniques, I think, as well, because of course we're here in England and I know we're going to have high quality cricket. The first game is Twickenham against Banstead. Twickenham, you might remember from last year, they made it all the way to finals day. On that occasion, it was just the 5 teams. Twickenham got through in the top 4, got to the eliminator, but then fell to Spencer, who progressed to the eliminator and then to the qualifier. Spencer will also be coming back to this year's tournament, as well as a few familiar faces. And Twickenham, well, they have a few familiar faces as well. So they've got a bit of a Portuguese flair to their team, but I'm sure we'll talk about that during the game. As for Banstead, they're a brand new side, so they're an unknown quantity, unknown quality. Just excited to see what they can do and strut their stuff on the big stage. I'm sure they are eager to get out there in front of the cameras and to show us what they can do. So the first game coming up is Twickenham against Banstead, and let's go out to Ian Ramage, who's ready with the coin toss.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Banstead is the away team, you'll call. There you go. Heads. It's been called heads. It's come down tail, so you've won the toss. We'll have a ball. Okay, toss on my Twickenham, who will bowl first.
Thanks very much, Ian. So there you have it. Twickenham, they've won the toss and elected to field. It's what we see actually quite often here on the European Cricket Network when you're coming into a new tournament, not quite sure how maybe the pitch is going to play, how your team are going to play, how the opposition are going to play. It's always a good move to get yourself out there into the field, and that's exactly what Captain Carlos Nunez has done for his Twickenham side. As for Banstead then, as I was saying in the intros, a bit of an unknown quantity. Be exciting to see them first, of course, take to the field with the bat. Arsalan Abbas is leading his side. Few interesting names in the Banstead side, none more so than Gabriel Gorman-Finlay. We've seen him before on the network. He's played for Scotland. He's played for Scotland under-19s. He will be someone, I'm sure, who will be featuring heavy with bat and ball. As for Twickenham, well, I did mention, didn't I? They've got a distinctly Portuguese flair about them. Captain Carlos Nunez and, of course, Juan Henry, who we saw earlier this season over in Portugal, getting his network best of 2 for 15 versus Norway. He's going to be a dangerous bowler, I'm sure, and he's pretty handy with the bat as well. Then we've got the likes of Eugene Berger. We know him on the network, and he became a bit of a cult figure last year, didn't he, in the ECS England. Of course, this time it's ECS England, Wimbledon, having had our series back in Hornchurch just, it was a couple of weeks ago now, back in the home of cricket. And interestingly then, it's looking like a pretty evenly matched lineup between these two sides. Remember, Twickenham, they have been here before. Last year, 2024, they lost the eliminator to Spencer. And they lost it, well, relatively comprehensively in the end. They put 127 on the board, chasing Spencer's 162. So the losing margin there, 35 runs. And Spencer, of course, made it all the way to the final, where they were beaten by the NCCA. Again, relatively comprehensively by 5 wickets. What does mean, though, because the NCCA aren't playing in this series, we will, whatever happens, have a new England champion. As we can see there, the teams making their way out into the middle. We've got the familiar green of Twickenham and, well, the glorious purple of Banstead. 2 umpires out there, the men in blue. There's Ben and Mark out there with Golam, the TV umpire, for this first game. As you can see, the weather is relatively promising, especially for English summer conditions. The tent here, the commentary tent, is relatively open as well, so if there is any bad weather, A, will be exposed, but B, we will hopefully see it coming over to our left. But this morning it's been nothing but fluffy white clouds and sunshine, and looking forward to a full day of action here from Rains Park. With the ball in hand is Gurjeet Singh. Ayush Patel is the non-striker. Facing up the first ball is Harawal Wassam. The first ball is a wide one, which has been thrown away to point. Just flashed his hands at it, did Harawal. It would have been a wide. He decides to cash in on the 4 runs instead to get Banstead's campaign off to the ideal start. First ball on the network. And it's the first 4 runs. And the second ball goes even longer. It's a 4 and a 6 to start this match number 1. Harawal Wassam, welcome to the tournament. That one was full and straight and gloriously hit away to our production tent. An early hello to 2 circles. Gurjeet Singh, the left arm over action here, is just playing into Harawal Wassam's hands just a little. This time it goes high up in the air, and it's going to take some chasing this, and it will go all the way. Not quite a Baximo, but 6 runs nonetheless. And Banstead, having been put into bat, have started perfectly here. And the boundaries continue here. This time just stroked along through mid-wicket. Gurjeet Singh, a bit of a nightmare start from him. His over already goes magical. It's 4-6-6-4 all off the bat of Wassam. The left-hander needs a comeback ball here. That is a much better delivery. Just cramps Wassam up for room. Just managed to still get himself a run on the board, and it gives Ayush Patel his first opportunity to have a look at Singh and to introduce himself to the European Cricket Network. What an introduction for Harawal Wassam. 21 off his first 5 deliveries. Gurjeet Singh, meanwhile, just needs to find his rhythm here. He gets flicked away, and Ayush Patel does exactly what his partner did at the start of the over, and that's hit his first ball for 4 runs. What a start for Banstead. 25 runs coming off that Gurjeet Singh opening over. And, well, he's no slouch. He's got county experience with Derbyshire, Durham, Middlesex. 14 first-class wickets to his name, but he's going to have to wait just a while longer for his first European Cricket Network wicket, because that over certainly went the way of the batters. Banstead showing no signs of nerves here on their debut on the network. Good morning to everyone joining in the chat. I see Vinny's there. He's, I think, in the Commsmobile on his way over as we speak. Fighting against the London traffic, I'm sure. I don't know if you've heard, but London sometimes has a bit of traffic. But I'll be delighted to be by his side. It's been a long time. I can't remember the last time I was with Vinny, was it? All the way back in Malta? No, Portugal maybe. Well, speaking of Portugal, Juan Henry is bowling the second over here for Twickenham. Of course, we've seen him already in 2025 in Portuguese colours, where he starts off with a bit of a rank wide, which is half stopped by the wicketkeeper Ryan Hussain, but it won't be stopped from going to the rope, so it's 5 wides to start off there from Juan Henry, who, well, when we saw him in that international series, Portugal versus Norway, he was so tight on his lines. Always a bowler that Portugal wanted to turn to get in a few consistent overs, but starts with a 5 wides and then gets pumped away. 6 runs, Harwell Wassam. He has taken no time at all to get acquainted with this format. 27 runs he moves to off just 6 deliveries. As well as Vinny in the chat, I see Wayne and Christopher Ward, Rob Thompson, Ederico's in there as well. And every ball at the moment that doesn't go to the rope is a minor victory for Twickenham as they just try and get some kind of foothold into this game. That will be the first wicket. A vicious bouncer from Juan Henry. That's the kind of deliveries we're used to seeing from him. And he just cramps Ayush Patel up for room, tries to just get a bat on it to tickle it over the wicketkeeper, but only manages to deliver it straight into the hands of Ryan Hussain. It's a brilliant delivery from Juan Henry. It just follows Ayush Patel as he tries to give himself just a tiny bit of room. Only manages to feather it through, so it is the first wicket to fall. Banstead 37 for 1. Still a blistering start from them. Ayush Patel only actually faced the 1 delivery, which he smashed for 4, and the next one he departs as Juan Henry gets his first. And the new batter comes in and starts with interesting backsamo. It goes all the way into the hedges. I think actually the umpires, the signal goes up for 6 runs belatedly as it's Luke Pearson-Taylor into bat and immediately into the runs. Meanwhile, Twickenham into the hedges. It's Eugene Berger out there doing the grizzly hunt. He does manage to find the ball. We did pride ourselves last year here at Rains Park in not losing any balls. I almost lost one on the second over here. It's a glorious setting here in Wimbledon. We've got cricket from wall to wall here as well. We've got a kids festival to the left, another kids festival to the right, or presumably the same one, and ECS nestled nicely in the middle. Well, the kids festival might have to duck for cover because that one has been absolutely cracked by Luke Pearson-Taylor, who goes 6-6 to start his Banstead career on the network. Still 1 ball left. Banstead moved to 49. They've almost brought up the magical 50 within 2 overs here. So 2 overs back to back going for 25 runs. Juan Henry did at least pick up that wicket. It's the only dot ball, in fact, so far of these opening 12 deliveries. Banstead 50 for 1 after 2. Harwell Wassam 28 off 7. Luke Pearson-Taylor has come in, smashed 2 sixes and then stolen the strike, so he'll be back at the striker's end for the 3rd over. They just need to be careful here. We've been talking about that quite a lot. I remember over in Creerfeld just a couple of weeks ago, if you have a lightning start in the first 2 overs, what you don't want to do in over number 3 is give away any momentum in the power play. Callum Watson bowling the 3rd here for Twickenham. He, like Juan Henry, will start off with a leg side wide, which doesn't mean you go into your shell in the 3rd over. It just means if you've got off to such a good start, you can just afford to consolidate and, well, first and foremost, make sure you don't throw away 1 or 2 wickets in that 3rd over. But knowing how some of these guys bat, there's no kind of consideration of consolidating. It's just go and go hard. That's exactly what Harwell Wassam's been doing so far. Well, that's what he tried to do there. Probably would have been a wide had he stepped inside it. Just gets a bit of glove on it. It rolls away to the skipper, Carlos Nunez. Unlucky on that occasion. Callum Watson tries to just hide it on that wide line outside off stump. 18-year-old. Given the responsibility here of bowling in the power play, and has a protracted word there with the umpire as well. I think feels maybe a bit aggrieved that one was called a wide. It's very much a batter's game, isn't it? And if you can sneak one over the wide line, the last thing you want to see is those arms go up to signal the wide. That's a brilliant delivery though from Watson. Right in the block hole, and Pearson-Taylor can only squeeze it away for a single. Yeah, a couple of you asking in the chat if the fans are out, and they certainly are. I've already seen Johnny He earlier today. I saw Ian as well. As that one, well, it's gone high up in the air. Does it have the distance on it? I don't think it does. It drops, and I think we're going to have to check that for the boundary. It goes right past the sight screen, which, well, usually the sight screen is there to help you see. In the case of where our commentary tent is, it drops into the sight screen area and you cannot see a thing. So at the moment, my view is obstructed. I see a couple of players go out there. Yeah, I did think that was a 4 because he did touch the ball over the rope. I think someone has gone down injured. Looks like a bit of an injury to one of the Twickenham fielders. He's just hobbling around his Gurjeet Singh, which is not good news for the Greens opening bowlers. He's looking suspiciously down at the turf. I'm not sure if he's saying there's maybe a bit of a divot or a pothole there. London is known for its potholes. Don't think you usually see them on the cricket field, but he's definitely moving around gingerly. As I was saying, the fans are here. I think Jules and Sarah have just turned up as well. I think that might be Dave. I'm looking through the scaffolding, but certainly the fans are here. So it's good to see, of course, the fans in the chat and in person here as well on this glorious Monday. And well, speaking of glorious, that's exactly what that shot is. Luke Pearson-Taylor. Well, he's shown the power in the previous over, but not shy of showing a little bit of delicacy there as he just lifts that one over. Banstead continue their march. 64 on the board now, still in the power play. We always say, well, 50 is maybe the magic number in the power play. If you can get beyond that and only lose, well, ideally no wickets, but 1 wicket you can always sacrifice. You'd call that a good power play, but 64 on the board for Banstead so far. 2 balls left of over number 3. Again, it flies to the rope as the boundaries are relentless here. Twickenham, given that they won the toss, looking just a bit shell-shocked here. Things go from bad to worse there from Twickenham. It was hit straight to the man at mid-wicket. There's Anush Ganesh there. Should have been just the single, but the boundaries just keep flowing here for Banstead. And it's another over that goes magical. 22 runs coming off it. It wasn't actually the worst over from Callum Watson. Just didn't have the luck on his side. As it is, Banstead 72 for 1 off the power play. One of the best power plays we've seen, well, this year, I'd say. Especially in terms of the amount of runs scored. And the only dot ball so far has been that wicket halfway through over number 2. Ayush Patel falling for 4 runs. Nikhil Mula is at the top of his mark, so they're still ringing the changes here, Twickenham. Well, I suppose when you've got 3 bowlers who have all gone magical, you shuffle the pack, see if someone else can try and rein in this innings. Well, Wassam, Luke, Pearson Taylor both trying to compete with each other here for strike rate. Luke Pearson Taylor exactly 400 at the moment, 28 off just 7, but it's Wassam who's on strike for the start of the 4th. And there's another huge 6 from the opening bat. Banstead looking already a force to be reckoned with here. It's just the ease with which he lifts Nikhil over the rope is the first ball he's seen of this bowler. At the moment, it doesn't matter who's bowling or what they're bowling. They're all just getting pumped to the boundary. Yeah, it's good to see all the fans there on the screen. Nothing beats watching this in person. So if you are, well, I suppose anywhere in the UK is not the biggest of countries, come on down to Rains Park. We'll be here all of this week and all of next week. And if this start is anything to go by Banstead, as another 6 is added to the collection, then you'll certainly be in for a treat. The double teapot is already coming out here from Nikhil, the bowler. He starts with double 6s. Already looking at a monster score here. I know England can be quite a high scoring country. We saw our fair share of runs over at Hornchurch. The runs just keep on coming here. Nikhil probably thought, okay, I've got away with this one. Just outside off stump, again over pitched, and Harwar Wassam moves to within just 2 runs of his maiden half century on the network. He's got there in blistering time as well. 48 off just 12 deliveries. We are out of the power play now, so the fielding restrictions have been lifted. You can see Gurjit Singh hobbling his way to the rope. There's that one. Oh, there's no fielders down there. And it's been signalled for as it crashes into one of our cameras. Robert Bozier was on the scene there and he was able to signal it. So that will be the half century for Harwar Wassam. Moves to 52 off just 13 deliveries. Unlucky for some, certainly not for him, as the Banstead opener keeps trotting along here, and Banstead moved to just a couple of runs from the century already, which is still in the 4th over here at Wimbledon. Twickenham got 2 out on the offside. Deep point and deep covers. And 3 out on the leg side, but no one's going to stop that. It's another 1 bounce for. Not a good delivery in all honesty there from Nikhil. It's a low full toss dispatched by Luke Pearson-Taylor. And another magical over to add to the collection, another 25 as well. It's the 3rd time already in these 4 overs that an over has gone for 25. Callum Watson, he's been strangely the pick of the bowlers so far, having gone for just the 22. Banstead moved to 97 for 1 off 4 overs. A lot of people in the chat predicting already a high-scoring series, and I certainly wouldn't disagree with you. Historically in England, we've seen a lot of talented batters on display. Of course, talented bowlers as well. So Anush Ganesh comes on to bowl the 5th here for Twickenham. No ball though, as is called, and it's going to be 6 runs and almost a crowd catch. It was nonchalant at best there by the man in the white t-shirt, and he turns away. He knows where the cameras are. He turns away in embarrassment, possibly. Could have been a spectacular one. Hope he knows that has been caught on camera. He was certainly caught by Harold Wassam, and he's got the free hit coming up now as well. That one goes the same direction, but that goes long and even longer. That one says hello once more to the production crew. Is there little, what do we call that, a container I suppose, is a good 20 metres behind the boundary, but with Harold Wassam hitting as he is at the moment, they're certainly not safe. The fans in the fan zone aren't safe either, so I hope they've got their catching hands on. Oh, that one's going to be probably a no ball. I don't know if it's going to be called, and it is a crowd catch. Well done, that man. He abandons his child momentarily to catch the grizzly. We'll call it defending his child, but a nonchalant catch nonetheless by the man in the black t-shirt. And well, in Hornchurch we had the Park 11, all the fielders not inside the rope, and I think the Rains Park 11 might give the Hornchurch Park 11 a run for their money. Banstead keep going and going here. That one is going to beat the first fielder. It's a tumbling stop by Ethan Wright, who I think manages to stop the boundary there between Wright and Berger out there. They stop what would have been another boundary, but this is a nightmare start to the over from Anush Ganesh. It was a no ball 7 up, followed by a 6, followed by another 7 up, and at least managed to stop the boundary on that occasion. Chance for a run out here, but it's good scrambling running by Luke Pearson-Taylor. Anush Ganesh just needs to get himself out of the over here. He has brought it back well, the leg spinner. He's going to be hit for another big Maximo here. So the over has gone supersonic already, 31 runs coming off it. There's still 1 ball to play after those 2 no balls at the start of the over. You've just got to get it right as a leg spinner. He just hasn't been able to at the moment. do get to the halfway mark, and I think Anush Ganesh is glad in the end that he managed to wrestle it back quite nicely after the 7-ups at the start. Still Banstead in a commanding position here. It was a wicket to end the 5th as well. Muted celebrations, muted appeals, because Banstead realise that they've got themselves in a commanding position. Twickenham pick up a wicket as Anush Ganesh goes for 31 in the over, but does just have the last laugh as he picks up the wicket, and it will then be the end of the over. And well, the sun is shining here, and it's currently shining on Banstead as I bring you into the commentary igloo, and it's a nice open igloo as well, so I can see the whole glory of Rains Park, and we've got cricket going on all across the ground. So if you are in London or in the local area, make sure and come and say hello. Free entry, you just have to come by. You can join our fan zone as we join the live action once more. Low full toss, and it gets pummeled away. Don't know how many times it's already been hit into that area for a big 6. Gabriel Gorman-Finlay has joined Harold Wassam, but is Wassam on strike because that wicket did fall on the final delivery. Luke Pearson-Taylor going for 40 off 11. It's a brilliant start from him, getting his side up to what will now be 140 after that being Maximo. And there's already talk in the chat about record-breaking scores. And the way these batters are going, Harold Wassam in particular, we're certainly looking at, well, 250 plus, 140 on the board now. We're only just into the 6th over here. Being bowled by Priyatam Kantilal. That one is one of the biggest of the lot. So the Devil starts the 6th over, 666. Harold Wassam. He's not too far away from that milestone now, 92. And what a way that would be to start this series. We had it in Careerfeld as well. Match number 1 in Careerfeld. Big century. I've cursed him good and proper now. Hopefully he can break that curse as Kantilal goes around the wicket, tries to change the angle. Doesn't change the outcome though, as that one has been crunched away through the covers. 96 for the opening bat for Banstead now. Just one hit away. Can he get there with a boundary, Wassam? He goes leg side, and he absolutely does. It's 6 runs to bring up his debut century on the network. 102 runs. He's just now been given the nod by his dugout. Raises his bat. He knows he's got his team off to a dream start here. 156 on the board. Harold Wassam puts himself into the ECN Hall of Fame, gets there with a big 6. And this over, like so many before it, is gonna go supersonic with that 6 that lands straight over the sight screen. 34 runs coming off that Kantilal over. I think if I were a Twickenham bowler here, I'd be hiding somewhere in the bushes, because everyone who's come on to bowl here has just been absolutely punished. You can see that they're a little bereft of ideas. They've had 6 overs, used 6 different bowlers, and none of them have really been able to cause any kind of damage. Just the 1 wicket from Juan Henry and then the 1 from Anush Ganesh, but even that Ganesh over, he went for 31 runs before getting that wicket of Luke Pearson-Taylor. Gabriel Gorman-Finlay, he did come into that at the end of that previous over. Has watched all the carnage from the non-strikers end. He's on strike now to face the bowling of Carlos Lunes, and the captain of Twickenham decides, well, I'm going to have to do it myself here, and he starts with a rare dot ball. In fact, that is the first dot ball of the innings that hasn't been a wicket. He follows it up though with a boundary, so the boundaries keep on going. Carlos Nunes showing slight signs of frustration there, as the ball there did go very close past the fielder. And, yeah, in the end, just slightly done by the spin as he ends up in a heap. Twickenham certainly haven't helped themselves here with the wides either. They've had lots of big wides, the 5 wides from Juan Henry. And of course those 7-up no balls as well, balled by Anush Ganesh. Taking the extras already up to 12. I suppose you can include the 2 6s of the no balls as well. That one's been not quite middled, but still enough to get it to the boundary. And well, when you're in the form that Harawal Wassam is, even if you don't quite get it out of the screws, somehow the ball still contrives to find the boundary. So he moves to 112. And still the best part of 3 overs to go here, 3.5 overs to do the damage, 172. That's already an above par score on pretty much any European destination across the continent. Banstead here eyeing up certainly 200 plus, 220. They've slowed down just a little. Carlos Nunes bowling a good over so far. That one's just been lifted away. Gorman Finley, he's into the boundary action here. The 21-year-old. In fact, the only player for Banstead with any kind of experience on the network. International experience, no less. He just whips that one away dismissively. He tries to get funky there. The appeal is lodged and the finger of doom goes up. So Gorman Finley tries to access that area behind the wicketkeeper. Only manages to see the ball thump into his pad. And no hesitation by the man in blue. You can see pretty much hit in front of middle stump. And it is the 3rd wicket to fall. Again, the final ball of the over is what brings the wicket as Gabriel Gorman Finley goes for 10. Just a 4 and a 6 to his name. Knew really he was basically on a free hit, but only managed to see the ball thump into his pad. 179 for 3 then. Taking a quick look at the key points of the T10 format. Firstly, if you're new to the network, welcome, and strap yourselves in for what's going to be 10 days of cricket carnage if Banstead's opening innings is anything to go by. But a few of the questions are always raised, and a 50-metre boundary from the centre of the pitch, which can be cleared with relative ease if you have the batting power of some of these players out there. That one not quite off the middle of the bat, just squirts away. Harawal Wassam gets himself off strike, and that brings Josh Stainer into the action. Callum Watson coming back to bowl his 2nd over here. Yeah, dot ball there. Stainer tries to go for the big swing. Other regulations to note then, minimum of 5 bowlers to be used. They can bowl a maximum of 2 overs. No ball called here by the umpire. Must have been a front foot error. We have a look. Yeah, you can see nothing of his heel behind that line. Good call there by the man in blue. Which brings about a change in angle as well for the young South African, going around the wicket on the free hit. Will be knocked away for 4 runs. There's 1 fielder on the rope there, doesn't get near it. There's 5 fielders allowed on the boundary rope, or outside of the ring as it were, after the 3 over power play. So the power play is 3 overs, during which time only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring. After that it's 5 for the remainder of the innings. This one goes straight up in the air. There's two fielders converging underneath it. Does one of them want it? Well, it was Nikhil Nomula closest to it in the end, but I don't think he manages to get his fingers anywhere near it. In fact, it's Anush Ganesh who got himself in a bit of a muddle there. It wasn't the easiest of catches by any stretch of the imagination. It squirted off the side of the bat, looking up into the sun. Doesn't manage to hold on. This has been a good over from Callum Watson. Josh Dana here, maybe just a little guilty of trying to overhit it when you've got Harar Wassam at the other end on 119 off 30. I feel like you can just content yourself with getting yourself down to the other end. This time though, he works it away nicely, using a bit of guile. And it might have just come off his gloves. In any case, it goes away to the rope. 191 on the board for Banstead. The end of the 8th. Yeah, that one just straight off the gloves. Nothing really that the wicketkeeper Ryan Hassan could have done about that one. So certainly from this position, 191, 200 is nothing but an absolute bare minimum. 220, 230, surely still doable, especially if Harar Wassam manages to face the majority of these remaining 12 deliveries. Captain brings himself back on to bowl the 9th here and starts with a perfect Yorker. Martin in the chat coming in with some great local cricket knowledge. So Banstead CC formed in 1842 and Twickenham founded in 1833. Well, I wonder if since 1833 Twickenham have ever gone for what's likely to be 200 plus runs in 10 overs, maybe making a bit of history that they won't want to remember. So that one is crunched away, just a bit too much width on offer there by the Twickenham captain. And Josh Stainer makes no mistake. Down on one knee, elegant shot. Knew as soon as he hit it that there's no point running for that one. And that's the kind of batting you'll see as well from some of these English batters. Despite it being this T10 format, you still get value for traditional classic shots. And that one, well, it was a classic enough shot, but he just doesn't quite get the distance on it. Just Stainer trying to get that straight boundary, but it's a comfortable catch in the end. So it's the 4th wicket to fall. Stainer hits the boundary, but on the next ball, caught out by Priyatam Kantadal in front of the sight screen. Banstead still trying to get over that magical 200 mark. Surely just a matter of time as Arslan Abbas, the captain, comes in to join the Centurion. Josh Stainer departs for 9 off 5. Apparently Rory Burns is a former Banstead player, says Martin. Well, if he wants to make a little appearance on the European Cricket Network, I'm sure we won't say no, but he'd have to fight for his opening spot with Harar Wassam out there, 119. This one's drilled down the ground. It'll take some stopping, but it does actually slow up quite significantly. And Gurjeet Singh able to do the field, and they do scramble through for 2 though. Gets them just too short of that 200. Decent over though so far from Carlos Nunez. Can he get out of it without conceding a boundary? No, he can't. It still just goes for the 11 runs, which in the context of the carnage of the previous 8 overs, not too bad from the Twickenham skipper, who finishes with very respectable figures of 2 for 27. They do get over the 200 mark though. Banstead 202 for 4, 1 over left. And ominously, it will be Harar Wassam facing it here. The man who's just taken the 1 innings to get himself into the European Cricket Hall of Fame. Well, certainly the 150 is mathematically possible. 31 runs away from that. We'll be facing the bowler of Juan Henry. You can see there the economy is a pretty ugly viewing for the Twickenham bowlers. Callum Watson, he finished respectably two overs for 34 runs, economy of 17, but everyone else, apart from the skipper, in the 20s at least. And well, 150 still possible here. Haroa Wassam moves to 125 with that monster 6. And certainly now, if Twickenham want to win this game, they will have to create a bit of European cricket history. We've had one 200-plus run chase on the network. That was, in fact, earlier this year over in Jersey. I think on that occasion it was 207, 206, 207. We'll get the graphic up for you at the start of the next innings. This one, though, will be history. That one's hit flat, but it goes down the throat of the fielder, Callum Watson, so it will be the end of Haroa Wassam. He doesn't get to his 150, but I'm sure he'll be more than happy with his 125 off just 34 deliveries. What an innings from the Banstead opener. A rare miss hit on this occasion. Had he got hold of that one, I think the Kids Cricket Festival would have been in danger. As it is, though, Wassam has to depart. But he'll depart to a hearty applause from his teammates. That's an outstanding innings from him. He's put his side into a more than commanding position here. Remember, Banstead were put into bat by Twickenham. They've responded here in some fashion as Aditya Kumar comes in at number 7 for Banstead. 208 for 5, 4 balls left. Slight misfield there from Gurjit Singh, and well, they should be able to scramble through for 2. That's exactly what they do, as Arslan Abbas, the skipper of Banstead, was quick to see that the double was possible there. Club down the ground, but it doesn't have the legs on it. Should be a comfortable catch. This time it's Carlos Nunes, the skipper, who gets his 3rd wicket involvement, following up from his 2 earlier wickets. Aditya Kumar tries to go for the big hit, falls in a similar area to Wassam just a few balls ago. And Twickenham, at least, well, you certainly wouldn't say they've got the momentum back in this innings, but the little burst of wickets here at the end gives them at least something to hold on to. It's Neil Baker, number 13, comes out for Banstead. So he comes out, he absolutely sprints out. He's ready to face his first ball already. There's 2 balls left in the innings. Probably will be the only ball that Baker faces as he knocks that one away for a single. So it'll be the skipper, Arslan Abbas, who is surely more than happy with his side's work here, who has the opportunity to add even more gloss to this score with the final delivery. It's an excellent final over from Juan Henry. Picks up the 2 wickets, only goes for 10 runs as well. After conceding the 6 on his first delivery, doesn't go for another boundary. He finishes with impressive figures of 3 for 35. But speaking of impressive, let's talk about Banstead. 212 for 6. So if Twickenham want to get their series off to a winning start, they will need a record-breaking run chase of 213. We've never seen anything over 210 chased on the network. But you've got to say, if anyone can do it, surely the English sides can, because they've got mighty impressive batting. One more so than Haroa Wassam, who starts his campaign off with a century. This was a brilliant bouncer, though, from Juan Henry, just cramping Ayush Patel up for room, and Ryan Hassan, the wicketkeeper, duly obliges with the catch. Getting a bit funky here, that was Luke Pearson-Taylor. The fans are in the building, lovely to see them. I'm sure we've got to have a chance to chat to them later. Luke Pearson-Taylor then moved to 40 off just 11 deliveries, and it was Haroa Wassam smashing 14 sixes and 7 fours on his way to 125. It was the partnership with Pearson-Taylor that really got this innings up and running. Partnership was worth 91. when Luke Pearson fell in the 5th over. We thought maybe that would stop the momentum, but absolutely didn't, as Harawal Wassam kept on plundering boundary after boundary. That was the LBW that marked the end of Taylor. Anush Ganesh picking up a wicket despite going supersonic in his over. Gabriel Gorman-Finley, the Scotsman, gave us a little glimpse of what he was capable of, but Harawal Wassam, he was the star of the show for the men in purple. It was flicked away nicely, and while Twickenham certainly put the effort in on the field, but just not quite stopping the balls, and they did get the wickets, as that one for Carlos Nunes never really stopped the momentum, especially with Wassam there right until the final over. You've got Centurion there. It just gives the new batters license to go and go hard from the very beginning. And that's what Josh Stainer did, 2 fours in his short cameo innings. Ahsan Abbas, the captain, then remained unbeaten on 7 not out. Aditya Kumar also just was able to contribute 2 to the score. When the chances did come for Twickenham, they were mostly comfortable. They were able to take them. They just weren't able to dislodge the Centurion until deep into the innings. By that point, the damage had very much already been done, as Banstead moved to 212 for 6. We thought we'd get runs here in London, and that's exactly what has happened. Harawal Wassam, 125 off 34 deliveries. A nice cameo from Luke Pearson-Taylor, just 11 balls to get himself to 40. And nothing really much to speak of apart from that, but that's all they needed really, Banstead. They were helped as well by a few extras, 14 of them. Let's not forget, 2 of those no balls went all the way to the rope as well in that 1 over by Ganesh that went supersonic. Taking a look at the bowlers then. Really no one escaped too much punishment. Carlos Nunes, certainly the pick of the bowlers, the captain, getting 2 for 27. Juan Henry as well, he picked up 3 wickets, 2 in the final over, 3 for 35 for him. But otherwise, the likes of Anush Ganesh and Priyatam Kantilal, I'm sure, will have another opportunity today or tomorrow, and for them it'll just be a case of putting this game out of their minds and just accepting the fact that they were coming up against an almighty force in the form of Harawal Wassam. And there you have it, halfway stage. Banstead, they have well and truly wrestled the momentum of this game, having lost the toss, been put into bat. They said, thank you very much. We'll plunder 212 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. Twickenham then, they need a record-breaking run chase here on the network if they want to take the points home from this one. Halfway through match 1 then, it'll be a quick turnaround with the run chase coming your way here in less than 10 minutes time. So put the kettle on and join me, Tina Goff, as we'll be back for the run chase here in ECS England.
HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny Wimbledon, where Twickenham, well, if they want to chase down 213 runs, they're going to have to make a little bit of history here for the record run chase on the network. And you certainly wouldn't put it past them, but let's take a moment first to appreciate the runs that were put on the board in the first place for Banstead. And it was Haral Wassam scoring 125 off just 34 deliveries. That has put his side in prime position here to grab the first win of this series. And well, there you have it. 208 was the target. The last time that the record was broken, that was just, 3 months ago over in Jersey. But add another 5 runs and you get to what Twickenham have to score here. 213 is the target. Can they do what the Central Commanders did on the sunny island of Jersey? Make a bit of ECN history. Well, Twickenham, they've got some power in their batting lineup. They've sent the power hitters out here as Eugene Berger strides out into the middle alongside Ethan Wright. The equation there for the bonus point is certainly a tough one for Twickenham. I think we can forget about them scoring 212 or 213 in 7 overs or less, but this is certainly an interesting one for Banstead. If they manage to keep the batting side, the chasing side, to 148 or less, then they'll not only take the 3 points for the win, they'll also take the 1 bonus point. So certainly something Banstead will have their eye on, as Luke Pearson-Taylor at the top of his mark to bowl the first over. For those of you who are new to the network, a quick rundown of the bonus point. So regardless of whether you bat first or bowl first, the bonus point is always on offer in the second innings. It's worth 1 extra point, so a win is worth 3 points, and a bonus point is, as the name suggests, just the 1 point. So if you want to win a game by 4 points, you have to either restrict then the batting side, if you're bowling in the second innings, to 70% of the total. So in this case, 148 is what Banstead have to restrict Twickenham to. If they do that, they get all 4 points from this win. If, however, Twickenham don't chase down the total, but they do get to 149 plus, then they, of course, will lose the game, but they still get the 1 point as a more or less consolation bonus point. So then it will be 3-1, the point distribution. If, and it's extremely unlikely, I think, in this game, Twickenham chase down the total, so the batting side who are chase down the total in 7 overs or fewer, then they get all 4 points. Chance for a run out here at the non-striker's end, and it was almost fumbled onto the stumps there by Luke Pearson-Taylor. Ethan Wright was in no man's land really here. Pearson-Taylor, I think he was unsure whether to try and catch it and throw it onto the stumps. He does flick it in the end. Direct hit would have been out. Ethan Wright manages to get away with that one. Still, though, a brilliant start from the Banstead opening bowler, and the brilliant start gets even better as he dismantles Eugene Berger's stumps. Difficult task for Twickenham. Gets even more monumental as they lose their opener. Still in the first over here, 2 for 1. Full and straight. Thank you very much, says Luke Pearson-Taylor. You miss, I hit, and that's exactly what he does. And this is really the problem when you're Twickenham and you're chasing a big total. You just have to go for every single ball. There's only 60 balls in total. And when you're chasing 200 plus, every ball pretty much needs to go to the rope. The pressure's on. And the pressure already tells there for the Twickenham openers. Eugene Berger has to depart for 1 off 4. So if you do hear us talking about the bonus point, I hope I've given you a bit of a rundown there of how to get it. Of course, if you are new to the chat and new to the network, come and say hello in the chat, and if you do have any questions at any time about the laws and the regulations, we'll try our very best to answer them. So even if at this early stage, Twickenham maybe just have to reassess their target and see if they can just go for the 149, getting that, at least that 1 point. Of course, in their wildest dreams, they might hope that they could get that target of 213. But what you don't want to happen is you go big and you end up getting skittled for something like 30, 40, 50. Because that's not only a dent to the confidence, it's a dent to the net run rate. And it means you go from this game empty-handed. 54 matches since a golden ball. So if a game ends in a tie, we go to the legendary golden ball, which is just a single ball to decide the game. And the batting side, who are chasing, they have to score 2 runs or more on that solitary ball to win the game. We had one in Crefeld, and that was just 2 weeks ago. 54 matches have come and gone since then. It'd be a very good time to have another golden ball. England always springs a few surprises, and a golden ball would be one of the best of them. Aditya Kumar bowling the second over. Luke Pearson-Taylor going for just the 4 runs in the first and picking up the wicket. Still actually waiting for the first boundary of this Twickenham run chase. And in fact, that one did clip the bails on the way through. It certainly was a whispering death there for the skipper, Carlos Nunes. I don't think he really noticed at first. I certainly didn't notice. Had to get a little nudge from the director. Thank you very much. As that one does go for a wicket. Aditya Kumar picks up a wicket in his first over as well. And Twickenham, well, to say they're struggling would be a big understatement here. 6 for 2. Just clips the stumps on the way through. Doesn't even dislodge the second bail, so less reconstruction work required for the umpire. As Twickenham, even here, the consolation point seems a long, long way off. Callum Watson, the left-hander, who did relatively well with the ball, is into bat here for Twickenham. Hi to Conrad in the chat, who I'm sure is watching this one eagerly with the Portuguese contingent on show. No, I think congratulations to you, Conrad, as well. Winning, was it? I can't remember the name of the cup, but winning the cup yesterday. It was a 2-day game, and I think you won in 1 day, didn't you? So congrats to you. I'm sure the celebrations went long and hard into the night. There is the first boundary, and look who it is. Well, I was going to keep it as a surprise for the end of the over. I did say that England springs surprises, but it's Vinny. He doesn't take long to get himself on camera, does he? So it's the first boundary of this run chase. Mr. Maximo looking resplendent in his red suit. Christmas has come early as he does the fielding. He will be joining in the commentary box as soon as he says his hellos to everybody, which could take a while. He'll be here at some point though, I'm sure. 13 for 2 then at the end of the second. Twickenham need exactly 200 runs in 48 deliveries. So a run rate of just a casual 25 needed. Given that they've only scored the 1 boundary so far, looks like it's going to be a struggle as we take a look at the fixtures. The good news for Twickenham is that they have 2 further games today to try and make amends. Banstead, they've just got the early double-header. Their job will be done at the end of game number 2. That one's a low full toss, and it's going to make its way to the rope. It's going to plug and almost gets reeled in by Harrow Al-Wassam, the Centurion. But it will find its way to the rope. Ayush Patel Bowls this third over for Banstead. Now, if you just look at the difference in the dot balls as well, apart from the 2 wickets, which I know technically are dot balls, but the first genuine dot ball, it's clubbed away. It's going to, I think, be a flat 6. And there's the ECN crew in the building. Good to see them do the fielding as well. I think this one was a flat 6. There was a puff of dust, which was, yeah, just the other side of the rope, so it will be 6 runs. So the first dot ball of the Banstead batting innings was the first ball of the 7th over, excluding the 2 wickets. Twickenham already in this young innings have faced 4 dot balls, still in the power play. And that time we've only managed to score the 3 boundaries, so it's been a tough start for men in green. See, the equation now is shifted at the bottom of the screen, so 125 off 44 is for a point. So pretty much their dreams of getting to that record-breaking 213 target are shattered, but they can still try and get a point here. Bonus runs will always help. That one, well, I think it ended up skipping over leg stump, so it will be signalled as byes. They'll take them any way they come at the moment, Twickenham. In fact, pretty much over middle and off stump. Fooled the keeper. Tamash Raj not able to stop that, just gets a finger on it. It's the end of the over, 29 for 2, end of the power play, and well, we've already seen him doing some spectacular fielding. It didn't take him long at all to get into the act. And Vinny, welcome. How was the London traffic?
As expected. I actually made a good-natured quip last night when we were showing what's coming up today about the later start time. Nice little reverse here for a start, and Twickenham obviously chasing a bunch. But I said the latest start might be something to do with the traffic. We're about 2 hours later than our start time that we had yesterday. But yeah, it was all right. I think the traffic, Martin, who is what I only drive with Martin in London. He
knows what's what.
He knows. But it was actually Martin trying to get to the airport, which was most of the issue. Anyway, this one is going to be up in the air. It's going to find the hole, and a bit of one-hand, one-bounce action here. But how has it been so far? Good morning, everyone. I've already said hello to the ECN Superfan crew over there. I was up, British time. I think my alarm was 3:15 this morning. Oof, indeed. Luckily, it's already sun-up time there in Stockholm.
It's just as well you don't really sleep anyway, is it? So.
I haven't seen you for a while, yeah. So I'm really happy to be with you. And I know, obviously, you did the European Cricket Series in Hornchurch earlier in the year, and yeah, nice to be back. And we've got a big couple of weeks ahead, don't we?
We do. I was trying to work out when we were last together. Was it Portugal?
Oh, surely since then.
Sweden. There's a chance for a catch here, and it's a tumbling grab. It's nicely done there by Ahmed Khan. It's the third wicket to fall, 32 for 3. Little cameo from Callum Watson comes to an end. Left-hander just holding out into the covers. A nice catch.
Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it? Just kind of driving on the up. Again, pace off. It was effective actually over the weekend in Stockholm. You'd expect the fielding to be of a good standard here. And I know there's a few rough patches, unseasonable warmth over the summer, so I've heard here in England. So you can see a few kind of uneven patches. But Watson, a couple of maximos in his 19s, the third to fourth, 32 for 3. Yeah, obviously, I know you would have touched on it a fair bit. I was watching in the taxi on the way over. Martin, by the way, is a huge ECN fan, and he had no problem with me having the first innings on. But I mean, it sounded like there was a clattering in the car, but there's nothing wrong with the car. It was just a ridiculous innings from Wassam. It's 125 in the end.
From nowhere as well.
Yeah.
We thought, okay, well, Banstead, unknown quantity coming in against Twickenham, who got to the qualifier, no, the eliminator last year. And I thought, okay, well, they may be up to something here as this one goes up in the air. It probably should be taken on the boundary. And it's a comfortable grab this time by Luke Pearson-Taylor and Gurjeet Singh. Swish of the bat in frustration from him as he goes first ball. Twickenham 32 for 4. Yeah, I didn't fear for Banstead, but I thought, okay, they've been put into bat here against an experienced side.
Yeah.
They just need to try and get a total and see if they can defend it. But I mean, Wasim by himself got 125 and 212 on the board first up is quite a statement of intent.
I mean, the thing is, with this form of the game, it's highly unpredictable, and with good cricketers in all these sides, I mean, they will meet again, and you could have a different result. You could have a different winner. So I think that's something to bear in mind. So for Twickenham, I mean, I suppose they will at least have that experience last year. They'll know how to ride the ups and downs. Also, they've got some experienced international cricketers that have played the format as well. And 3 of them in the squad from the Portuguese national team. It's the same, getting about.
That one's been clubbed into the leg side, and it will be another catch. This time, Ayush Patel making a fairly difficult one look pretty regulation, and that's what we've been saying, Vinny, that the standard of fielding you imagine is going to be a step up here, and another catch gets taken tumbling away.
Yeah, brilliant catch. And just check, it's not a hat-trick, is it? It's not 3 and 3, is it? 1, 2... I think it is a hat. That is a hat trick. We've been talking over a hat trick. I know it was a goal to the ball before, so how about that? We have to fire up the Hall of Fame another way. And yeah, 3 wickets in 5 balls, 3 wickets in 3 balls to finish the over. Aslan Abbas take a bow, and what a catch by Patel. Rian Hussain is going to have to go for a golden, and blink and you'll miss it. This is ECN T10 cricket. The hat trick ball. Slog sweep attempted and a brilliant catch by Patel. Hasn't he fielded well? And Banstead, plenty of highlights. A century and a hat-trick in their first ECN match.
It's all gone a little wrong here for Twickenham. We're saying maybe if they just consolidate and try and get that bonus point margin, but even that is still over 100 runs away. 32 for 5 at the end of the 4th.
Having a proper shocker here, aren't they?
Get it out your system early.
Yeah.
Sure, that's what they're going to say.
You know what? I'll get to give you another one. Actually, you can't even take a breath at the moment. That's another one down. 32 for 6, and the stumps go askew. Twickenham, now we're talking kind of biggest ever losses in runs. Again, tempting that slog sweep kind of across the line. I knew when Berger went that there was trouble afoot. Anyway, Ethan Wright, he'll be the 6th to go, 32 for 6. I was going to say, we had a hat-trick yesterday in the final, so that's consecutive games having hat-tricks. Kudratullah Mir Afzal, he took 5 in the final, including a hat-trick. And it allowed me to put this graphic up, we might see shortly. But 4 in 4 hasn't been done for over a year. And so there'll be a chance of that, assuming he gets a second, which I think is a pretty good bet at the moment. Nomulo comes out. We're going to start with a 2 out to point.
I'm assuming we count hat-tricks over 2 overs. It doesn't feel quite as clean, but there you go.
Yeah, so it actually got done. You know, we were in Malmo together in Landskrona, and it got done back there. That was actually 5 in 5, including a run-out.
This one's going to be up in the air, and I don't think it's got the distance on it, so it might be another wicket. It is comfortable grab there, and the wickets just keep on tumbling. Ahmed Khan, he gets 2 in his over, and that's 5 wickets in the last 7 deliveries for Twickenham. 34 for 7 now.
Again, it's a pretty true bounce, but it's still a risk, isn't it, when you're trying to hit across a ball that's straight or outside off stump. And so Nomala gets the 2, and that's all. John Henry out there, who does play for Portugal. He's not facing at the moment. But again, hold your catches. It's really important. I don't want to spoil it for anyone in case you missed it, because a lot of our ECN fans here, they weren't able to watch the Swedish final last night, but it was a cracking game, the last game I did in Stockholm, and the winner of that game plays Ariana CC for the ECL spot. So, and it was all on the line.
High stakes.
So it was absolutely high stakes.
This one's down the ground, and this one doesn't have the distance on it either, so it will be 2 in 2. Priyatam Kantilal, He comes and he goes. It's a good grab by Luke Pearson-Taylor. He's got the height as well. Shorter man might have struggled there. He takes it mid-air, but in the end, it's a regulation spectacular catch, I'd say.
Can you already collapse from a position where you're basically reeling? Because that's what's happening. It's 5 wickets in 8 balls now. And yeah, we had a hat-trick last over. We've got a 3 and 4 this over. And now another hat-trick opportunity. I don't think, it's only happened 3 times. One of them was actually Germany, their men at the ECC, 2 hat-tricks in an innings. So Asad Mohammed and Volter Bayer took hat-tricks in the same innings for Germany. The other time 2 hat-tricks in innings, it was the same bowler. Umar Tariq from Austria took a hat-trick to finish his first and second over. So this is potentially the 3rd time this could happen. And well, there we go. Well, of course, it wouldn't be the ECS England without Dogwatch. And I remember I watched a lot of Hornchurch, and that's
my vibe.
Friendly little fellow.
That's my vibe for a Monday morning. Just lie down and get a massage.
Well, we'll have to speak to HR before we go into that. But yeah, Bosie's going to come out. Another hat-trick ball. This is one that we've noticed. That's a good sign. Hello to everyone, by the way. I'm just still setting up. Haven't quite gotten into chat yet, but yeah, nice to have you with us. Adiun is out there. And Ederico saying hello to me. Hello. Hopefully you're well. Hello to Chris Smith as well. Hat-trick ball. Oh, no. Oh, yikes. I mean, if there's one player you'd think that might stick to, you're looking at him. And, I mean, it was a bottom edge. It went quickly, but he couldn't quite swallow it. Neil Baker, well, it was almost Neil Baker hat-trick maker, wasn't it? But it always bounced back to the keeper. Maybe if he'd done a few more crunches, it would have bounced back to the keeper. But anyway, hat-trick goes begging. Drama, 34 for 8, and we've got a 4-trick ball potentially coming up. But guess what? They're not going to go back to Abbas. What does Abbas have to do to get another ball?
I'm not sure if Neil Baker was trying to catch that or went into self-preservation mode, because his hands went down instead of up.
Gee. Oh, well, so much to talk about. I mean, I'm here, but I'm also going to be in Gibraltar for what's been known as the Gibraltar 13. And it sounds like a bunch of people that might have been wrongly convicted of a serious crime. That is a serious crime against cricket. That's a high ball. It's about shoulder high. He's bowled it straight into the bushes. And let's just say Gerald's had a bit of a start to forget to his ECN bowling career. Free hit to come.
Arslan Abbas, I don't know where he is, but he's just thinking, well, I probably might not have done that.
Abbas is already, I think he's speaking to his agent after the hat trick. And I think he's got to come back. I mean, it's eight wickets gone. No ball.
Got to say, quick congratulations, Conrad. I mentioned earlier, of course, the Portuguese contingent out there won the Kendall Cup. It's the 165th year between
huge.
Porto and Lisbon, and it's a 2-day game. They won it in 1.
They won it in 1. Oh no, what the day off might have been like.
Well, he's tuning into European cricket.
Me. Oh, Conrad, it's actually on my bucket list to go see the Kendall Cup. You talked about the fact earlier that we hadn't lost many balls last year. This is actually a no ball that's resulted in no ball.
Yep.
Because the ball's gone.
No bat involved, which is unusual for a lost ball.
Can you believe that Baker's dropped the second hat-trick in the innings? Oh, dear me. Oh, well, yeah. So I'm going to the Gibraltar 13 on the weekend. We've also made some plans, haven't we, for next week? We'll go into that in a moment.
Yeah.
There's Gerald. Free hit. And that's going to disappear. So Maximo means his first ECN ball goes for 11.
You can put that on his CV. I mean, we've had a few. We had 2 7-ups in the first innings. On that occasion, it was bowled by Anush Ganesh. He had his first ball going for 7 as well. Juan Henry, well, it's not his first ball on ECN, but his first went for 5 wides.
Yeah.
Everything was going wrong for Twickenham, but at least getting a few runs on the board, and it's Juan Henry who hits it.
Oh, more airtime. That's a proper sleeper hold, actually, and all the wrestling fans will know.
It's getting tapped out.
The 3 count.
I am I won't say I'm concerned, but the amount of kids around here.
Oh, yeah. That's cricket camp over there. I used to love that in the school holidays. But, yeah, I mean, they might get some close-up experience of fielding. Oh, that's going to be 4, by the way, as this is pulled to the backward of square. There we go. That's good. And I saw Gert over there. So we saw Gert playing last year for Wimbledon, or Gertle the Turtle, as he's known. He's umpiring. I saw him give an LBW. I yelled at him. Said, "Are you sure that's out?"
Doesn't sound like you.
Gert actually is a former Portuguese coach. There's always Portuguese connections here. Yeah. That dog footage, I feel like we should have to hand that over to the police, potentially. But, for Twickenham, they'll bring up the 50 here. It's been a bit of a game to forget, but that's, at least they've got 8 games. There are some other formats where, for example, when we were in Sweden together, where you had the 10-team format, Finland was another one, but they only get 2 days to play, and they only play 4 games. And this would really derail you, because then only the top 2 go through. But Twickenham's certainly still in it.
Well, it's top 4, isn't it? So
yeah,
it's only the bottom 1 that goes out.
Obviously, you want to finish higher. In theory, you'll play a lower-ranked opponent.
Well, we had that in a Hornchurch. It was the same format, and it did make quite a bit of a difference going through in first, going through in fourth, because usually there's a team that's pretty dominant through the group stages, and you don't want to sneak through in fourth and then face the team that's high on confidence. But
exactly.
Anything can happen in quarterfinals.
As we saw in Hornchurch as well, some jaw-dropping results in that final series when it gets to the knockout part of the competition. That'll be the end of the over. So 51 for 8. And I'm still watching. Are we going to see a 4-trick ball before the end of this? Surely. Arslan Abbas.
Well, that was a boring over because there was no wickets in it.
No, yeah, who did lose
Come on.
the ball. But surely, Abbas is the captain, right? So there's selfish and unselfish, and then there's just taking it to ridiculous levels when you're on a 4-4. So
Ahmed Khan's going to bowl this one, so maybe he's getting the consolation over for having not got the hat-trick. He can't get another hat-trick now, but he can at least get a fifer if he gets the 2 wickets.
2 wickets left. I have seen this happen once before. It was in Malta, where a hat-trick was taken in the end of the first over. That bowler didn't bowl again in the game, and then was 12th man for the next game.
Hard lines.
Uh-oh, well, we're in trouble. That's you. That's roof time. Maximo! Tina, she is a good fielder, but normally that's in outdoor cricket where you don't have a roof to deal with. Tina's fine. A bit skitterish, though. Who hurt you? But it will be 6 runs.
I wasn't quite sure how much the roof would protect us there.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. I knew it was going to hit the roof, but you actually thought one step ahead. Will the roof stop the ball? Maybe not. Maybe you were right to get out the way. Oh, boy. And meanwhile, this might have gone for a flat 6 as well. That's maybe not quite. It's gone 4. There's the ECN Superfan Row A. They've paid big money. I heard they were going for 5 figures on eBay. Some of the best seats here at Rains Park. Oh, this is a good shot, isn't it? Where does this bounce? Just inside. There you go. We're kind of obscured that part of the ground. Your heart rate come down yet?
I think my Apple Watch is saying you might have had a fall.
How old are you? Oh, Baker impacts the earth again. Oh, a bit like that hat. He'll be replaying that moment over and over. But match 1 hasn't disappointed here.
Not at all.
It's a different kind of vibe, different pacey, but the format doesn't let you down, does it? We've had 100, we've had a hat-trick, we've had a missed hat-trick. What else?
Dog massage.
Yeah. We had dog watch. We've had the tent given a stern test. But anyway, this will be another 4 runs, so that'll end the over. Okay, surely now, Arslan Abbas, could he be the 8th person to take 4 in 4? To do that, he's going to have to bowl. Maybe he's tired from celebrating. I think we had Kudratullah, who took the 5 for last night. He actually went off due to excessive celebrating, I noticed at one point. This is what's coming up, Banstead. Well, just to say they're high on confidence. Wassum's already got 267 in the fantasy points. But I've heard good things about East Molesey. I think they're a very, very good side, and I can't wait to see them in the format. You do the 4 in 4 again. And that game's coming up in around about 35 minutes time. Right, here we go. This is for a 4-trick. Oh, he's done it! He's done it, 4 in 4. And Abbas has come back and maybe just knew the right moment, because that, I mean, it was deceptively straight, really, maybe angled across the right-hander. And that is some ECN history. We'll add him to the super rare double hat-trick club.
Top of off stump as well. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. We've been calling out for it for the last 2 overs. Abbas finally gives the crowd what they want, comes back on 4 in 4, and he's got a chance to get a fifer here as well.
At the 11, he knows what he's doing. So here's something that's never been done, is 5 wickets in 5 balls. And he's got a shot at it, and he's got the number 11, who's going to be at the other end. It's Ganesh. Well, is this something? We've never seen it in 8,000 games on 5 in 5. Oh, and just his luck. The number 11 looks like he knows how to bat, and he's just going to effortlessly turn it away for 1, probably wondering what all the fuss is about. But he's got 4 in 4. Unbelievable. I've got some work to do in the break, updating these Hall of Fame graphics.
Yeah, we've had it all. It's only game 1, and I think we've already completed our row on the ECM bingo. Calls a catch here. That one's not going to be caught, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs as well. And the fan zone is getting some damage here this time. It's the man on the floor just casually taking that one. And well, they're at least getting some runs here. And Twickenham, I feel like they missed a trick in just having that mad couple of overs where they lost, what was it, 5 and 8.
This is ridiculous. The hat-trick 5-wicket combo, it happens pretty rarely, a handful of times a season. And we might get it in consecutive games. We had it in the Sweden final last night. And if Abbas can get this last wicket, then he'll finish with a 5 to go with his 4 in 4. It's only happened once a year, the 4 in 4, except for I think 2022 it happened twice. But apart from that, every season, 20, 21, 23, 24, and now 25, it's only happened once. Like Christmas, it comes once a year. Where's Baker? Not there. That's going to be 4 runs.
Little Alan in the chat asking if the ECN crew has paid their congestion charges to sit there. We're going to have to see if they're compliant with the ULEZ regulations.
I've just got some breaking news. Again, I've just arrived. I know you've had a bit of time to settle in. I haven't, but I've heard that there's some sort of coffee tab. But I thought I read the message wrong. It says it's now available for us, but I thought maybe it had run out, and that would be very ECN to use up the coffee tab by game 1.
I like how there's a secret pin to unlock the coffee as well. Do we have to knock on the side door?
Alistair's put that pin. So now I know. Try his bank cards out. Here we go. 9 out. It's in the air. Should be game over, and it will be 5 for Abbas. Well, to say that was an impressive debut would be an understatement. As Banstead, they're going to win by lots. They're going to win by 135 runs. So it's a huge margin. But, I mean, what a start for them. Obviously, that huge 100 to Wassam in the first innings. And then we saw Abbas with a 5 for including a hat-trick. I mean, Ahmed Khan was pretty unlucky not to get one. He finished with 3 for 19. But, well, what can you say? The purple power was on show in match 1. And Twickenham, well, they'll have more opportunities. They will go away pointless from match 1.
Yeah, and it's just a tough start there for Twickenham. We thought maybe they'd come into this one slight favourites, having had that experience last year, losing in the eliminator to Spencer. Won the toss as well, thought, okay, we're going to get out there in the field. And they just came up against the purple machine. Banstead, first point, 212 runs on the board, including a century. And then they come out and skittle Twickenham for 77. The good news for Banstead as the good times keep on rolling. They've got a slightly longer break now, but in just over half an hour, they're going to try and do it all again against East Molesey.
And Luca Woods there, if it's Luke Woods I'm thinking of, something we know quite well on ECN, but we'll come back to that. East Molesey, I think they're going to be a handful. And Banstead, this time, interestingly, they've wanted to bowl first, so they're going to get the experience of chasing. Obviously, they put a big score on the board that time. Yeah, I just feel the magnitude of that win. You know, some of the kids on the other field are probably not big enough to watch something that violent, but that second game's coming up. We're about a half an hour away from the first ball. Let's shake, rattle and roll. It's some ECN history that we thought we might see. Unfortunately, Berger was more of an entree than the main course, and this one you mentioned just flicked the stumps of the captain Carlos Nunez, but yeah, we did see ECN history of another kind with 2 hat-trick opportunities, 1 hat-trick taken, and a rare quad trick. I didn't know I was on the camera, but I was just showing everyone that I could throw a long way, but the balls were hit a long way in between the wickets, I suppose, here in match number 1. But, you know, one thing impressed me, went under the radar a little bit, how well Banstead caught, probably with one notable exception in the second innings.
Yeah, all 3 of those catches, or all 3 of those wickets in the hat-trick were catches. Well, we missed them, but certainly Banstead fielders didn't miss out on any opportunities, apart from the one, which I'm sure won't be spoken about too much between the fielder, Neil Baker, and the bowler. But when most of the opportunities came, they took them. And, well, Twickenham, they've shown that they can score runs. They're just losing wickets at such a regular intervals. This one was the one that was taken nicely by Luke Pearson-Taylor, who contributed with the ball, 40 off 11 for him. Took that grab nicely, and in the end...
Oh, hello. That's Tina's morning routine, apparently. I don't remember you being that chipper in the morning, to be honest. Hey, that was another hat-trick for Baker. Oh, he was more like uncooked dough there, wasn't he, as he went down. Big deflection. But, you know, we might have missed the actual hat-trick, but at least we didn't miss the quad trick when the captain, Arslan Abbas, came back. And that was it, wasn't it? 4 in 4, something we've only seen a handful of times in 5 years of European cricket. Really, it was a matter of when, not if, this innings would come to an end. And it was fittingly Wassam that would take the final catch. So, look, plenty of talking points there. Banstead putting down a marker, but I know that there's other teams here. In fact, 9 other teams that will be keen to show that they're able to compete and even exceed the level that they've set. Let's have a look at the scorecard. John Henry with 34 played some nice shots, didn't he? The Portuguese international. He came in down at number 7, but you could see that 5 of the top 6 went for single figures. And it was walking stick 77, time to walk off. Twickenham, they will come back a little bit later in the day and have a chance to score their first points in the series. Bowling wise, well, Tina, where do we start? 4 trick, an almost hat trick, some very good catches. Banstead, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a perfect game, but pretty close in their ECN debut. Yeah,
pretty close. And it was pretty sneaky of the skipper at the end to bring himself on to clean it up. Gets the 5-foot. Gets the quad trick as well. And Ahmed Khan, well, shout out to him. It's not often you have figures of 3 for 19 you're not even really talked about. And then a wicket apiece for Luke Pearson-Taylor and Aditya Kumar.
Who was player of the match? I actually think it's hard because the game was pretty much over. So, yeah, they've given it to Abbas. He's just burgled that one. Anyone that put some money on the player of the match at half-time might have got a rude surprise. Yeah, Arslan with his 5-12. Suppose when you do something that's only ever been done kind of less than 1 in 1,000 matches, you probably do deserve the player of the match. So 5 for 12, including the quad trick, and just the small margin of 135 runs. Not quite the nail biter, but still, I think we had plenty of heart palpitations there in the opening match. And Tina, if that's a sign of things to come, I'm pretty excited about this series.
I'm pretty excited. I'm glad you're here to see us through as well, because I don't think I could deal with the roof caving in and forfers and centuries and everything else we had in just the first game. But at the end of it, Banstead win by 135 runs. Twickenham, well, they've got another 2 games today. They've got a bit of time to try and get their heads together and, well, get their heads out of the gutter as well, because at the moment they are just don't know what to do, really. 135 runs, that's usually a decent enough score by itself, let alone a losing margin.
We know ECN cricket, Twickenham do as well. They can turn that around pretty quickly. Well, Tina, you might have time for a belly rub. I'll take you over there right now and see what the line's like, but we'll be back in around about 25 minutes and take you into match number 2. And there's plenty more coming your way. East Molesey will get to take centre stage against the all-conquering Banstead when we return to London for more European Cricket Series. See you then.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Go water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Go water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Go water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the second game of the day here in gloriously sunny Wimbledon, and it's Banstead against East Molesey. Banstead, remember, in that game one, they were put into bat and they took no time at all to get into their runs, as it was Harawal Wassam who scored a glorious 125. He'll surely be looking to repeat the trick. As for East Molesey, they're a new side into the network as well. They're not an unknown quantity because, of course, they are very well known in London as one of the local strong sides. So they'll be looking to start off in equally powerful fashion as, of course, Banstead did this morning. Without further ado, let's go to tournament referee Ian Ramage, who has the coin toss.
Banstead, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. East Molesey is the away team, you'll call. There you go. Tails. It's been called tails. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a ball.
Okay. Toss won by Banstead, who will bowl first.
Thanks, Ian. So there you have it. Banstead have won the toss and they've decided to field. Maybe a bit surprising given that they smashed 215 runs in that first game. They did, however, skittle Twickenham for 77, so maybe they're trying to repeat the trick here against East Molesey. But as we were saying, East Molesey, they're a formidable team here in London, and they'll be looking to go out there and get some runs on the board. Joining me in the commentary igloo, he sneaked in the first game just now, and Vinny, well, he's back and he's looking forward to taking you through this one. We've already had a century, we've had a quad trick. What else do we have up our sleeves here in Wimbledon? Well, Vinny, the news from the toss is that Banstead have won it and they will have a bowl.
Thanks very much, Tina Goff. Isn't it great to see Tina back? I haven't seen her in a while, but it's only been around about a week or so. But yeah, it's been a really helter-skelter start. Yeah, the century, the quad trick, 4 wickets in 4 balls, something we hardly ever see. We see it maybe once a year on average. And we even saw a 5-wicket haul in there as well. We also saw a dropped hat trick. But, you know, I just got a bit of a feeling that the hunters become the hunted here with Banstead. Obviously, hard to believe they could reproduce anything like the margin of the first game. They have elected to bowl, so something different for them, and yet did raise my eyebrows as well, considering how well they batted when they did bat first. Hassan Abbas is the man that took that 4 trick, but it was Wassam with 125 that set a cracking pace in this European Cricket Series. Also like the fielding of Banstead. East Molesey, though, I'm really looking forward to seeing them. And Luka Woods, the Serbian international, isn't there, but Clyde Fortune, he's a guy, he's played Test cricket, and fairly recently as well. I mean, I suppose he's part of that South African contingent that, I will say it, they won the World Test Championship just last month, and he was a part of that cycle, playing a couple of tests in New Zealand, where he was actually doing the keeping as well. Here he's playing as a bat, and he is captaining East Molesey, who I know had a very good win in the T20 yesterday that furthered their cause. And remember that the winner of the club T20 in the whole of England get to come to the ECL. And, you know, Wimbledon, the host club here, have been there. Hornchurch, who host the other European Cricket Series here in England this year, they hosted it back in June. They also have won that. But it's very tough to win. I mean, there's a lot of good sides, a lot of good clubs in England, and something like 12 or 13 games straight you need to win in the T20 format against a host of very good teams. Yeah, so Banstead, what a story so far. East Molesey, though, I kind of feel it's not a bad toss to lose. I think, you know, first game you come in and you don't really have to worry about chasing a target. You're just concerned with batting. And, you know, I doubt there's really anyone that have this kind of format experience, but that's not to say that they're not very good cricketers and won't learn quickly. I think also you learn it's not necessarily a slogging game. It's still about choosing the right shots, and that you can hit sixes kind of anywhere. So choosing the correct shot is really important. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, straight from Stockholm to Rains Park via Heathrow. I was up at about 3 o'clock this morning getting the red suit on, but hey, if it's good enough for Santa, it's good enough for me. East Molesey, can't wait to see what they're bringing to the table. And they do have a couple of players, like I said, that have played before. And yeah, one of them, Luca Woods, as I mentioned, the Serbian international. Here we go with start of game 2. Not a bad start. This is Luke Pearson-Taylor. That is opening the bowling. Yeah, the other player that I noticed in the squad for East Molesey, although he isn't playing in this game, I don't think, but it's Shivam Gupta. And he has played for Carlton at the ECL. And Carlton, the Scottish champions, that played in ECL 22. And I remember at Carlton, they won every game except their final, which was a bit of a heartbreaker. Yeah, but East Molesey, good team in form. So I hear, so the locals tell me. Back away and miss. Tarling opening the batting. Jake Tarling was actually listed at number 8, so he's been given the job. And not often we get a test cricketer on the network, although it has happened a few times. Melinda Sirodana played for Sri Lanka. He played in the ECL recently for Roma CC. But yeah, there's been a few cases now. He checks his shot here, but it still runs away. It tests the outfield, but it's running pretty quickly. As Tarling just kind of checked his shot there, was looking to maybe hit across the ball, but then kind of thought better of it. Just punched through it. There's the first boundary of match number 2. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. And look, if you are watching on YouTube, why don't you get involved? ECN European Cricket Network. Of course, a few of our ECN super fans. The Spanner crew live at the ground right now. This ball is live and it's going to be disappearing into the tents. Maximo. Oh, well. I won't say a circumspect start, but I think you can see from East Molesey, they know how to hit a cricket ball, and I wouldn't expect anything less. Comeback ball here from Pearson-Taylor, and this time it skews a bit inside out here, going towards it, but won't be able to make the catch in the end. It'll run across the boundary for 4. So yeah, making the most of the 3 over power play, pretty important as well. I mean, not that things slow down after that. A decent start. East Molesey. Yeah, took on Wimbledon on the weekend. Won one, lost one, but did progress in the T20. Just slides in, beats the inside edge, and comes off the pad. That will be a leg bye. So yeah, my first full game here. Did catch pretty much second half of the previous game. That's the end of the first over. Pearson-Taylor concedes 15 in total, 15 without loss after 1. Just thinking, yeah, East Molesey, considering they've got a test cricketer in, they actually start slight underdogs, but they've run into a team, Banstead, that they've started on whatever's hotter than fire, put it that way. Pretty much everything that could have gone right did go right, except for one moment, which was a dropped hat-trick. I say dropped hat-trick, it's pretty harsh to call it a drop. Baker was in it, slips for the hat-trick ball. Big deflection, went to him very quickly. Here's Kumar with the ball. And this is hit down the ground. It'll roll into the sight screen. So yeah, good straight bat shot there from Tarling. I think he's clear, he's a good striker of the ball. He's just going to have to find his way and kind of set his level of aggression. I think still, what I like about that shot, it's cricket shot. If it's showing the full face of the bat and gets the result, 4 runs. This time hits on the up, but he's going to be gone. Probably just went one gear too far, Tarling, in the end. It wasn't really a drivable length. I'm not even sure he was really trying to hit it, but one thing we know about Banstead, they catch very well. We saw that in the last game. And that will be the first wicket. You don't expect catches to be missed at this level. And there's Ahmed Khan that kind of moonwalked back and took it pretty much on the edge of the circle. So first wicket falls, and it's 19 for 1. There's a big question, kind of what's an average score, and it's not an easy question to answer. But we tended to see kind of that 150 became par or so in that Hornchurch series. In fact, I think it was 155. Inside edge, first up onto the pad. And yeah, it is the Serbian international, Luka Woods. Got to meet his dad, Dylan, and his dog Lulu. They were the couple frolicking on the edge of the boundary that got Tina feeling like a belly rub. Tina suspiciously absent for a fair bit of the break. She'll be back soon. Lifted up, goes with the angle this time. Long chase, but a good chase out there. Like the fielding pressure from Banstead so far. See the clock. If you're unfamiliar with ECN conditions, you've got 36 minutes to bowl 9 overs. If you don't, there's a 5-run penalty automatically applied. Beautifully clipped away this time. More work out there for Ayush Patel, but he's already shown himself to be a magnificent fielder. He's a key component of the 4-trick for Aslan Abbas in the last game. Afshar only faced the 1 ball so far. Nice looking drive. He does find the gap. That'll probably run away for 4. Threads the needle. Does the opener. And he'll feel a lot more confident after that. Tiam Afshar. Good looking punch through the offside. And that will take us to the end of the over. It's 26 for 1 after 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximone, joining me after her absence in the break. Welcome back, Tina. You look relaxed anyway. And look, not a bad start for East Molesey, but let's just see if they can stop the Banstead bandwagon here in match 2.
Yeah, the purple machine roared into action this morning, didn't it? And well, 135 runs is a pretty considerable winning margin, and that's why Banstead sitting pretty at the top of the standings, 4 points. Twickenham, of course, well, they're second by virtue of having a net run rate, but yeah. Minus 13.5 is not quite what they were hoping for after their first game, I don't think.
I'm pretty happy to be in second after that, but that's more a semantics thing. Anyway, they go to spin, and Ayush Patel comes on, kind of slides that one on. He does bowl at pace, doesn't he, for a wrist spinner, but it's a fraction short and it's pulled away to the boundary.
Again, just not finding the line straight away, Ayush Patel. Be interesting to see if the Banstead bowlers come up against any kind of pressure here. In the first game, Twickenham, everything went their way, both with bat and ball, skittling Twickenham for 77. East Molesey, though, they're a well-established side. Got some big name players, and this one's going to be hooked away again. It'll be a flat 6, rolls over our boundary, over the Kids Festival boundary as well, and towards the stumps there. On just as well, there seems to be a break in play because the Grizzlies have been raining down already this morning.
Well, I mean, I was actually known as a pretty good under-12s player, even though I was playing as a 44-year-old in Madrid earlier in the year. So I might try and get a gig a little bit later in the week. But yeah, Luka Woods, good to see him. I mean, he scored a brilliant century at the ECC last year. 134 not out, playing for Serbia against Cyprus, has Serbian heritage, and that's why he is able to play. And yeah, we actually saw him in the ECL earlier in the year for Starigrad as well, the Serbian club. And so he's one guy, like I said, he's the only guy actually in this East Molesey 11 that has played the format before. So yeah, he's obviously batting 3 in a pretty good outfit. Mentioned that they had a win over Wimbledon, the T20, essentially ending Wimbledon's hopes of another trip to the ECL. That one is a good shot. Wasn't a bad ball, really. It's going to just carry the line. Maximo for Afshar. Like I said, not a bad ball from Patel, but that confidence hit through the line. That's power play batting as well, Tina. We're still in the third over. Now, later in the innings, maybe that's out. Maybe gets caught by a long off, but it had to be up in the circle, and the result, 6 runs.
Yeah, premeditated shot as well. Steps right inside it, gives himself room to the offside. It's a lovely swing of the bat. And I think that's what we'll see a fair bit as well in England. You'll still see your kind of classic shots from the batters. They're playing usually longer formats, whether it's 2020 or the weekends, probably more like 40 or 50 overs. And you still get value for those kind of shots, especially with the shorter boundaries, and in the power play, they've got no one out on the offside. This time just knocked away for a single.
Yeah, so we haven't had too much time to settle. I certainly haven't, as I only got here about halfway through game 1, but I'm licking my lips with the prospect of this 10-team competition. I think we're going to see a lot of really competitive and close matches. First one probably not a great indication of that. This is just a little tap from Woods, and he's going to get 6 more. Maximo! As Patel's over goes magical. Magical overs, by the way, in ECN cricket is when they are in the 20s, and that one ends up going for 24. And at the end of the power play, the 50's up as well for East Molesey. They are 50 for 1.
50 is always a nice figure to try and get to in the power play. Banstead, they went well up into the 70s, but a steady start here from East Molesey. There's questions in the chat about what's happening on the other 2 fields. It's a kids' cricket festival. I'm not sure. I assume they're related, the two games either side of us.
I think so, but I think it's kind of like what we used to call it, kind of like a cricket camp. Like it's a school holiday thing. So, the kids come every day, and I actually went to quite a few of them. Justin Langer used to run one in Perth, and I kind of take kids of various ages. I remember this one was between 6 and 17. So I think, you kind of get grouped by age and ability, and you work on your cricket. And if you're a cricket mad kid, it doesn't get too much better. I know definitely the Wimbledon club last year, got to see close up, kind of the effort that goes into the juniors. That's up, it's in the air, but this should be gone. They don't drop catches, Banstead. They're not going to start now. So it's going to be a short stay for Woods, relatively speaking. He'll fall for 19. And miss hits results in wickets. That's the thing about this format. Yes, there's a high scoring rate, but there's also a high rate of wickets falling. Generally see one about every 11 balls in this format. Woods, I think he knew he was a goner as soon as he clunked it. Another good catch taken out there. This time Ayush Patel. And it's 51 for 2.
Well, people always say, it's a 50-metre boundary. It must be pretty easy to clear. And yes, if you middle it, but that's like saying, well, it's easy to bowl if you just hit the top of off stump every time. But it's not easy to do in reality. And that time, he doesn't get a hold of it whatsoever. That's a comfortable catch for Ayush Patel. So 2 to 4, just outside the power play now, 51 for 2. They just don't want to fall away here, East Molesey. Got to keep the run rate up as the fans are out in full force here. Row A has certainly been fully occupied. I was having a chat to our ECN Superfan Zone, but there's plenty more fans around the area. And
oh, that went so close to the stumps. I don't think Porter had any idea. Abbas is just a wicket-taking machine. He basically stole the man of the match in the last game. Look at that. Oh, stole it off poor Wassam, who scored 125. Not that they're too bothered. But Abbas just tends to slide across the right-hander. It takes a huge turn of the ball, but it seems pretty unhittable so far. He's got his pace-on, pace-off bowling, is what I call it. This time it is a bit slower. He varies that pace, but it's hit pretty well. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! 6 carreras, third time lucky for Porter, who has his first runs on the network.
Yeah, that's the trouble if you do go around the wicket and you don't get it going across them. It just sits up on leg stump. And Toby Porter slaps that one away. Still a decent over from Abbas. 7 runs coming off it. Not quite his quad-trick standards from game 1.
Pitches up. Again, he's a stump hunter, isn't he? He loves to go at the pegs. Once again, excellent fielding. And we'll get 2s. It's good running. It was a bit of a risky one in the end. But it will be the end of the over. So it's 59 for 2 after 4. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see also, Banstead on the chase. Obviously, a huge amount of runs were made by Wassam out of that 212. Not that he didn't have support around him. Obviously, you need to when you score 200 plus. But this time, you know, at the moment they're on kind of, what would that be? About kind of 150 pace. A chance to maybe accelerate from 150, 160 score. And we might see a bit of scoreboard pressure on Bounced for the first time. More spin. This is going to slide down the leg side. It's going to be costly as Ahmed Khan comes on. And it was a tough take for the keeper, Raj. And that on the European Cricket Network is what we call a minimal. It's 5 unearned runs, 5 bonus runs really for the batting side.
Not much the wicketkeeper could have done about that one. Throws the ball back to Ahmed Khan and says, do better. Bonus runs there then for East Molesey. The captain put in a good over previous 4th one, 9 runs coming off it and the wicket. That's a bit of the old double hit there. As it's well fielded in the deep by Luke Pearson-Taylor. I think he wanted to slap it a bit straighter there, did TM Afshar. Let's take a look at this one again. Certainly doesn't go where he intended it to. Yep. 1-2 off the middle, then off the toe.
You're allowed to accidentally hit the ball twice. You just can't do it on purpose. Best protecting your wickets right now. No thought of protection. It's all aggression, isn't it, from Porter, who is going to escort this Grizzly out of the ground. A Maximo takes him to 14.
Well, I know what you were up to yesterday, Vinny, because of course you had the final over in Sweden. Well, I haven't told you about our exciting evening. So the Lionesses were obviously playing in the final.
Caught the penalty shootout. I got last 12 when I got home from work. And my loyalties were split there, I've got to admit.
Yeah, that's fair enough, as that's a fair enough shot as well. And the kids, well, they were just about paying attention. Didn't bother going to get the ball, though. It's not their job, as it's left to Neil Baker to trot his way across. Nice little bit of magic there from Toby Porter. Brings out the old switcheroo.
So I guess I'm saying congratulations, because, you know, you're half English, half German, which I know caused a few complications in your life. But, yeah, no spoilers, but I will say it was everywhere at the airport. Congratulations to the Lionesses.
Yeah, well, if it was an England-Germany final, loyalties would have been a bit more split. But England didn't play that well throughout the whole series, to be honest. But series, well, there you go. I've been indoctrinated by ECN through the whole tournament. And they just got it over the line. Good penalties. Chloe Kelly stepping up.
That last penalty.
She's an absolute, well, she's like Cobra Kai at the start of her run.
Oh, yeah. That
Karate Kid.
Yeah. And even with the first penalty, if you remember the first penalty, step away here and just a single. The first penalty had to be retaken. And I still couldn't quite understand why. It was kind of a slip, and I think they said it was like a double contact. I mean, you probably are more au fait with the laws of the game of football than me, but...
So it's a double hit. So like we had there, if it's an accidental double hit, because she slipped and she kicked the ball against her own leg because of the way she slipped. And it used to be, until I think last year, that's just tough luck. It's a miss because you hit it and you hit your own leg, and that was your attempt.
Yeah.
But now, since this season, which I didn't know until it happened yesterday, you're allowed to play it again.
And that's also strange, because who thought, was that like a big problem, that there was like an epidemic of these double hits? Anyway, hey, 5 overs down, walking stick, 77 for 2, East Molesey on the park. And hey, we're in the house here. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, got Tina Goff with me. And Tina, really excited that you're here. And I'm sure that we'll be on the camera right now. Maybe not if it's not working, but you can trust us. We are here. And yeah, put the red suit on, obviously red and white. Kind of some of the English colours, and I thought that was fitting as well. Yeah, congratulations to the England Lionesses for their win, and commiserations to Spain as well. Obviously, they were incredible in the World Cup, winning it a couple of years ago. And you know, from the 2 minutes of injury time I saw, it looked a pretty intense game, and we've had a pretty intense game here as well this morning. And now East Molesey going to try and up the ante, as Afshar is going to find the hole at mid-wicket and get 4 runs. I suppose, you know, every time we come to England, we have new teams involved. I know we must have new viewers as well. So hello to you. I'm Vinny. This is Tina with me. Tina is obviously someone that's played professional cricket herself, and currently is part of the German national team. But you also played for Warwickshire back in the day.
Back in the day,
and also back in a more recent day.
Yeah,
True?
and now Wednesday I'm not going to be here, and that's because I'm captaining the MCC.
Oh,
Clang, there's the drop of the name.
Yeah, well, the the clang coming at the moment from Afshar. Another 4 off his bat, moves to 85. Despite the run rate being about 16 and over, they're still slight underdogs here. 38% now after that, hanging around. We call the Goldilocks zone when it's between 40-60 or 60-40. Wassam getting a bowl. Won't be able to field this, but it should just be a single. Yeah, I had some few questions on the way over here. Now, Martin hadn't met you before, and he thought he loved your commentary, and most people do. But yeah, tell us a little bit about the Tina story, because you do sound very English to me, but you're just as German as you are English.
Just as German.
Confounds people, doesn't it? Oh, this is going to be a big, big hit. Watch out! Oh, the Spanner crew almost lost a tool in the toolbox there, didn't they? But it's gone over the top. And it's Johnson who will get 6 runs maximal.
Big, big hit there. Well, row A wasn't quite in danger there, but I think row C would have been splattered. Nice hit off the bat there. Yeah, so I was born in Germany to a German mum, and I've got actually half English, half Irish dad, so I think that makes me more German than it does English. But grew up in England, and that's where the accent comes from. But been living back in Germany for about 8 years now, playing for the national team. But play as much cricket as I can back in England in the summer as well. And of course, now in between commentary stints.
Yeah, and we've poached you, and it feels like you've been around forever on ECN, but yeah, it's only really last December that you joined our commentary team, so you've been around about half a year now, I suppose. First full season. That's going to be a hit, one bouncer out to the sweeper, just a single. That'll be the end of the over. Wassam goes for 17 in his. We've seen worst overs, and it's 94 for 2 after 6. Yeah, I suppose I'm just realising that this is your first full season. I'm going to nominate you for Rookie of the Year, Tina.
Most improved.
Most improved.
From rubbish to slightly less than rubbish.
I don't think you're ever rubbish. But it's obviously something you really enjoy doing. We enjoy having you as part of our team. And I know you did the series in Hornchurch, but it's your first time commentating here at Rains Park, right? Yeah,
100%. And I heard the weather last year wasn't great.
So let me tell you about some of my memories of last year. It was only a 5-day series last year. Not held by the bowler, they'll get a single. But we had our 400,000th subscriber. Now, if you go back to the summer of, I'm going to say 2023, I think it was, and we had our 300,000th subscriber. And for some reason, we'd said, leading up to that, when we were at kind of 260, 270, that Rico and I would do the ice bucket challenge when we got to 300,000.
Those were the days.
Oh, well, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? That one's going to easily clear the boundary. Maximal, Afshar. It's kind of been starved to the strike at times, but that's a brilliant, brilliant hit over long on. I like his setup here. It's fairly still slight forward press. Knew straight away. That was 6. So, as it would happen, it happened in July 2023. We were in Rome. I know you've played there at the Roman Cricket Ground, and it was stinking hot.
Yeah.
And it was 40 degrees plus. It was so hot. Come back ball, pretty good one. Back away's not a great tactic in ECN cricket, I think. That's something we've noted, because bowlers are generally giving you width anyway, so it makes a ball like this almost unreachable. So the ice bucket challenge was awesome. In 7 minutes I was dry, and actually I started doing it for fun. We had the cool box, I don't know what we call it here, but we call it the esky. Of the, where you put your drinks.
Yeah, cool box, I guess.
Cool box?
Yeah.
Okay. And I just kept soaking a towel in it and putting it. It was so hot. So that was a fun way to celebrate. In the air, should be gone, is gone. They haven't dropped too many catches at all. Hassan Abbas will take that to his right. Afshar, well, he's good while he was there, but now he's not. He's out for 30. And although the 100 comes up, a third wicket falls. It's 102 for 3.
Easy catch in the end. It looked like it was threatening to just go over the tall figure of Arslan Abbas in the covers. In the end, floats to him. That will be the next wicket to fall. 102 for 3. New batter strides in. Dylan Marks. My synapses are firing for some kind of communist puns, but they're just not coming to me.
I'm not going to touch that one. Not just yet. I'll stay neutral. But yeah, nice catch. Pretty easy catch, really. But just had to judge where to stand, and he got there pretty quickly. So yeah, I like the amount of wrist spin I'm seeing. Actually, it's not something we see a lot of on the network. This one actually turns a bit. Nice take. by Tamas Raj behind the stumps. Anyway, so that was 2023. We reached 300,000 subscribers. Last year, heading into the middle of the year, we looked like we were going to get towards 400,000. There's little Nick, and that's going to fly away for 4. So no luck there for Khan. And that's a Marxist start for Marx, who will get 4 runs, and he gets his first runs in ECN cricket.
Doesn't matter how they come. Right off the edge. Looks suspiciously at his bat. Not quite at the middle, but they all count. 4 runs.
So here's the thing with last year. It was actually May we were here, end of May, and we were on 399, and then we reached the 400,000. And so Rika had this great idea that, you know, we're in England, we're going to have Pims and strawberries. On the walk here, it's a tough chase. In fact, it's a chase that won't be completed out there. Gabriel Gorman-Finlay, I remember him, he's been to the ECC before with the Scotland 11. But yeah, he wasn't able to make the stop there. So that's the end of the over as well. So it's 111 for 3 after 7. Because we're in England, I feel like I should be commentating on one leg during the Nelson 1-1-1 for those that are superstitious. Let's have a look as well at some of the competitions coming up. We'll let you know what's happening on ECN. Of course, if you are watching on YouTube, subscribe to the channel and like this video, and you can watch cricket every day. The Western Shield is currently held by the British and Irish Knights, and they won it in February. There's a second edition coming up, and that is a representative team in the format from all corners of the globe. So there's a British and Irish 11, there's a European 11, there's an Asian 11, and a rest of the world 11. We had Ross Taylor captaining the world 11 recently, and Kevin O'Brien was captaining the British and Irish team that ultimately would win it. And the British and Irish team have won both of them so far. But also there's a Meltool Shield, which is the women's version. It'll run concurrently with the Western Shield in that 10-day window this year. And there's a very good chance we'll see you on the park for Europe.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And that's going to be the first time 4 teams as well in the women's event.
Excited about that. Bit of an awkward one, but well fielded down there by Pearson Taylor. So, yeah, that's coming up in September. Then we have the ECC window. I know for people that might be just turning on for the first time, it's a lot to kind of get your head around. But we can try and explain to you what happens in the ECN universe. But I think once you get into it, you love it. And we have a variety of competitions, sometimes club competitions like this, sometimes international competitions. We have a lot of women's cricket on the network as well. I know we had an ECSW in Hornchurch earlier in the year, which had some big names in it as well. We had an ECSW in Sweden last week, where I was. That's a really good shot. It actually holds his balance very well, considering he was on the move. And, well, Jojo is going to do it. Joe Johnson with another 6 runs. The Spanners are entertained. They're seeing the action close up. Maximal 6 runs.
It was almost a Spanner Mexican wave there as they all threw their hands up, went over them. Nice shot, though. Just a little hop, skip and a jump down the pitch from Joe Johnson. 1 bounce and over the Spanners. On a ball of the 8th, and well, it'll be a hop, skip and a jump back to the dugout for Joe Johnson as he tries to repeat the trick. Misses it entirely, and he'll be 34 and out. Arslan Abbas, he's quite the wicket taker, doesn't quite get the quad trick this time, but still 2 for 17 of his 2 overs, looking like a key bowler already for the men in purple.
Yeah, I mean, last time he got the charge right, didn't he? But this time it was outside the line of his body, really. And time for Jojo to go. He's out. Stumped by Raj off the bowling of Arslan Abbas. Another wicket for Abbas. 119 for 4. Well, I don't want to get too carried away with my Jojo calls, because it was Trojo last year who was the player of the series. Troy Johnson, who's actually, he's a New Zealander actually. He's played for the Wellington Firebirds. He's played professional cricket. He's playing for Spencer last year. I believe we'll see him again for Spencer this year. Spencer did very well. Yeah, but he also took one of the most viral catches ever. Not an ECN catch, actually, in professional cricket, right on the boundary.
Was that one where he was flying backwards? That was such a good catch.
Yeah.
If you can repeat the trick here, you can go viral for a second time.
Could do.
Oh, I forgot to tell, so yesterday, Lionesses, that was 5 p.m. We then, because when we come to England, we do pub quizzes.
Yeah.
We sneaked into the pub quiz.
And by sneaked, you mean you were a late arrival, or what?
They told us earlier in the day that it was fully booked.
Classic chat.
Yeah, I think they just saw us coming on the back of our double victory in Hornchurch. They were like, no, sorry. No space for ECN on tour. And then of course the final went to extra time and penalties, so then they were worried about the quiz not starting on time, and then I think because it was a later start, we got a table. And well, we thought we were pretty confident. We had Joe Foster in the team. He's an absolute quiz machine. Obviously Yoz, he was from the triumphant Hornchurch side. A couple of others as well, just making up for the numbers, but they were there for the good looks. And we were confident. We thought we must have only dropped about 5 points in the whole quiz. We came comfortably second.
Okay.
So we've lost our crown.
I mean, second's all right.
So we were actually joint second, and it went to a what would you call it, a tiebreaker.
Oh, really?
And it was.
It's always like it's a. Is it more like an estimation question? The tiebreaker. It's normally some sort of quantitative question.
Yeah, it was in what year? Was the first ever escalator patented?
Oh.
And it was between us and another side for second place. So I'll throw it to the chat. You give me an answer as well. First ever escalator, what year? And it was closest to the year wins.
I'm going to go with like 1885. I hate these questions.
I hate them as well.
Oh, what a shot. It's kind of reverse that he has to fetch from his fake-off stump, but he's going to get a top edge and it's going to over the keeper for 4. So Horton is playing a few trick shots. That'll be the end of the 9th over. We have a bit of an expression on ECN as well. It all happens in the 9th. That was a pretty interesting way to finish it at the end of 9. East Molesey 128 for 4. Are we going to we're running out of time, so will you tell me if I'm close or not?
Yeah, so we and the other team,
your guess?
We put 1890.
Okay. And
the other team put a different century. They went 1940. But we were going under the assumption there'd be some kind of wooden contraption, you know.
Okay, so I already know that I'm not close because if you didn't win,
no, this was for second place tiebreak.
Okay, so it was for second, so it wasn't first and second.
No.
Quick look at the bowling figures. Kumar's done well, hasn't he? 1 for 17, and you can also see 17 conceded off 2 overs by Aslan Abbas. Took 2 wickets to go with his 5 earlier. He's miles ahead in the leading wicket takers. Okay. Have we got any responses in here? I know someone's a bit of a delay. It's
we were called escalator nerds by how
close
how
you were.
close
so
we
then
were.
I'm not a million miles off.
We knew it couldn't be the 20th century because we knew it'd be something pre-electricity kind of.
Yeah.
You know, you have lifts that were back from the 17th century because it was just wooden pulleys, you know.
Yeah, and then London Underground is from the 1800s, right? That's going to be hit into the gap, and nice bit of fielding in the end. Not a bad surface to dive on, actually. We'll get back for 2.
So Julian guessed 1898. Paul Horn guessed 1892. I think Adian Googled.
Well done. I like you just accused him of cheating straight off the bat. You know I didn't cheat because I was looking at you.
I know Adian is a very avid trivia fan. Well, that one's gone in and straight back out.
Oh, it's a rare drop catch, isn't it, from Banstead? I suppose if you are going to drop one in the 10th, probably can't cost you that many. That's right off the bottom of the bat, and yeah, that's Aditya Kumar.
Alex, the director, said 1891, and the answer is 1892. We put 1890, so we doubled our winnings. This one is another chance for a catch. This time it is taken on the deep point boundary. And it's Horton that has to go. The drop took Dylan Marks off strike. He watches with a sigh of relief as it's Archie Horton who gets caught on the boundary. 131 for 5, 3 balls left.
But I think Alex definitely cheated because he didn't want to. He's Googled it and he hasn't gone the exact. He's gone 1 off.
To throw us
and
off the
he's gone
scent.
1 closer than you.
It's like when you're copying homework and you just do a couple of ones wrong.
I'm calling foul play on Alex. He is known around 2 circles for his dishonesty. Don't want to poke the bear. He does have the power to mute us as well. Just joking, Alex. Good guess.
We doubled our winnings from a £25 bar tab to a £50 bar tab.
Ooh, hello.
So we will have to reclaim our second place next Sunday. I won't be here next Sunday, so you'll have to go in my stead. I think that's a downgrade, but, you know.
Oh, it's pretty good off-cutter here, actually. And the follow-up, they will get a single. Hey, look who's come to the crease. It is the South African Test cricketer, Clyde Rees-Fortune. And actually gets a pretty good one, a cutter that bites. Actually, you owe me £50 because I remember buying you a round of Baby Guinnesses remotely. And I think this is after one of your quizzes, and I can't remember where I was. Maybe I was in Prague.
I catch you at a moment of weakness.
And I reckon you just sent out to everyone, hey, whoever wants to buy us a drink, here's the QR code. I thought I was special. And you apparently showered with drinks.
Me and George Hankins put it on our social media profiles. And between
You texted me specifically, so you must have known I was a sucker.
No comment.
I think it was 45 quid. I'm just saying,
Really?
if you want to hand the voucher over, let me keep the change.
Well, my brother, clearly in a moment of brotherly love, sent me some milk and cookies because he was like, I'm not sending you alcohol.
So the last ball coming up should be stopped, will be stopped. Again, they're just going to get one, and I don't think there's a chance of two. So 133 for 5, very similar to the score in the final last night, actually, in the Stockholm ECS final. But it looks a bit light on, doesn't it? I mean, they're given some sort of chance. I suppose the big question will be, you know, if they can get Wassam early, can they apply a bit of pressure here? East Molesey, like I said, are a very strong side in the area, but I just feel that they almost weren't allowed to bat very well there, despite, you know, quite a few attacking shots in the attacking intent. They're going to have to settle for a score in the 130s, Tina.
Yeah, and it's only, I think it was 41 scored in the final 5 overs, so quite a spectacular fall away, given they were 94 for 2 before the 6th. So, yeah, you've got to say it was a good comeback, actually, from Banstead, who really high on confidence from that win this morning, and not just a win, an absolutely thumping one over Twickenham. This time they didn't manage to skittle out East Molesey, but they'll be certainly happy with where they've restricted the side to 133 on the board. And again, when the opportunities came, mostly they were taken. And it was, in the end, no one really got away from the bowling side, with Joe Johnson, Jojo, finishing 34 off 16. He was the top scorer. Otherwise, a 30 for Tia Mafshar, and just teen contributions throughout from the rest of the batting side. So Banstead, given we've seen their batting prowess in the first half of the innings this morning, we know what they're capable of, especially with the likes of the Centurion, the freshly baked Centurion Harar Wassam waiting in the wings. He scored 125 alone in that first game, and it's only 9 more needed here for victory. You know how quickly things change on the network. You can go from 0 to 0 and vice versa. And East Molesey, they at least have runs to work with here, if not as many as they would have hoped for. And they've got the chance here with their bowlers. You can see they're marking up their run-ups. Take things seriously here. The tape measure is out. The spray is out. And they know they've got to put in a good bowling performance to restrict a strong Banstead side. Taking a look at the scorecards then. Tia Mafshar 30, Joe Johnson 34. Dylan Marks, he finished 14 not out, maybe just chewed up a few too many deliveries, 11 in total, but he'll come back stronger. Clyde Rees-Fortune, who is captaining the side, never really got a chance to get going. Maybe would like to see him just a touch higher up in the batting order. 13 extras though for Banstead, probably too many. I suppose 5 of those were leg byes. But again, we expect quite good things from the England bowlers, and 8 wides, just too many for Banstead. Luke Pearson-Taylor opening up impressively, 18 runs off his 2 overs. And another 2 wickets to add to the collection for Arslan Abbas to go with his 5 from this morning, goes for just the 17 runs as well. So Banstead, early doors, looking like a pretty tidy outfit going into the second game of the day. So at the halfway stage then, East Molesey, they've got runs on the board, probably about 20-30 shy of where they'd like to be, but Banstead still need to chase them down if they want to go 2 for 2 at the start of this series here in England. So join me, Tina Goff and Vinnie Sanders will be back for the run chase in less than 10 minutes time here from sunny Wimbledon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
What a beautiful drone shot that is over Rains Park here in Wimbledon. We're into match 2. East Molesey have put runs on the board, probably not as many as they would have hoped for, 133 of them. So Banstead, they'll certainly be eyeing the win. Maybe they'll be eyeing the Octopus. 4 from 4. Remember, they picked up 4 points this morning in that thumping win over Twickenham. If they can chase down the 134 runs needed in 7 overs or fewer, then they'll not only take the win, they'll also take the bonus points win. As for East Molesey, they're going to have to restrict Banstead to just around 100 runs if they want to take the win home in their first game on the European Cricket Network. Tantalisingly poised then, East Molesey. They probably would have wanted more runs on the board, but they also know that they've got a few interesting bowlers up their sleeve. They've got, of course, Clyde Reeves-Fortune, the captain who only faced the 1 ball in the batting innings, finished with 0 off 1. He can certainly do a bit of damage with the ball. It's got the likes of Toby Crowther and Taran Sridevi, who I'm sure will be wanting to stick their hand up to try and keep these Banstead batters at bay. Just see them striding out from the left of your screens there. It will be Ayush Patel to open up with, unsurprisingly, Harawal Wassam, given that he scored 125 runs in game number 1 against Twickenham. He will be opening up once more, striding confidently to the striker's end, so he'll face up the first ball. So there is the equation. 93, in fact, is what East Molesey have to restrict Banstead to if they want to take 4 points away from this game. Meanwhile, Banstead, they of course have the 10 overs to get the runs for the win. But if they want the bonus point win, 7 overs is that magic number. Certainly wouldn't put it past them, especially with Harawal Wassam. Already put his name up in lights this morning. Ayush Patel, meanwhile, didn't get off to the best of starts. He just hit 4 before he was dismissed on the very next delivery. As this one was just going to tease over the head of the skipper of East Molesey, and it will be first 4 runs on the board for Wassam. In that first game, Ayush Patel got a vicious delivery from Juan Henry, just got big on him, tried to get himself out of the way of it, just gloved it through to the keeper, Ryan Hussain. So he'll be looking to add a few more runs to the collection, trying to emulate the success of Harawal Wassam at the other end. Toby Crowther bowling this first over, tall left armour. I mean, as AstroTurf pitches go, this is not the bounciest we've ever seen. Just a couple of weeks back in Creerfelt, we're getting balls that were lifting, carry on lifting past the batter to the keeper. This one plays a little more true. I think it's one that has been there a while if you compare that to Hornchurch, where the AstroTurf was just laid about a week before the tournament. Ended up playing very well, in fact. On this occasion, Crowther just too wide for the umpire's liking. Worth noting then that this is East Molesey's first game on the network. And they'll be looking to emulate their opposition here in winning their very first game. Banstead, meanwhile, looking to go 2-2. This will be the end of the day for Banstead as well. They're just playing the first 2 games and having a rest for the remaining 3. They will come back tomorrow, though. It's a good delivery from Crowther. He goes around the wicket to Ayush Patel, who wafts at that one. So we've got 4 days of action from Group A, Monday through to Thursday. And we just have a little sneak preview at Group B on Friday before we have Saturday and Sunday off. A rare treat on the network, actually. I'm sure the crew very much looking forward to that one. And then we have the final 3 days of Group B action, Monday through to Wednesday, followed by quarterfinals on Thursday, and then the big finals day on Peacock Friday, next Friday. There's a lot of cricket to be played between now and then, and it's 2 groups of 5, top 4 in each group go through, and then it's a classic seeding. of first place in Group A playing fourth place in Group B and vice versa. There is still value in being near the top of the group to, I suppose, not get the double chance that we often see on the network, but to at least play the statistically weaker team going into the quarterfinals and the semi-finals. But as regular viewers of the European Cricket Network will know, anything can happen at any time, but especially going into the knockout stages as well. We saw that in Hornchurch, had the same format over in Hornchurch, and there a few surprises were sprung going into the knockout stages, and very much expecting the same here. Whipped away nicely. Ayush Patel misses out on 2 occasions, but does get off the mark with a Maximo. Only managed a 4 in his first game, so gets himself up and away in game number 2. Maybe a bit of relief for the Banstead opener. It's the beauty of the European Cricket Network is that the games come thick and fast. That's also a bit of a trouble though if you get yourself into a poor run of form. Difficult to get out of it quickly, but that one races away. That bounce in front of the rope was the rope on the next pitch, so it was a comfortable 6. Don't be fooled by the camera work there. And this one's going to go to the offside. I think this one drops just inside the rope, so it'll be 4 runs. Lovely inside-out shot there from Ayush Patel with the angle working against him. He just lifts that one away. And it's a solid start for Banstead. 17 runs coming off the first over, and the Centurion, Haro Wassam, hasn't really had to do much so far. Just hit 5 runs to him. 10 off Ayush Patel's bat. Joining me back in the, well, I've been calling it an igloo. It's not actually an igloo. It's just a plain old tent. Joining me back in the tent, Vicky Sandy.
Yeah, I don't mind it actually, though. I like the background we've got. But this will be fine as long as we don't have rain coming in sideways. And I didn't actually get to that earlier on. But anyway, 55 matches since Goldwell. Hey, it's been a while. We didn't have one in Stockholm. I know that you guys had one in Crefeld. Probably should have had another one in the women's, by the way. Keeper could have hit stumps from about a metre. Anyway, that is going to be
harsh.
I think, well, harsh but fair. I was watching, okay, this is a bit of an aside. I was watching a Swedish game show last night, and I remember this from Stockholm, that at the hotel bar on a Sunday night, there's this, with the sound down. Actually, no, I think we had the sound up. But it's a succession of weird, almost Japanese-style challenges to win money. But you can't follow them. I remember last time I watched it for 2 hours with one of our crew members, because there's a big piggy bank and they had a big hammer and they was going to smash it. Speaking of smashing, that is smashed. And it's wham bam, thank you Wassam. He's already got 100 in the day. Somehow didn't win the player of the match thanks to his skipper. But there we go. The kids are going to get some free fielding practice this week in Wimbledon.
Oh no, it's a Bayern Munich shirt. I thought I'd escaped that from Germany, but it's Harry Kane on the back, so I suppose it's the English representation.
Yeah, well, you and Harry Kane have something in common there. A bit of the English-German connection.
There you go.
Even if you don't want to admit it. But anyway, come back to that in a second. Oh, that's an absolute monster. I didn't see him live, but seeing is believing, and that is an absolute, just huge hit to finish the first over. 18 without loss.
There's a question in the chat from Monty about why we don't play on turf pitches when we can in England, but I know groundsmen and grounds people can be very precious about their pitches, and I think they would have a very, very early heart attack if you had 5 games played on turf every day for 10 days. So the point is we try and make things sustainable, but equally you just want to have a level playing field wherever you are in Europe. And yes, you do have some variations in AstroTurf, and yes, we have beautiful turf pitches in England, but we like to keep things nice and simple.
And I think the thing is also, people don't realise we need to set up the camera infrastructure right behind the pitch.
Yeah.
And we would love to be able to kind of make 3 or 4 of those if we're using 3 or 4 different pitches. But then the other thing people don't realise, wait for this, because Patel is facing up to Porter. It's a short one, and it'll be the one for the over. Because we're playing all day using pretty much all sunlight hours. Yeah, look at the London cab in the background. Actually, my bags are in that. It's Martin's cab. So keep an eye on that if you can.
If it disappears, you're in trouble.
You don't have time to prepare another pitch because we're playing all day. So again, people don't realise how crazy it is, the schedule, and 10 hours a day of cricket.
The camera work is a particular problem that maybe you don't realise, because even if, like Monty says in the chat, you can prepare 8 strips, who's going to be moving the scaffolding for every single?
Yeah, people don't realise that. But, you know, one thing I like about, you know, it took me a while to get used to it, but now I realise, you know, the pitch isn't a factor. It's not going to change.
Yeah.
You know, it's the same for both sides. So, yeah, there are certain types of cricket where it is interesting the way the pitch changes. Test cricket, mostly, obviously. Okay, top edge-ish, but that's still going to fly a long way over. Maximal Patel with his first, and Banstead pretty much picking up where they left off in game 1.
It certainly is difficult to get used to turf pitches, speaking from personal experience. If you've played on AstroTurf, I played my first games back in England maybe a month ago after it had rained, and I was going back on a length.
Got a few ankle biters?
Yeah. I was thinking it's going to come up to my waist, and it kind of plopped onto my shin.
I always think it's easier, it's definitely easier to go from turf to AstroTurf than the other way around. Banstead with 4 points. Remember, there's 4 points on offer every game. Generally, if you win, you get 3 and the loser gets 1. But if you can thrash a team, and that certainly was a thrashing in game 1, then you can steal the other team's point. That's what Banstead did, and that's why Twickenham's still on 0, but we'll see them in the next game. So, and I was making a bit of fun of missing the stumps from a metre, but there was this part of the game where it went from a big wheel to something, and then this is last night, and then there were 10 cups stacked up. That one's hit very well. It's going to be more of the same. A Maximal to Assam, and just like that, is 34 off 8. And remember, if they can chase it down in 7 overs here, and they need about 19 and over pace to do that, then they could actually get the octopus 8 points out of 8. Anyway, so this lady had 3 beanbags. I'm like, well, obviously you throw the beanbags at the. They were numbered 1 to 10 as well. 1 on top, then 2 and 3 next row. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. From about a metre, she missed with 1, missed with a second, then ran up even closer. So maybe they were 2 metres. And then, basically knocked them over. And I don't know, I think she won some money for it. But last year when I was watching the Swedish game show, they kept teasing this piggy bank and a hammer. And I'm like, well, we're going to find out what's in the piggy bank.
It sounds like Squid Games.
Yeah. It's going to be 4. It's good movement from Wassam. He's just toying with the bowlers. I do like the kind of pace off they're trying to him. They're trying things, but nothing seems to be working. Yeah, but last year, and finally, after 3 hours of watching this show, and it's completely in Swedish, so I've got no idea what they're saying, and they go, good night. And that was it. And then it just remained unsmashed. I always thought,
whatever happened to that piggy bank?
Work? Yeah. Oh, shot. Wassam. He's just timing the pants off absolutely everything, isn't he? He's 44 off 10. I will say the fastest 50, and I'll have some questions about that. Fastest 50 is 9 balls. It didn't get done until September last year. We've had 3 of them now on the network. But still, this isn't far behind. Could be on for an 11 baller here.
We had questions earlier in the first game as well when Banstead were batting highest total on the network.
Yeah. Do you want me to show it?
Absolutely. I mean, we showed up the highest run chase, and that was 208.
Yes,
I believe.
I'm aware, and I did that game. That was in a final.
Yeah, they did it with a ball to spare as well.
Redonkulous.
But that's obviously not the highest total we've seen.
No, it isn't.
That one's going to be worked away, and it's going to drop and skip and run away for 4 runs. Wassam not going to get the 11 ball half century. He's still on for the 12 baller. He did it in 13 in game 1, so he's slowly working his way down.
But
no, your clothes are being stolen.
Okay. Martin told me he's just taking my bags to the hotel. What a service.
Martin, take a bow.
I love London, but I'm glad I don't have to pay that meter. I think it had been running a fair bit by the time it got to the airport to pick me up. Anyway, that's going to be hit sideways, and I think it's pitched just inside. It's going to be 50 for Wassam, a 12 ball half century. And it's kind of consistent with the 24 ball 100 that he started the day with. And Banstead on an absolute terror on the opening morning of this Wimbledon European Cricket Series.
125 off 34, 52 off 12 here. 1 ball better than his half century in game 1. Doesn't look like he's done yet. Remember, still in the power play. The trouble is he's going to run out of runs at some point. 71 needed.
He could still. I've seen 100 in a 108 chase, I think. Oh, again, power play can't come to an end quick enough. That will be the end of it. Someone fetch it. It's gone into someone's kit bag. There will be a search. Wassam goes Maximal once again, and after 3 overs, Do not adjust your sets. Well found by that gentleman. It's 69 without loss.
Wassam showing that it's not all just about crashing it either. That one he just lifts over the covers for 6 runs. And that over from Jake Tarling ends up going supersonic. 30 runs coming off it. Every single one went to the rope. Ayush Patel, well, he's at least sticking around. He's 8 off 5. Hasn't had to do much in that power play. 69 runs coming off it and unbeaten as well, the 2 out there. So they're going to turn to a bit of spin here. East Molesey. And they're going to be looking to Archie Horton.
Got to try something. So here's the left arm spinner there, and it's going to be a full toss first up. Going, gone. Maximo. Very light in his feet there, Patel. Might have been a low full toss, turn it into a much more hittable full toss. Drills it straight over the commentary tent, 6 runs.
John Gray in the chat says that the game show you're talking about is called Snabbercash.
If he's found that, that's amazing.
It's
and
on Netflix.
I will be looking for it on my Netflix.
Swedish Netflix. So you've got to get the VPN
But
on.
I think they normally have them. Okay, here's your highest team totals. We've actually had 2 of the record total of 257. And yeah, even to get on that list now, you need 230 basically. And actually, they're all from what we call the Grizzly era. 257 by Jaguar included the highest individual score of, wait for it, 193 not out by Hamza Salim Dar, who was 189 with 2 balls to go. Of course, yeah, Gagan there, 235 is there from earlier this season against CFS Pinnacle Pro. By the way, we'll see CFS Pinnacle Pro in this series, and that was actually 419. That was the most matches in it, the most runs in a game, I believe, and that actually broke the record of, wait for it, I'm joining all the red dots, the red string here. That broke the record of highest runs combined in a game, which was the Jersey final, the 209 or the 208 chase.
Nice.
So it beat that, and we actually had that. We had 2 times. We had that 419 in that Hornchurch series in the same day. Anyway, now that you've gotten all that, you can try and unpack it. But right now, there's just no sign of a let-up from Banstead. I just don't think I've seen this brutality in quite a while. This dominance with Wassam, 58 off 13. Patel doing his bit as well. Houghton's come back. You see what they need for the bonus point. Helps it over the top of the 45, and it's going to be 4 more runs, Tina.
I think John Gray has fake newsed us. I think Snabbercash, it is a TV series, it is a Swedish TV series, but it looks like a gritty drama.
No,
Doesn't sound like the whimsical...
This is a phone-in show. So I don't think they're on Netflix. Because, you know, you can phone in. People were goading me to phone in as well. Didn't think that cheap.
Was it on, like, channel 312?
Yeah. Wow! Watch out, kids! That's coming your way. What a shot! I mean, he's charged that and he's hooked it, and it's gone about 120 metres. Wow! What are we watching here? Patel steals the thunder. It's a charging hook. Call the Guinness people. That was massive.
Gotta see this one again.
Oh, that was so big. Oh, Ayush, shot of the day. Take that, Wassam. Oh, man. I'm so glad I'm not bowling. That's gone over the Spanner Club, and that is 6. Stop the voting. This has been ridiculous. By the way, coming up next, we've got Trojo and Spencer. Troy Johnson, last year's player of the tournament, so he'll get the right of reply. And he said to me, I was just having a chat to him, he said, oh, good to see you've kept the boundaries the same. I'm looking forward to having a bat. Oh, it's slower. That's gutsy bowling from Horton. I think it's probably the right play, but his over does go magical. 28 off at 97 without loss after 4.
I'm trying to... Is it called Bingo? No, that's just a bingo show. I'm trying to find your Swedish game show, and I just don't know what to Google. I've put in Swedish game show. Piggy
I'm
bank?
going to find it.
You're going to have to find it. The thing is, I was talking to Rico about this, because Sweden, not far from Germany, you think, okay, maybe you can understand a bit of what they're saying. Swedish is so baffling as a language.
25 vowels.
How have they gone so wrong being so close to Germany?
Apparently it's quite easy to learn if you're an English speaker, but I think you just need to know the basics. Well, that one's up in the air, and that's going to be 6. Maybe not quite as far, but the 100 comes up. And really, it's hard to see how East Molesey are going to walk away with a point, because to do that, they'd have to push the game to an 8th over. It's in kind of tier 1, which is of easy languages to learn if you are an English speaker, and in there with Spanish. So maybe not quite as easy as Spanish, but it's in the same family. Whereas, things like Japanese are like tier 5. There's other languages that are even harder, like Vietnamese. I think there's a really tough one. But yeah, so I think you just need to know the basics. Swedish is one of those ones that does use kind of the same alphabet, but the way they put double dots and hats and little circles on letters, yeah, the pronunciation, you just need to learn it, but it's not instinctive. That's 6 more, as that will disappear. A maximal. I'm just checking how many boundaries that is in a row, and it's at least 10.
It's 11.
Is it 11?
Yeah.
It is 11 boundaries in a row. So here's the last 11 balls. 6, 6, 4, 6, 4, 4, 6, 6, 4, 4, 6.
Sounds like one of the game shows on your Swedish.
Sounds like if Wimbledon was best of 11 sets. That's what the score would be. Wassam to 58. Just got upstaged by Patel with that massive maximal on the last over. That is the 100 up now. What's happening with the score? And another one. Make it 12 in a row. Sridevi gets a bowl. I think he might have drawn the short straw, but Banstead is showing there no flash in the pan. This time they're doing it on the chase.
And Ayush Patel in the runs this time, having missed out on the first game this morning. He's playing catch-up 46 off just 13 deliveries, so he could get a 14-ball half-century here to go with Harawal Wassam's 12-ball half-century. He's just the 4 runs away here. Just 20 needed. He tries to get funky.
Probably could have hit that for 6 if he wanted, but decided to get funky. Patel's knocking on the raw half-century now.
This could be a 10-wicket win to go with the 135-run win this morning, which is quite a statement of intent from Banstead, who will be more than happy with their first day's work.
Oh, flat bat smack. Bit of friendly fire there into his teammates. A maximal to finish the 5th over. And for a team that scored 212, by the way, after slowing down, only 33 in the last 3 overs in the first innings of the day, right now they are on, I'm going to guess that's 240 pace. It's 121 without loss after 5. And they only need 13 more in 12 balls, and they could get the octopus 8 points out of 8. Just a reminder, if you are a Hindi speaker, we encourage you to join our Telegram channel at European Cricket Network Hindi. James Baisley, who played for the World 11, is pointing playfully at the European cricket ball. He is the face of the Hindi channel, but
Rightly
I think
so.
only because he's pointing in the right direction.
Yep. Where does Hindi rank in languages to learn?
Yeah. The most of those subcontinental languages are kind of like, tier 5 to tier 6. It's quite interesting. You can look that up. That's full toss. First up. We'll get into the gap, and that's going to be 4. And so, well, it might be handy. I don't know if our lunch is ready. But that will be 50, I think, as well. This time Patel is going to bring it up in 15 balls. So just 9 off 11 for the BP. Luke Wood's getting a bowl. Not bad.
Sabir in the chat asking the record of consecutive boundaries on the network. I know
good question.
Certainly in the teens.
I normally know 6s. I think I've seen 9 6s in a row. Probably the only thing that's gone wrong for Banstead in this game. It'll slip there. Wassam is going to face up. Hard to think of a more dominant day. He's knocking on the door of 200 runs. Ran on boundary. Well done by Woods here. I mean, again, I think you learn it's not really about the pace. In fact, lack of pace can work. It certainly was the case yesterday in Sweden during the finals day. That the faster they bowled, the further it went. A lot of slower balls, elicited mishits. Half a question. And then it was a bit like the last Spanish penalty there in the World Cup last night. Yeah, we haven't had too much time to settle because of the amount of big hits we've seen. But yeah, the World Cup final yesterday was a very exciting one. What do you think about penalties to decide big games? I mean, it always splits the audience.
So I don't know if that one's not splitting anything. That will be the end of the game as well. So we'll come back to that one.
Why don't we come back to that? Because we've got a bit of time. It'll be about 45 minutes till the next game. That's 8 points out of 8, and Banstead have just biffed a ridiculous score of 134 in 5.5 overs. Nice to see Patel getting amongst the runs, 52 off 17, but Wissam, he'll finish the day. That actually brings up his 200 for the morning. And we haven't had lunch yet. He scored 203 runs. It's a pretty good start, to say the least, to his tournament. But Banstead, I mean, yes, Wissam was brilliant with the bat, but I actually think, you know, the way they bowled, the variety they showed with the ball, the way they held their catches for the most part, it was just a very dominant performance, and they'll pick up the win here with 25 balls to spare. For East Molesey, well, they're in good company, aren't they? They will have the chance to get their tournament back on track. Still 7 matches in the qualifying stage. Spencer are on the park next, and Troy Johnson leading them. That's last year's player of the series. Twickenham, I like some of the ins they've brought in. Blake Vanderlinde was very good last year for them. Paddy Dixon listed to open the batting. Nunes will lead the side once again. And Phil Nash, Angus McKenzie coming in. He's a very handy wrist spinner as well, so watch out for him. And Spencer winning the toss, elected to bat in that one. And because of the early finish, we're about 45 minutes away. Very convenient timing. Tina, if our lunch is ready. But let's roll through these highlights. And if you're a fan of murderous opening partnerships, well, you'll be licking your lips here. I mean, some of these Grizzlies came back bent out of shape, because there was some huge ones, particularly one from Patel, the one that he charged the left arm spinner and hooked. That was putting the kids in danger on the other pitch. But I don't remember a team being so impressive, Tina. One time setting, one time chasing. Banstead taking all 8 points out of the morning game.
There's not too many more dominant performances than a 135-run win, followed up by 10 wickets. And that's exactly what Banstead have done here. And that's their day over as well. So they'll go home, put their feet up and watch the rest of the action as the kids... Well, that one went all the way to the bowler on the kids' camp.
I don't have a word for how insane that shot was. And yeah, that's been a friendly fire. For those who played along at home, apparently the game that I saw last night in Sweden was Bingolotto. So look that up. This game's done with time to spare. If you have time, I'll give you some homework. You can go back and you can look at the Swedish final last night. Catch the highlights of that, because that was an absolute belter of a game. I already told the Spanners that were on the train or getting here, and that's one they need to catch up on. But that's a nice aerial view of the ground here at Rains Park, the Rains Park Sports Complex. And a lot going on, hive of activity. Nice to see so much cricket involving so many of the youngsters as well. So we can go through the scorecard for you, and only 2 batters were cited for Banstead. Wissam with 78, 203 runs in the morning for him. Ayush Patel with 52, and it was a pretty impressive strike from him. He's going at better than 3 a ball, but Wissam was going at better than 4 a ball. And that 133, as we expected, it wasn't enough. And they bring up the win within 6 overs. And of course, if it's under 7 overs, then you get to steal the other team's point. But yeah, very complete performance. Bowling wise, well, for East Molesey, most of their bowlers won't have too many fond memories of their first game. But like I said, it's just the beginning, isn't it? And there's still plenty of cricket left. And remember, 4 days of cricket here in Group A. Hard to pick a favourite. Luca Woods, though, I mean, he had limited success in his over. Its over wasn't finished in the end. But look, again, a bit like Twickenham, and onwards and upwards. They obviously were in cracking form, Banstead, this morning. There was no stopping them. And we will have to take a quick stop here, though, because we'll be having, hopefully, a bite of lunch. And we'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time, as we'll see Spencer from last year. They will be back, including last year's player of the series, as Trojo will be ready to go, taking on Twickenham, searching for their first points of the series. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maxon with Tina Goff. We'll take a break and see you after it for match 3 in this European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back to Rains Park here in London. Great to have your company as we get ready for match 3 here. Opening day of this European Cricket Series. Second time we've had an ECS here. Wimbledon, our host club. And right now we're going to see match 3 between Spencer Cricket Club and Twickenham. Now, we did see Twickenham earlier in the day and they weren't able to pick up a point in match 1. They kind of got blown out of the water. Spencer, a side who performed really well last year, made it all the way to the big dance, but it was a funny old format last year. They just fell away at the end. NCAA were the champions as they were parachuted into finals day. But we got 10 clubs here already. We have seen 3 of them. Now we'll see the 4th team here in Group A. Still Weybridge to see. Looking at the 2 lineups, well, Spencer, quite a few names we did see last year. Now, Troy Johnson, the captain, he is a New Zealander and he's back for another season at Spencer. He's professional cricket as well, and he's done some quite amazing things while he has been taking part in the European Cricket Series. Now, last year he was the MVP, as I said. I'm sure he's keen to make some waves when he's opening the batting, and he won the toss and had no hesitation in electing to bat. But also watch out, Freddie Horler. I know he's listed there as Rufus, but it definitely is Freddie Horler. He was pretty important last year as well. Twickenham, no less than 5 changes for them. Blake Vanderlinde was a pretty influential player of South African origin last year, and he's got an indoor cricket background, action cricket background. I think he took to the format quicker than most. Paddy Dixon and Neville Talbot listed to open the batting. Nunes, the Portuguese captain, is also the Twickenham captain. Spencer, 77% favourites against Twickenham. I don't know what to read into the Twickenham performance earlier on, but I do know that they're a very competitive outfit. But Banstead, the story of the day so far, all 8 points on offer so far belong to Banstead. So it's nice that some other teams will get the chance to grab some points here. Spencer, 77% favourites. So, as the players walk onto the field following the 2 umpires, it will be 10 overs aside. Of course, if you're just joining us, great to have you with us, and there's going to be plenty of action still to come. Well, we did have our lunch break, and it was a bit of a long break because of the successful chase in the last game, with Banstead chasing it in the 6th over. I've had a burger and chips, and I'm feeling like a new man. Still 3 matches to go, so yeah, we're only just getting started, really. Yeah, Spencer certainly took to the format pretty well last year. I think, most of these teams, they're quite even. You've got the depth there as well. I think you're seeing guys coming down the order that they're still very, very capable of hitting boundaries straight away. And that is probably the slightly different skill set with the middle order in a T10 with these kind of dynamics compared to a T20. That often in T20 you're playing a support role, you may be trying to turn the strike over a bit more when you come in, whereas here you really need boundary hitters that can come in and almost go from ball 1. Here is ball 1. John Henry is bowling it, and it's a wild swing and a miss from Trojo, as he became known last year to our ECN audience. Straight away signalling that intent. Henry actually scored a few runs before, pressing his case for all-rounder status. Don't know if he's quite there yet. And he's another player that qualifies to play for Portugal in international cricket. This one goes a little bit too wide, and it will be called. Now, the other thing, I don't know if it's been talked about so much, but we've been dabbling with the wide interpretations, and so for a while it was originally it was if the batter moves, the line moves with them, but the line belonged to the batter. So couldn't even touch any of the line. Well, this could be a big wicket first up. Someone's got to catch it. He's hustling in Talbot, and he's going to grass it. Well, just maybe didn't realise it was his catch straight away. I mean, Johnson, player of the series last year, looked like an off-speed ball from Henry. But Talbot into the side, puts it down, and an early talking point. Just lost his shape there. It was like a bit of a leading edge, came in, and down it goes. Johnson not finding it easy to get Henry away. Yeah, so going back to the wide changes. Then for the last just over a year, we've said, okay, the offside line is the line, and it won't move even if the batter moves. But the bowler gets the line, so they got a bit back, and that's been I think it's been quite successful. This is going to be a hit and well cut off. That is Carlos Nunes, the captain, Portuguese captain as well. That dives to his left, makes the stop. But, you know, we're experimenting now with kind of a mixture of the two. So you'll find from this series, the wide line will move again with the batter. But the difference being that the line still belongs to the bowler. So, yeah, that's something that's being trialled. The technical committee just maybe giving the bowler a bit more leeway. So if the batter, if they move before the ball's released, then the line should move that much. But again, we keep the principle that the line belongs to the bowler, and we'll see how that goes. All right, well, this is in the air. Johnson surely doesn't survive this one. Up in the air, gone. Well, there you go. Henry gets his man in the end, and Talbot breathing a bit easier as Henry bowls a class first over. In fact, is still going as Trojo has to go. Spencer Lewis, their captain, is 4 for 1, and Twickenham will straight away. They've got something to cheer about. They didn't really have too much to cheer about in their first game. Henry just getting a little bit extra out of this pitch, isn't he? He's bowling with good rhythm. Johnson tries to hook that, got a bit big on him, and the top edge ballooned to the man around the corner. So, big early wicket for Juan Henry. Well, he's one of the few Twickenham players that can probably say he's had a good day. And it was a nice catch taken there by Priyatam Kanthalal. Just looked a little bit uncomfortable under it, but the main thing was he held it. To get Johnson without hitting a boundary is huge. Out for just one. Oh, it's a good ball. Henry getting that to explode off the length. I'll be bringing him back straight away. End of the first over, 4 for 1. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo. Teening with me as we head into match number 3.
It's an important game for Twickenham, isn't it? 77 skittled this morning, losing by 135 runs, and they certainly won't want to do the opposite of what Banstead did, and that's lose their first 2 games. Taking a look at the Challenger division, you've got, I think it's about 6 weeks of action coming your way from the Cartama Oval over in Malaga. Challenger division will come after the Premier division, but I know it's going to be just as exciting. Yeah,
and it's actually kind of sandwiched in the middle because it comes before the championship group of the Premier. Wild swing from Scriven first up. As we get to the second over, this is Callum Watson. So, yeah, the Euros of cricket. Of course, we just saw the Euros of football last night with the Lionesses getting the win over Spain.
Yeah, well, you asked the question at the end of the previous game about penalties.
Penalty shootouts.
I mean, I know we've got our own version with the golden ball. And I don't know if you remember, I mean, I've seen it on videos. Watson, better ball this time, right on a length.
Good carry, isn't it?
I was just going to say, we were talking about the pitch earlier. It doesn't balloon. There's Harry Kane again.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
You're a fan of the kid, but not the shirt. Is that what?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
The kid has done nothing wrong. Bayern Munich, many ills.
Wrong. So Munich's very south, and you live in the north, right?
Yeah.
In Hamburg.
I mean, Bayern Munich is one of those sides that are so successful that everyone else hates them because of their success. This one could be caught a point, and it's yes, no, maybe, and it's dropped. It was juggle number 28 that eventually hit the deck. It was a brilliant effort. He looked like he saw it all the way. You can see the frustration.
It's the impact. It reminds you of the school project where you're meant to protect an egg, but it couldn't control the impact. I thought maybe it could have nestled in the belly button of the fielder there, but unfortunately it gets spilled. Jeez, we've had some action.
It takes a little wobble off his bucket hat as well on the way down.
Ethan Wright goes to ground, and I wonder if that one will cost him. This is Freddie Horler. He's come out at 3.
This one could be gone, and it will be gone then. This time Neville Talbot with a more comfortable catch. They certainly have been offering them up, have Spencer on this occasion. It is taken. It's the second wicket to fall. It's over number 2, 5 for 2, right off the toe end, just trying to lift it over the covers. It doesn't get enough elevation on it, and Neville does the backward moonwalk. I don't know if he's sporting a bit of an injury there. Finishes his celebration with a bit of a limp, but it's Horler who has to limp off the pitch for a second ball duck. Yeah, talking about the penalties then.
Yes, we do have a golden ball, but it's not really a penalty because it's like one event. It's not like a take turns kind of thing. But yeah, what are your thoughts about as someone that's an active footballer?
I don't mind it. So my hill to die on, and maybe I'm being harsh, I think in women's football, you should never miss a penalty because there's rarely any female goalkeepers over 6 foot. And if you hit it well enough into the corner, it should never be stopped. I mean, I think you can say the same with male football as well. I think with goalkeepers in male football just tend to be a bit bigger. They fill up more of the goal.
Sure.
Women's football, I think you should just never be missing a penalty. So I'm looking at you, Spain and England, missing penalties. And
there were a few in that penalty shirt last night what I'd call fairly conservative penalties.
So in German, you call it halb hoch, halb rechts, which means like...
You've got a word for it.
Of course you have a word for it.
Is that being a chicken?
It means you've kind of hit it half to the left, half to the right, and half up. Yeah. So it's one of those comfortable saves where they just kind of fall away to it.
End of the first over, by the way. It's the first over for Watson, who also takes a wicket, and Spencer 6 for 2 after 2.
But I don't know if you've ever seen the video, and I think it must have been in an early format of the MLS. Where
one-on-ones, baby.
Yeah.
One-on-ones where it's at.
And that's what we want, because you run in from I don't think it was halfway, because I think if I was running from halfway, I'd be
like 40
exhausted.
yards or something, yeah.
And you have, what was it, 10, 15 seconds?
10 seconds or something.
It's what they do in hockey, in field hockey. That's how they...
Again, no, it's pretty experimental in field hockey as well. It's what they do in ice hockey, as we've had a pad blowout early. In fact...
It's white pads.
It's the white pads in... Well, he's going to be asked to make the change of controversy. White pads have no place in a coloured kit. It's too village, apparently. And I'll have a look at the table. Banstead, let's just say they've had a pretty good time so far. They've ruined the net run rates of 2 opponents. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I do like the one-on-ones. But I got to say, especially when we talk World Cup finals and all this, play till there's a goal. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if there's players, if you're down to 8 aside, maybe you could say you take players off and go 10 versus 10, 9 or 8 versus 8. Make it no goalkeepers. I don't care, but I want to see a goal.
Yeah.
You know, in baseball, it's famous for, even regular season games, they play extra innings till there's a result. They get some games that finish at 4 in the morning. And these are just regular games. They play 162 games in a year. It'll be like game 114 for them, and they'll play for 8 hours. So surely in football, play on. Play 20 minutes each, go golden goal, or play, 20 minutes at a time until there is a winner. I don't care how long you got.
Well, I mean, the footballers nowadays are playing so many games anyway. What's another half an hour,
We're talking kind of exclusively for World Cup, knockout, Euros, tournament play. I just would love to see them play until there's a goal.
Because you just have people like so exhausted, just crawling on the pitch.
I'd love to see it. I don't really know an argument against it.
Oh,
and that's going to be through the offside. That's going to be 4. So Landre smashes it. Henry is being brought back in the 3rd over. But the argument against it would be, it might go too long. But I just think it's like people are watching. Surely the longer it goes, people aren't going, well, this is boring, I'm going to turn off. Because the more people, oh my God, can you believe they're into the 200th minute?
There's just players crawling, vomiting on the sidelines. They're just exhausted.
Good television.
I mean, the more players you take off, actually, the worse it gets. Up in the air. And this one should be a comfortable grab, and it's taken in the outfield by Blake van der Linde, one of the changes to the lineup for Twickenham. And he takes what is the 3rd wicket for Spencer, 10 for 3. Again, just high up off the bat. Ted Landre doesn't get a hold of it whatsoever. And a comfortable grab by the man with a 13 on his back. 10 for 3, Spencer still in the power play here. Haven't got out of the traps at all. Thought it might be a relatively even matchup between these two sides. Maybe Twickenham have just learned a few lessons from that chastening defeat this morning. Come back stronger here.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Spencer was actually in the final last year when they went down to NCAA, aka England 11 from the ECC. Now known as kind of the challengers here. They play a lot of high-level games against professional outfits and counties. And Spencer made 133 in the final, and NCCA chased it with 8 balls to spare. So Henry with another wicket. Speaking of number 13 taking the catch, it was Blake van der Linde, who is a really good in. He was brilliant last year actually for Twickenham. But speaking of the 13, I'll be doing what's been coming quickly known as the Gibraltar 13 this weekend. So I've got a trip within a trip.
Well, talking about world's longest games, I think that's going to be up there. 7 games a day as that one gets right into the rib cage of Jens Wagstaff.
Grizzly versus Rib, and I think it points to the Grizzly here. Tries to play it with a straight back.
It's not much on him either. It's gone straight into the bone. I wonder if Jens Wagstaff has any German heritage. A name like Jens could be more kind of South African. Just, you know, doing a bit of scouting for my nation.
Monty's saying, I don't watch penalty shootouts. Imagine just turning off the TV when the penalty... One thing about penalty shootout, at least you know it's probably going to finish soon.
My granddad couldn't watch penalty shootouts, so he left the room.
Not because it's boring, just because you can't handle
it.
Yeah. Very famous one when Australia qualified for the World Cup for only the second time. The first time was in 1974 World Cup. But I think it was 2000, I'm going to say, well, it was for the 2006 World Cup. John Aloisi winning penalties. I still understand you do get that winning moment, but it just feels like you've been handed it. Because obviously the great majority of penalties get saved. I also noticed the English goalkeeper last night had the old cheat sheet on the armband.
Yeah, I saw that.
And Australia, we had a goalkeeper recently. As that'll be the end of the power play. It'll be 12 for 3. What a power play for Twickenham. And Henry leading the charge with 2 for 10 off his 2 overs. So it's not just runs. There's some early pressure being applied. And gets a bit of spring out of this pitch from these opening bowlers. Yeah, so he was known as the Grey Wiggle, the Australian goalkeeper, because during the penalty shootout that determined whether they're going for the World Cup, the opposite goalkeeper had his cheat sheet on the water bottle of which way each would, tendencies for the penalty taker. The Aussie goalkeeper picked up his water bottle and threw it into the crowd.
I couldn't imagine an Australian ever doing that.
I don't like cheat sheets. Where do you stand on that?
I don't mind it. It's not like it's secret information. It's just...
but remember it.
Yeah.
Brain game. And they do it in baseball. They're huge with it. You know, even outfielders, they've little adjustments. They've got A4 piece of paper in their pocket.
It's the same with the quarterbacks in the NFL. They've got the little flap on their arm.
They look like tourists that are lost and need directions. But anyway.
Into the 4th over we go. Phil Nash is bowling it, and that one's down leg side, and it's just flicked away for 6 runs. Jack Scriven, his first Maximo of the innings, needs a bit of a counter charge here. Spencer, well, at least move up to 18 here. 3 down though. Let's move into the 4th.
Yeah, so Kenneth talking about, I think it means golden goal. They tried it and teams got worried about losing, so they wouldn't try and win. But I think the thing with the golden goal is that still you knew there was a penalty shootout coming, so that's why they were afraid. But if you just made it open and said, hey, we're playing till there's a goal. Oh, 6 more, this is going to be up. And Nash has gone for 2 Maximos in 2. Scriven coming to the party. And I tell you what, young Harry Kane, he's getting his steps in, isn't he, the youngster?
Well, if he's anything like the real Harry Kane, he's going to fall over in a minute.
Don't go there. So, yeah, let us know. Do you think a penalty shootout is a fair way to settle a knockout football game or to decide a World Cup? Or give us your thoughts. I suppose maybe in the final is where there's no more games to come. So that's why I don't think it's too much of an argument against it.
Oh, that one's going to be going for 4 runs. It might be 5 as well. It's just kind of nudged away from Jack Scriven, who probably thought it was coming a bit quicker than it actually did. I think it was a slower ball that went wrong there for Phil Nash, and he got all squared up, did Jack. Well, we're going to have a look at that, see if it is a no ball. It certainly went to the rope, no doubt about that one. I think he got away with it in the end then. Going live to the next ball. It will be a dot ball to follow up from that pretty filthy full toss. Did you ever see the silver goal?
Yeah. Silver goal was where you still played out to the end of the period,
I
right?
quite like that because it gives them the right of reply.
I think the golden goal is a classic case of, in theory, it seemed perfect. A bit like my plan. In theory, it seems perfect, but then, yeah, it wasn't quite the same. All right, that's going to be out through the covers. Scriven, beautiful looking square cover drive, and 4 more to the total as this over goes magical from Nash. But I think people didn't realise how much they enjoyed they actually wanted a bit of a denouement after the goal. They wanted at least the chance for something more to happen, and it took that away. Which people probably didn't know they wanted that until it happened. So yeah, I do remember that with the golden goal. Oh, let's have 6 more, shall we? Just rocks back onto the back foot. 5 boundaries in the over. It goes for 26, and at the end of 4, it is 38 for 3. But yeah, that's the only thing you could say is that, let's say it was a semi-final. If you played for 200 minutes or 200 or 4 hours or whatever, you'd be at a disadvantage for the next game, but at least you'd be in the next game.
Yeah, I think at some point just the adrenaline takes you through as well. Whether you play then 120 minutes or 140.
Well, maybe, maybe, let's be honest, you've got 22 or 24 or 25 player squads in these tournaments, and maybe you just say, look, you're allowed an extra substitution for every X minutes, and you turn your players over.
Or the other way around, every 10 minutes that there's not a goal, a player gets taken off.
That's actually, I think, a good idea.
By the end, then it's basically one-on-one on a proper size football pitch.
I also think just take the goalies off.
Yeah.
No goal.
But then
we need a goal.
Then you'll have players just shooting from distance, but if they miss, they've got to go off.
Now we're getting complicated, but I don't know. I don't mind a penalty shootout, but I felt like maybe because I only got home from Stockholm final at minute 118, I felt like I wanted to see more open play.
You didn't miss much, really, as that one has been hit straight into the covers, and it goes straight in and straight back out. And it's Carlos Nunes, you wouldn't expect to be dropping those kind of opportunities, just gets a little cramped up, tried to get it into the breadbasket, and it pops out as Jens Wagstaff gets a second life, and a shake of the head there by the bowler Angus McKenzie, who probably should have had a wicket with his very first delivery. And this time he might have a wicket with his second. And
well, let's just say Ethan Wright, I thought he was going to cause a bit of chaos, and he kind of did. But luckily, this is one for you, Tina. This is one for tall people, because it's basically the height advantage. And Wright once again goes to ground, and let's just say in the end it's caught, and Scriven's going to have to walk for 29, 39 for 3.
Ethan Wright gets himself into the fetal position there to try and avoid Neville Talbot. The good news is it's a wicket. Second piece of good news is no one needs to go to hospital. It is the next wicket to fall, though. As Spencer, all their batters are kind of just serving up catches here. They're not quite finding the middle of the bat.
Well, in the famous words of Michelle Obama, when they go low, you go high. And that's the reason that's a catch. By the way, Angus McKenzie, he actually plays for the club that I played for in Perth. He's from Perth, Western Australia, for Subiaco Floreat. The Subiaco Floreat Lions in the Western Australian grade competition. And his brother, Hamish McKenzie, has actually played a bit of professional cricket for the Perth Scorchers as well. Both very good wrist spinners. So you can see he's got that left arm kind of in-turner, but he's also got a very good away spinner, very good wrong'un.
Well, his best on the network's 4 for 11. That was against Spencer, and he could have had 2 in. Well. Yeah, he could have had 2 in 2. Manages to get the second wicket.
So he's back at Twickenham this year, but he's actually wearing the colours of our arch rivals Scarborough.
Oh no!
Which is Justin Langer's club, and many other cricketers. So must be with a heavy heart. He has to pull on the green. He'd be used to it by now.
Down the pitch, but should just be cut off for a single. What do you make of left arm wrist spinners? I feel like you lose the natural advantage of being a left armer when you're turning it into a right hander.
Not if you've got a good wrong'un.
Yeah.
No.
I suppose.
Reverse edge here. That's going to use the pace nicely. Good kind of awareness there from Kerr. There was nobody fine on the offside, so he just lets the ball do the work, and he'll get 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you add in the element, one thing a wrist spinner has over a finger spinner is that they might be hard to pick if they've got that wrong. And that's always in your head as a right-hander. you tend to know, especially if they're whippy actions, that it can be tough. Even as a keeper, I found it quite difficult to keep to some of these bowlers when you weren't quite sure which way it was going to turn. Hey, we may be able to welcome you into the box. Mini Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Got Tina Goff with me. Tina, great job so far.
Thank
Glad I'm
you.
here with you. We're kind of
Ish.
Yeah, we're kind of same but different. But a lot of people saying my pink suit and pink shoes. It looked like a bit like your outfit.
We're going to have to, we don't usually coordinate, but we might have to coordinate for Pink Day.
Finals day, I quite like the idea of that.
Yeah.
Wimbledon, of course, the
Pink
host
Peacock.
club. They Pink Peacock Friday, maybe to finish things. But yeah, great to have your company. Great to be here at Wimbledon. Big hello to the super fans over there as well. I'll get a few waves out of them. Yeah, great facilities here. I actually forgot how many food options are here, so I'll be doing my best to get onto that. Meanwhile, we're going to see another audacious reverse, and it's going to result in 4 runs. Brings up the 50 for Spencer, trying to fight back through these middle overs.
Gets to the 50, gets there with a bit of magic as well. It's a low full toss, risky shot in the end, but gets a hold of it. Yeah, Spencer CC, they're a very established team here in London, and they've got a very good women's team as well. It's one of the premier teams in London, alongside Hampstead CC, very well known as well. They played each other yesterday as well.
That's one thing. I mean, I think we would have loved to have had another ECSW here, and there's certainly a lot of quality in this area in the women's game, but we also understand it's a busy time of the season. A lot of, maybe a chance here to his right. It's gone. Another wicket goes down. Blake van der Linde is going to get into the action, and the 5th wicket falls. Kerr playing at what would seem like an easier shot, but this one's going to get him out, and it's 50 for 5.
I don't know if you know much about Hampstead CC as a club. They're a very well-known women's club, and their president is Jim Carter, who is a British actor. He's been in the Wonka movie. He was in his big role in Downton Abbey. And his wife is Imelda Staunton, the actress who was Umbridge in Harry Potter. And they just live on the back of the Hampstead Cricket Club.
Is that right?
So they just walk up every day and just kind of watch the games. They're proper like A-list actors, and they just come and say hi and
love that.
Support the women's team.
It's actually a good something you bring up. It's van der Linde. He's going to get this one to go past the outside edge of Phil Miller, who is wearing number. Can we see the back of him? Maybe you can't see it right now, but he's wearing number 1110. Which is a creative use of the tape. I think it's a completely taped 4-digit number. And now a bit of foot fielding. Van der Linde, like I said, played a lot of cricket in South Africa, played a lot of action cricket, so he's good off short run, just a little bit with the ball. I was thinking famous cricket fans. I know Mick Jagger loves his cricket. I know Elton John loves his cricket. Once we were talking about what's the biggest difference in level in consecutive cricket matches played.
One's cut away, and there is a fielder out there, but he's not going to catch up with the Grizzly. Philip Miller gets his first runs. And with the 1110 on the back. Maybe he's a fan of binary.
Yeah, maybe. Or easy numbers to tape on.
One of those.
But yeah, there's a few questions as well. It's true, Twickenham, they went for big runs first up, didn't they? But it's looking a lot more dangerous here. I suppose they've made a few changes as well. A lot of it was to do with one particular matter.
Gets a nice bit of lift as van der Linde. We've seen a few. It's not been trampoline bounce by any means, but it just takes off a little on that one. It's the end of the 6th, 54 for 5.
So this came up when Bas de Leede, the Dutch international, had come from playing, I think, at the World Cup, and his next game was for Voorburg in the European Cricket Series in the Netherlands. And the question was raised, obviously it's a big difference in level. I think his last game for that was before against New Zealand, right? And the question was raised, what was the biggest difference in level between 2 consecutive cricket matches? And it was a doozy that was, I think, the winner that we found out. That looks like the wrong in that time. Not that the batter cares too much. Wagstaff goes bang, Maximal, big one, 6 runs. So he played the second test, I think, South Africa, Andrew Flintoff. And his next game was for Mick Jagger's team in a game where he was facing bowlers such as Eric Clapton. Surprisingly good, apparently. That's pretty good. I mean, you've actually played at various levels of cricket as well. So Yeah, you must find it interesting. Obviously, you said you're captaining MCC this week.
Yeah, on
Big.
Wednesday.
But then also at other times, I know in the international game, there's still quite a few emerging women's sides that maybe, let's just say, are still finding their way.
Well, speaking of Mick Jagger, this one's pummeled down the pitch, and it would have been a spectacular caught and bowled by Angus McKenzie. Only manages to tip it over the crossbar. Have you ever played at the Wormsley Estate in the UK? It's kind of...
I haven't actually played too much. I think maybe a couple of weekends as a social thing.
No, it's mostly now a social venue.
Mm-hmm.
It's widely known as the best non-county ground in the country, at least kind of picturesque wise. And it's owned by the Getty Estate, so Sir Paul Getty.
Yeah.
And he was introduced to cricket by Mick Jagger. And it's a beautiful ground with like a thatched roof and in a proper oval, because it was then made like AI give me the most crickety cricket ground in the world, and this is what they made. But that was all thanks to Mick Jagger, and they've got still a helipad there so he can come in.
Road trip, please.
It's in Oxfordshire, so it's only about an hour and a half from here, traffic permitting. I think it's actually Buckinghamshire now. It used to be Oxfordshire.
European Cricket Series.
Oh, it's a beautiful ground.
Giddy up. Got a bit of dough as well. That'll help us out. Last ball, the over. McKenzie, very effective, wasn't he? And he ends up with figures of 1 for 17. Follows up the good work from the openers. And after 7 overs, Spencer finding it a bit tough here. 64 for 5. Hey, while we're here, why don't we give you a bit of an idea of what's happening around the ECS calendar. Like I said, it can be a lot to take in if you've just discovered European cricket, but this is basically our primary tour, and they're all the places we've been. I came from Stockholm literally this morning, and now here I am in Wimbledon in England. Now, we've got Croatia, which actually overlaps a little bit. 2-day overlap with the end of this series. It'll start when the finals start here. But then, of course, Kiel in the north of Germany. It's only about an hour or so from where you live, Tina. And, of course, I had you written down in pen for that series. But you said you can't do it. Maybe you want to tell everyone why you can't.
I've got a guilty conscience. I was already telling everyone to get in the crew for Kiel. It's going to be the best week.
You're going to show us around. You're going to tell all your favourite places. But why won't you be there?
Well, I'm a victim of Germany's success, because Germany will be in the Division 1 qualifier. Well, this is going to be out. The finger of doom is raised. They don't even need to go to TV. We'll go to TV to admire this one. It's as quick as a flash there from Ryan Hussain. Worth taking another look at this as he charges down the pitch. Does Jens Wagstaff with that front foot. And it's interesting. We're going to have to go super slow-mo on this, because
Umpire's super confident. I think he's out. I do think he's out, but he's not out by much. It's the old, don't let your foot go out of your crease if you're going to reverse, in case you miss. It's a good take high. Oh.
I have to go super slow.
I actually think he's in.
His tippy toes are in.
He might have got the toe in. Unbelievable. So I don't think you can give that out. Is it landed? It looks like there's nothing between foot and ground. Well, there you go. I applaud the umpire for backing his judgment. There's always the video. We can always look at it, and if it's not right, we can fix it. But yeah, it did really seem like the foot was in the air. It was quick work and good work from Ryan Hussain. But in the end, it won't be a wicket, and Cantilal will stay with an unfa.
Just manages to twinkle toes his way back into the crease. Misses out on the next occasion, though. Great work from Hussain, just 16 years old, the Twickenham wicket-keeper. Good bowling as well. Priyatam Cantilal, he went for a few runs in that first game. A few people in the chat saying, how has this Twickenham side turned this bowling performance around? Well,
expect it. Expect unpredictability this week. Sometimes teams will fire, sometimes they'll be in the line of fire, and we've seen that so far. So that's why what makes sport so watchable is it's unexpected, it's unpredictable.
That one's going to skip away for 4 runs. And just on Mick Jagger, so he was actually revolutionary when it came to streaming cricket, because he spent a lot of time in the Caribbean, and he wanted to watch England test matches. So he had the videos flown over to the Caribbean island.
The videos?
Yeah, of the series. And then Getty was one of his neighbours in the Caribbean, and obviously got brainwashed into watching the cricket. As we get to the end of the 8th, 70 for 5. And Getty probably has a bit of money lying around, so he thought, okay, we're going to bring it to the middle of England.
Well, I'm lucky we're lucky that ECN wasn't around then, because if Mick Jagger started becoming a fan of ECN, imagine how many planes you'd need to take the tapes if you had to put all. So if every day of ECN cricket is 10 hours, then remember you used to get 3 or 4 hour VCR cassettes, huh? So let's say 3 tapes a day, and we've got about 400 days of cricket a year, so 12. We're talking 6,000 tapes.
Got to get the double-decker Airbus out.
That's the great thing about ECN as well. You can go back, you can watch your favourite games again. Got to admit, on the plane, I was watching back the Sweden final from last night. It was a great game. Van der Linde's back. The first ball is going to be called a wide.
Well, speaking of the schedule, Mark asking in the chat when the 2026 schedule will be announced. I know there's plans.
Yeah, well, actually, it's slowly coming together. I mean, we have our dates for the Cardamom tournaments. Obviously, they're pretty much locked in.
This one's up in the air, and it could be the 6th wicket to fall. It's gone high. Well, it's taken comfortably on the way down. And Blake van der Linde picks up his 2nd wicket as the 6th falls for Spencer, 71 for 6. And it could be, if Twickenham manage to keep a lid on this innings, they're looking at a forfeit, which would be some turnaround given they're on the wrong end of 4 points this morning.
Yeah, true. Just kind of tried to hit that either straight or even to mid-on, and it wasn't quite there. The width was there. Van der Linde has been a very good inclusion. I thought he would be. Mentioned him before the game. That will be the 6th wicket down. And it's been tough going, hasn't it? As Wagstaff will walk off. Talbot with a good catch there. And 71 for 6. So yeah, as far as the schedule for 2026, I think they'll start putting it together pretty shortly, but it'll probably only be revealed in December, or maybe if we're lucky a little bit before that, but probably during the ECCW, which is in December. The reason is there's a lot of moving parts, and we want to stay flexible. We want to see, which countries can do which dates. Obviously, it's around a lot of cricket domestically. Beautiful. That's an indoor cricket move right there from Van der Linde, and he hits middle stump. He's going to run out Miller. That's a great bit of work. You don't often see it in the outdoor game, but he brings that little bit of skill and a little bit of class to this team, and he knew exactly what he was doing. He non-striker off with the pitch, has a little look, bang. Tina makes it look very, very easy.
And he's ready for takeoff on the celebration as well. I know you'd be proud of that one. I've seen some of your highlight reels, and it's just that quick movement, isn't it? Before the batter's got time to make up his ground, Miller on his backward retreat. He's turned round to see his bails flying, and Van der Linde, he's a star with the ball.
It's also quite a lot to be backing up. I know with 10 balls to go, you're 6 down. Oh, bit of luck this time. Pocket of Suerte, and it's going to run away for 4. Looks like we might have a jockey that's just got out to bat. Tina, talk me through this. The helmet, pretty colourful on Freddie Haller.
Well, I'm not quite sure what to make of that one. I think we've got a bit of yellow, a bit of red, a bit of green.
Also,
colour clash with the kit.
That can't be Freddie Haller because Freddie batted earlier.
It looks like Wesley Gouverneur.
Oh, Gouverneur.
He's got an interesting number as well, 2511 to go with his helmet.
Okay, so it's a 25 plus a couple of 1s. But that's Kentucky Derby stuff right there. Or Cheltenham. You can say here, Royal Ascot.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be out of place.
He's just left his horse behind at the Grand National.
I've got to say, it's the equivalent. I feel like it should have like a helicopter blades on the top of it. So many colours, like the dunce cap.
Well, it might be another wicket to fall, and it's not going to be Van der Linde with the dunce cap because he picks up his 3rd, and that's not including the run out as well. So it goes straight down the throat of Juan Henry, who's not going to miss out on that opportunity. Arthur Chiu, he has to depart for 4 off 4, and Spencer now have 2 brand new batters at the crease, and they need one of them to score runs from somewhere in the remaining 7 deliveries. 75 for 8. 1 ball left of the 9th, and Blake van der Linde, one of the 5 replacements coming in for Twickenham. 3 for 13 so far. You might as well call it 4 for 13, as that run out was all him as well. He's got 1 ball left of his spell. A new batter here, George Kerr, one of 2 Kerrs in the team. Cameron Kerr will be taking the gloves for Spencer in the 2nd innings. They just need to I mean, I think even 100 is probably way off here, but they just need to find a way to even get into the 90s in the remaining 7 deliveries. Oh, they're not going to do it there, as Blake van der Linde gets 2 in 2. That's 4 wickets in the over. All 4 are ascribed to him, but 1 was, of course, the run out, so it won't go to his figures. But he finishes with figures of 4 for 13 off his 2 overs, and Spencer do lose their 9th wicket, 75 for 9. Not quite sure that's the right shot to go for. Always looks good when it gets pulled off, but...
Yeah, I was trying to find a boundary kind of from nowhere. Yeah, I like this as well. Cameron Ponsonby, who actually played for Spencer last year, I've seen him again actually, and it did a great article on Cricinfo about the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket Series last year, so yeah, he does write for Cricinfo. And Monty is just referring to a part of the article, I remember this now, he said, he actually said one of the great joys of playing was the ability to go back and watch video and be re-traumatized. But yeah, hopefully we see Cam. I know he's not on the side in this game.
One man's trauma is another man's entertainment, I guess. So
You said it.
well, I will say that is the joy and the horror of ECN, is that it will be for time immemorial in the YouTube archives.
Don't see him in the squad. Maybe he'll get added later.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Anyway, giddy up. Gouverneur will get off the mark. Can we just see this helmet a bit close up? There's so many colours going on. I don't think I've ever seen a 3-colour helmet. It's yellow, green and red.
It's the Missouri one.
I mean, I didn't even know they could make them like that.
It must be...
Giddy up.
I don't think it's the Spencer Club helmet, because none of the colours match with any of the
they
colours in
look
the Spencer
like,
kit.
It looked pretty good as the Twickenham helmet, actually. Maybe he's borrowed it from the other dugout. But it also looks a bit like Farmers, the current ECL champions from Jersey.
Callum Watson bowling the 10th over
He needs
here.
a whip instead of a bat.
Well, you need something to find the middle of, because at the moment Spencer struggling to even get into the 80s. 4 balls left.
So our colleague Corey Rutgers, who I still think you haven't met because he's on a bit of a hiatus with his coaching now, but I know you meet him later in the year. He didn't like wearing a grill back in the day, so he had what he was called a jockey lid, like a grill-less helmet that he was batting in. For all 4 byes, just kind of dies on the keeper, bounces just in front. Spencer need to beg, borrow or steal here. They're 9 down and an unhit 4. Count it. But yeah, Corey, this day he did bring up 100, and of course he celebrated with riding his bat like a horse, considering he's wearing a jockey lid.
Sounds like Corey.
Max O'Dowd still says it's his funniest moment in cricket. And there's a photo of it.
I have met Corey, just never commentated with him. We had the
Lucky you.
the commentators summit in Zurich. That one just shapes away. I feel like there might have been a bit of something on there, but just natural away swing there from Watson. It all happened after the bat as well. You could see the keeper there shimmying away to his left.
Yeah, swing and a miss. And Watson's bowled with good fire. Bowled up front, bowled the second over. Regardless, 2 balls left maximum here. Rakill batting 11.
It will go through for the 1, run out the other end, and it will be out. Well, I'm not quite sure what Zacharilla was expecting to happen there. He didn't exactly get his skates on, just jogging to the other end. Maybe just accepted his fate there.
I think they almost ran into each other here. Have a look here. Yeah, so this cost him about a metre. And how much is he out by? Probably 2 steps. So they are bowled out, and yeah, it's going to be a duck for Rakill. So Spencer bowled out for 80, and Twickenham, well, they'll remember that they found it pretty hard with the bat in the first game. In fact, they were bowled out for 77, so they'll be able to relate. But I think Twickenham, especially not taking a point out of game 1, they'll be keen to try and get all 4 here, try and get things back on track. But yeah, chalk and cheese, wasn't it? Twickenham, they rung the changes. They had some key pace and spin inclusions there, and they've done a bit of a number on the Spencer batting lineup. And it was Trojo ready to go. Last year's player of the series, but he gave 2 chances. 1 was dropped. You thought it might cost him. That was Talbot. Welcome to the European Cricket Series 2025. But the next one was taken. Not everything was taken, though, along the way. But yeah, the early wicket of Johnson kind of set the scene. And in the end, pretty disappointing batting effort from Spencer Cricket Club.
Yeah, some comeback, though, from Twickenham. They themselves were skittled for 77 in that previous game, and they've turned the tables here. Spencer out for 80 with one ball left. And, well, especially in that first half of the innings, just weren't quite finding the middle of the bat, but they were finding the middle of the palms of the Twickenham fielders. All in all, there's about 7 catches in that innings. And, well, pretty much every single one of them was regulation, as that one was skied up in the air. That was less regulation with a bit of to me, to you between the two fielders. It was Neville Talbot in the end that took it over the top of Ethan Wright. That one went over the top for 6 runs, but you could see the struggles with the Spencer batters. Just 4 maximos in that innings, and not too many 4s to speak of either. Just the 8 of those, well, 5 of those boundaries were scored by Jack Scriven, who finished top score 29, but otherwise everyone 16 and below. That kind of sums up the game. This was an outstanding piece of indoor fielding there from Blake van der Linde. Arms outstretched, ready for takeoff, as that was the next wicket to fall. And van der Linde, one of the inclusions in the Twickenham lineup, came up trumps, finishing with figures of 4 for 13. We kind of could call it a half fifer as well with that run out.
Yeah, you know, the indoor game, I know it's not known in even a lot of cricket playing countries, but a lot of the skills and the mindset, it translates. So it's a similar length game to T10. And yeah, you can just tell, you know, things move really quickly. You have to think quickly in the indoor game. And you can tell, you know, with van der Linde, we saw that with his batting last year as well. You know, he's very good at kind of, summing up a situation. And he's on the scorecard quite a few times there, isn't he? With 4 wickets and then that run out as well. So kind of fake fifer for BBDL to start his tournament off. But yeah, 29 to Scriven. He got out a bit of a key time. Barkstaff with 16 and Phil Miller 11 before he became the run-out victim of the bat flick. 4 for 13 van der Linde. Great start to his series. And Mackenzie left arm wristy. He's a good bowler. 1 for 17 of his. But look at Watson, 1 for 3 off 11 balls bowled, and Henry 2 for 10 off 12 balls bowled. Sane, don't think we saw him with the ball in the last over, but we didn't even get the last over, did we? In the end, completed as Spencer bowled out for 80, and that means 81 to win. It's pretty simple calculation then. If you can do it in 7 overs, Twickenham will take all the points. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Tinnigoff with me. We will take a break, and the other side of it, we'll be back with the second half of this one. Live from England, you're watching the European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where Twickenham are eyeing up 4 points here. Spencer turned over for 80 runs. They had one ball left, weren't able to make the most of it. 80 all out thanks to some excellent bowling from Blake van der Linde. He finishes with figures of 4 for 13. Well, there's Vinny out in the middle doing a bit of his TV magic. Taking a look at the bonus point equation then. Spencer, well, a tough task. It gets even tougher if they want to take 4 points from this game. They would have to restrict Twickenham to 56 runs or less. I suppose worth noting that Twickenham were skittled for 77 in the previous game. So they're certainly not infallible, but you'd reckon here they've got a bit of a point to prove. And if they get the 81 in 7 overs or less, it will be them that takes home the 4 points, which will be some turnaround given that they lost all 4 points this morning in that mauling at the hands of Banstead. The good news with European cricket is that memories are short and the games come thick and fast. Twickenham looking to make amends. There's Neville Talbot out there in the middle, limbering up at the non-striker's end. He's joined down there in the middle by Patrick Dixon, who will face up for the first delivery. Will be bowled by Zakirullah Oriakil, who, if you remember back about 10 minutes ago, was run out on the final delivery. Kind of ran into his fellow batter and was bowled out at the non-striker's end, but he's got the chance with the ball here, and lively action from the left armour going around the wicket to the right-handed Patrick Dixon. First runs on the board just knocked away into the leg side. Zakirullah with the red headband on. We saw some questionable headwear, helmet wear in the first innings, but Zakirullah here sporting the Go Faster headband. He certainly goes fast enough. And this one might be a wicket as Troy Johnson is underneath it. And the MVP from last year not going to drop that catch. Smile on his face as Twickenham do lose their first. It's 1 for 1. Zakirullah picks up his first wicket, just slightly short of a length, right off the toe of the bat. And Neville Talbot goes for a golden derrick as Vinny joins me back in the commentary tent.
Talbot, probably not the greatest game for him to remember. Put one down in the first over in the first innings, then he gets caught in the first over of the second innings. But you know what they say in the classics, if you can't be good, be quick. And he doesn't waste too much time at all. It's 1 for 1 in the first over. Good zip there from Oriakil, who we saw briefly with the bat at the end of the first innings. And Troy Johnson is a brilliant fielder. And I'll try and find the clip. You can only find it online. But it's a ridiculous catch. It was in the super smash, they call it in New Zealand. But it's just one of those catches that a lot of people would remember. He hurled it to his teammate as he was sliding over the boundary.
Hurling the ball back when you're going over the boundary is difficult at the best of times, let alone when you're on all fours. I don't quite know how he managed that one. That one on this occasion here, slightly more regulation. Slightly.
Bit easier, that one.
You've got to take them though.
Comes out at 3. I suppose, chasing 81, there's two ways to look at it. I mean, they did get rolled for 77 first game. Twickenham, which included a 4-trick and an almost hat-trick and a 5-wicket haul against them. Do you attack the 4? I think, if I would be saying go out there, pretend we're batting first. And if we're batting first, then we're aiming to go at least 12 and over, which is basically what they need to do to get the 4 points. So that would be my tactic at least.
Certainly Spencer have got to have in the back of their minds that Twickenham have been bowled out, and that's certainly not going to help as that takes a left turn. And actually, luckily for Zakirullah, the bounce on the edge of the pitch saves what probably would have been 5 wides. It's been called wides.
I think it pitched after the stumps, right? So because after the stumps, it doesn't matter if it's off the pitch. But that was actually a brilliant bit of keeping from Cam Kerr. I thought that was heading for a minimo. Made it sure it was only 1.
Quite a lively bowler is Zaccarilla, and that's the appeal there.
Must have hit it because it's actually trapped him on the crease, and I thought it hit him in front of off stump.
Yeah, worth taking another look at this one. The angle always is against you, and
Yeah, I think
Must have hit it.
there's some bat in it. It wasn't only a half appeal. But yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a little bit of variable bounce. We saw Twickenham getting a few balls to really explode, and that one kept down, if anything, from Mariakill. You can see probably in Paddy Dixon's head slightly. Yeah, Nunes mentioned a few times he's captaining the Portuguese side as well as club captain here at Twickenham. Although Twickenham were a part of the European Cricket Series last year, unfortunately Carlos wasn't able to play, so really happy to see him in the ECS for the first time. And Portugal have been doing some pretty good things recently. They were in Belgium recently for the Medina Cup. Oh, he's gone. This time he won't survive. That one may be held back slightly from Mariakill. And I know he's left arm around, but yeah, it seemed pretty adjacent. Umpire has to make the judgment, is this going on to miss leg stump or not? Umpire was happy it was hitting. And 2 early wickets have thrown a cat amongst the pigeons here. Tina, 3 for 2.
this is exactly what you want if you're Spencer. That one, probably hitting a fair chunk of leg stump. You could see Zaccarilla certainly interested in that appeal. Just always the angle that's the question mark. It hits him on his front pad.
Hits middle, doesn't it? Kind of hits the left of the pad. I think that's hitting, I've got to admit. And well, Dixon, he's going to have to go. Disappointed to be out. 1 off 4. Both openers back in the shed already. And early signs of a potential low-scoring thriller here, Tina. Good over. End of the first, by the way. 3 for 2.
That'll be the man with the helmet, Wesley Gouverneur, to bowl the second over. And well, if we have a low-scoring thriller, we just maybe resetting that 56 back to 0. It would be an absolute game for the ages if we do get there.
Didn't recognise him without the multicoloured melon covering.
Well, he does have one of the colours of his helmet on his head. Nice blonde hair and the yellow helmet. Well, there's a chance of a run out here.
Oh.
Direct hit would have been gone, I think, because Callum Watson, he had to put on the brakes, and you can see that hurt him right in the hamstrings because he took a bit of a slip, took a tumble, and then turned back. Worth taking another look at this one.
Great fielding by Johnson. I have a feeling this would have been out if he'd hit. He summed up the situation, kind of improvised a throwing action. Not sure if it would have been out or not.
Taking the pace off here, but that one's going to go out and towards the fan zone. Take cover.
Oh, Spanner stand almost wears it. How's the reflexes over there? You know how normally we have to give... All right, there's a race back. Look at, we've got an extra replay here. Good leave. I've got in England how there's all this action.
I'm slightly concerned by the setup of this quick cricket game right at long on.
Where's the security guards? to secure the kids, not stop them. Yeah, that's one thing. When we're in Jersey, actually, which was one of the 2 series where the pass score was up over 150, they did a really good job trying to protect. There's the kids area they could play, but the problem is, and they'd even kind of put a net in front. Problem is some balls would go over the net, hit the club rooms, and then bounce back into the kids' play area. That's hit pretty hard, and that's going to be 4 as well. Spanner stand activated. And you know how sometimes we have the thumbs up from whoever's on the camera? We need to get the thumbs up, I think, from the spanners over there.
I think was that Jules fielding that one. Hopefully we've got this on the camera, because I think the
we
textbook
don't have a great line of sight. Let's have a look.
Oh, the long barrier.
Yes. Multitasking. Oh, this is up in the air. Tina, one hand, one bounce. Oh, took it too literally. Chair goes over, ball goes past. Tina is a very good fielder to a correct side, but unfortunately I've caused a breach of Rule 1, protect the equipment, as she rips wires out.
My pineapple went flying.
Tina's pineapple's upside down. Somebody fix her up. All right.
Who put that chair there?
Yeah. No, it was a good effort. But no, Rule 1 was make sure the ball doesn't hit the equipment, which it didn't. Nunes to 17.
The chair hit my shin, though. That was painful.
Physio. Oh, that's another one. Oh, no. I mean, Tina's been peppered here. That's going to be a Maximo Nunes. Solid strike. why do I feel that we're going to be in the action more times than we're comfortable with this week?
Well, it's better us than the kids the other side of the sight screen.
We're probably more equipped to deal with it.
We're functioning opposable thumbs at our ages.
That's true. I mean, soon that'll be Rico's side, of course. I feel like this is a slightly safer side, but maybe if one fades in from the sight screen, that's the one I'm worried about.
The thing is, I've got an escape strategy.
Yeah.
You're hemmed in there.
That's true. I can go under the table, earthquake style, but that's not very good rule oneing. Corona has gone for 24 in the over. It goes magical. Nunez has 24, or 23, pardon me. Oh, 24, there it is. At the end of the second over, it's 27 for 2, and that over has completely turned the tables, hasn't it? I think you've got to go back to Mariakill, but I don't think they are. I think the Trojo says, give me a ball. Yes, well, we'll have the third over coming up.
So if my national team coach asks, how did you injure yourself, Tina? I'll say, well, I was tripping over some pineapple on the way to try and take a catch 10 metres outside the boundary rope.
Classic injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Corey actually had banned Corey from trying to take catches because we are kind of strapped in. We're hardwired in. And Corey didn't care. Well, he did take one famous one where he dropped his... He actually started calling the ball. You hear the headphones dropping to that one-hander. Right now, though, the balls are starting to fly as that will be whipped away leg side Maximo. And suddenly, we've gone from, maybe this will be a banana peel chase to potential, maybe likely 4-pointer for Twickenham.
And it's all thanks to the skipper so far. 30 of the 33 runs have come off his bat, just 8 deliveries. Trojo come in for a bit of a battering, but this time it will be stopped on the rope there by Hauler. Well, Rico, he showed us a bit of his skills in Creerfeld. It was mostly along the ground. We were relatively safe, but I think twice or 3 times it was page 1 of the fielding manual with his textbook long barrier.
Yeah. No, Rico is a very talented cricketer. He's quite a good bowler. He's had some shoulder issues, which is luckily it doesn't affect his commentary so much.
Good comeback here from Tory Johnson.
But I forgot to ask you in person, but how is our good friend Maximo, that's M-O-W, the robot lawnmower as named by the chat in Crefeld, still going around, I saw?
It's not just Maximo, it's Maximo plus family. There's about 8 of them.
Congratulations to Maximo.
Yeah, he's multiplied.
Didn't know he was seeing anyone, but fantastic. So we've got the mini Maximos as well now.
Yeah, there's a whole fleet of them, family of them.
This, I mean, you're obviously in German cricket, so you should know. Apparently the reason it can't go all the way to the field is because it accidentally mowed over the wires. Someone mowed over the wires that connect the grounds. Anyway, this is going to get through, and it's going to be 4 byes. We'll have to check this one out in the replay, but yeah, Spencer had a glimmer of hope, but I feel like the glimmer's fading pretty fast as Twickenham pretty much halfway there now.
Well, I think unofficially one of the reasons that the German women's team haven't gone on as many tours as we would have liked is that we had to pay a significant amount of money to the Creerfeld Cricket Club because we had a square practice out in the middle on the AstroTurf. That one's gone up in the air. And it will be over the fielders and over the ropes. 6 runs. This time off
well fielded over there. Wimbledon juniors represent.
Yeah, I love their little.
So okay,
pink
what did
number.
you? What was the bill for?
So you know you have the batting cages and then you have the big metal pole across the front of it to secure it so that no one just uses it whenever they want.
Sure.
We left that on the outfield and the Maximo did not like it.
Oh,
straight over. I think it got even like marooned like a beached whale on top of the pole. And the bill came our way.
So it couldn't just cut through it?
Well, clearly not. Even Maximo has its limitations.
126 run over out of a score of 80. It was strange looking first innings. That over ends up going for 15, so probably par for the course, the 15 run over here. Now George Kerr is going to bowl over number 4. Bit surprised they haven't gone back to Rykill given the game situation.
There's a way to covers, just be the single. Carlos Nunez playing a captain's knock here. Knows he doesn't have to go wild with that run rate for the bonus point. Down below 9. Using the left-hand, right-hand combination here. Callum Watson bowled well. Bowled that 10th over, which didn't go for too many runs. Just the 5 coming off it, of course. He only went for the 5 balls as they were bowled out, and that one's launched. Be careful, kids, and in fact, the kids will be chaperoned away.
Yeah, that's good because the kids knew that if they went further back, they were more in danger. That's a huge hit, isn't it? Off the bat of Watson. And, you know, the kids getting plenty of touches here. I love it. Always love to see youngsters around the European Cricket Series. We saw it yesterday in Stockholm. Had plenty of young, avid cricket fans and young cricket players. 3 or 4 throws, finally gets back to the field. That's a bomb from Watson. Comeback ball for Kerr.
It could be a comeback with a wicket, but I think it's going to drop short, is it? No, it's a great piece of fielding. Makes up the ground excellently there. Does Hauler and takes the grab, so it'll be a mighty 6, but no more for Callum Watson as he departs for 13. Looking very suspiciously at the top of his bat. Went deep in his crease. It actually came off the bottom rather than the top. And the running grab was taken by Hauler, pretty much right behind the bowler's head.
I quite like Kerr's action. He's like a straight arm swinger. Like he doesn't really have a straight arm slinger, if you know what I mean. Bit of the old Jeff Thompson about the way he kind of catapults the bowling arm over. Watson goes 6 and out for 13. And it's 53 for 3. Blake van der Linde, who's having a very good game. Didn't play the first game. They probably could have used him. He's coming out to bat at number 5.
Now it feels like he can just go out and bat with a bit of license. It's a left-hander out and a left-hander in with a very comfortable run rate. Surely they want the 4 points here.
Martin Gleave's got a question for you as well, Tina. Will you be captaining against Amstel Town on Wednesday? And where is that? Is that the match you're playing?
That is the match I'm playing.
Ooh, and where is that?
I think it's at Amstel Town Cricket Club, which is in Bedfordshire. So it's, well, traffic permitting, probably about just under 2 hours from here. Got the car, so
beautiful. Go
up in the Commsmobile.
We don't have too much time, but I wouldn't mind a bit of training. Need a net bowler, need a pretty average medium pacer.
Do you know anyone? Clubbed away and clubbed hard. There is a fielder out there.
Well, in Sweden, they have the 2 fields, and there was kind of impromptu centre wicket practice on the second field. And of course, you know, come over and bowl in your suit. I think I knew I think they asked me for a reason. And let's just say some of my medium pacers found their way into the grandstand over there. Some of the Swedish national team players quite enjoyed that. I was aiming at their bat.
Yeah, you want to bat them into a bit of run so they can show us what they can do on the network. Well, that was a misfield by the Park 11. Of course, we had the Park 11 in Hornchurch, so now we've got the Rains Park 11.
Ah, very good.
And I think we've got some young guns. Harry Kane, he's surely in the Rains Park 11.
Yeah, because you have to have the first choice, because we've got about 100 to choose from, probably more. End of the 4th over, 60 for 3. Suddenly this game looks pretty much done and dusted. 21 required off the next 3 overs. Well, that would give Twickenham all 4 points. Comes back to earth for Spencer, who, to be honest, Spencer were the best performing team of the teams that played the whole tournament last year. And it was a weird old format. I know that the NCCA had been pretty instrumental in bringing the European Cricket Series to England. So the way it was done is that they were always going to play in finals day. But yeah, felt a bit for a team like Spencer, who did all the hard work.
Zakarola is back into the attack now, maybe just a little too late. Could feel hard done by for not getting the ball through, having picked up 2 wickets in his first, only going for 3. He's been brought back on now, but pretty much just a runner ball needed here for Twickenham.
Might not have time to get through this, but I was halfway through telling you about, you know, when we got to 300,000 subscribers and we did the Ice Bucket Challenge, then 400,000, the idea was to have Pims and strawberries. Oh, yeah, good fielding. In fact, too good, because it spooked him out of the run. So this weather just reminded me of that again, that we have had a few storms to sweep through the ground very quickly. And so Rico and I basically did it on the camera as sideways rain was coming in. We had the Pims and the strawberries, and we just had to kind of gulp it down as quick as possible. It wasn't very, what's the word? It wasn't very elegant. But yeah, we're excited for the 400,000. And now I think we've gone up another K. I think we might be 465 now. What are we going to do for 500,000? I'll put it in the chat. How are we going to celebrate it? We did Ice Bucket Challenge for 300,000. 400,000 was the Pims in the Storm, and I think we may get there the very last day of the season if you actually do the numbers for what we'd expect.
That's gone straight through, and it's a half stop by the wicketkeeper, but the speed with which Zakarilla's bowling, I mean, you can't stop it. And we'll be going for 4 byes. Twickenham now inching their way to the total, and it should be a 4-point total as well.
It's just one of those ones. I think the stumps distracted him, and just only got half a glove on it. So what do you think?
Well, are we thinking celebratory or are we thinking challenge? Because the Ice Bucket Challenge is more challenge, and Pims and Strawberries seems more a reward.
Either and both.
Have you ever done the Cinnamon Challenge? That's going to be a wide, and well, maybe this is why Zakarilla wasn't brought back on earlier.
Dare I ask, what's the Cinnamon Challenge?
You just have to, you just have to, I think it's a teaspoon, possibly a tablespoon. Let's go with tablespoon. Just eat a tablespoon of cinnamon. And
does it have kind of box office quality though as a video? Like if you...
Yeah, I think it does. I think it comes out the nose.
Is it something I should be doing in my suit? Probably.
You've got an orange suit.
That's true.
Clubbed away, leg side. That's a brutal hit and almost caught there right on the boundary by Haller. The camera assumed it was going to be a boundary. I did too. As Harry Kane back into the attack.
He's actually in my fantasy team now. He's had so much of the ball. And Harry Kane Jr. Oh, it would have been a good catch. Almost robbed the Maximo. And Freddie couldn't quite reel it in. 9 for the win now. Nunes sniffing a half century.
Sniffing is definitely not what you want to be doing if you're anywhere close to a tablespoon of cinnamon. Apparently, because it cloys.
You said teaspoon, now it's tablespoon.
Well,
over, it's 73 for 3.
Teaspoon for me, maybe tablespoon for you.
Okay, fair enough. Hey, don't forget, still plenty more action coming your way. These are some of the upcoming events. By the way, we've had a couple added to the list today on the upcoming events. Of course, Kiel, the ECS, which starts on the Monday the 18th of August. Before that, we go to Norway for the first time. Corey, yes, he's alive. He's going to be doing the ECIs, which is 2 days of ECIs and a day of T20 internationals there. Norway, Sweden and Hungary up there. And then another series in Romania. And hopefully this time it goes to plan. It'll actually start with some T20Is as well before some T10 internationals and another European cricket series. So, yeah, stay tuned. Those events coming up.
I'm looking forward to hopefully, now that I'm not going to be commentating on it, hopefully seeing my home club from Hamburg, THCC, in the Kiel ECS. I've seen all the messages flying around in the WhatsApp group, and I've been lurking.
So what's your club?
THCC.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think they're first on the list. I mean, I called them back in 2021. Of course, I was there 4 years ago. I loved it. Loved the horsies next door.
That might be... It's definitely a 6 up. Will it be a 7 up? I think probably just about a low full toss and take cover there. They're not going to make the Rains Park 11 running away, but it's actually is that the wicket keeper of the kids camp who does the fielding there, goes all the way.
A sign that the ball's been hit quite far. So Twickenham, it seems a long time ago they lost those early 2 wickets. And so any score wins it. Well, not any score, actually. They still need 2. Nunes, by the way, brought up his 50, brought it up in 16 balls.
That'll be straight as an arrow, and that will win it with a boundary. Watch out, kids, because that one comes towards the playing area. It looks like they've broken off for T. And we can break it off there as well, because Twickenham get the winning runs, and rightfully so. It's the skipper, Carlos Nunes, who gets his side over the line. 56 of the 83 runs scored off his bat. He remains unbeaten. Blake van der Linde didn't really have to do much, but he did the job with the ball in the first half of the innings. And what a comeback that is for Twickenham, having lost and being skittled in the first game. They come back and grab all 4 points here.
Hey, if you're a fan of big hits, you've come to the right place. If you're a fan of close finishes, and you're probably still waiting, because we've had 3 pretty one-sided games, 3 4-pointers. Again, it's just one of those things. I think the pattern so far, if you're not from Banstead, the other teams have found it a bit hard to kind of get in the swing of things, and Spence playing their first game just weren't quite with the pace, but I mean, they're last year's finalists, the best performers of the clubs that are participating again in the series. So East Molesey coming on next, of course. Don't forget, Clyde Rees-Fortune is a test cricketer, and he's leading East Molesey. Didn't see too much of him in that last game. Michael Sheen and Jamie Southcote come in for East Molesey. Spencer look like they're going unchanged, and they'll just be hoping that they can get things going with the bat first up. They have been sent in, and Troy Johnson didn't seem too bothered because he'll get another chance, I think, at the top of the order. But Johnson took that catch, and then we had another early wicket. The LBW, it looked like a good call. I think it was going to get leg stump. But that was the high water point, wasn't it, for Spencer after that. Carlos Nunez took over half century, bringing up the win and the 4-pointer for Twickenham.
It was a well-deserved 4 points in the end. At the start, we thought maybe there's a little wobble on, even considering possibly a low-scoring thrill or even a golden ball. But in the end, it was Twickenham who had other ideas, and in particular, the captain. As there was this one half chance there, tipped over the bar by Freddie Horler. He did take that grab off Callum Watson earlier in the piece, but in the end, it was just the 3 wickets to 4, and Twickenham ease home with, well, more or less half the innings to spare. So it's a comfortable win. It's an even more comfortable 4-pointer. Carlos Nunez, the captain there, really leading the charge. 56 not out off 17 deliveries. Callum Watson, only one really needed otherwise to chip in with a few runs. Well, extras 11, I suppose 8 of them are byes. Can't do too much about that, but wicketkeeper on a few occasions just a bit blindsided there was Cameron Kerr. Just the 5 bowlers used, of course, it was just into the 6th over before the game came to a conclusion. Zakirullah, well, he picked up 2 wickets. They were both in the 1st over, and most of the runs he conceded were in the 2nd. Wasn't the best of 2nd overs for him, but still an exciting young bowler. So there you have it, match 3 in the bag, and Twickenham beat Spencer by 7 wickets. So they go from 0-4 to 4-0. And it looks like then we'll have a bit of a longer break as a result as well, with the next game coming up in about 45 minutes.
45 minutes, yeah. We've been kind to us. Maybe we can get out and we can maybe hit a few balls around. Now you've got a game coming up on Wednesday. We can mix it with the crowd, but we'll be back in about 40 minutes time then. And Spencer will be hoping to get their first points on the board, taking on East Molesey. Vinny Sander, Mr. Max Mo with Tina Golf. And we'll see you after another break here in London for more European Cricket Series.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for match number 4 here in the European Cricket Series England Wimbledon edition. And coming up, 2 teams that I'm sure would love to get a win on the board. East Molesey are taking on Spencer in this one. Let's see what happened a little bit earlier with Ian Ramage, the tournament referee, and the 2 captains.
East Molesey, the home team, you'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you'll call.
That's heads.
You know, that's right, yeah.
Beautiful. No, I don't, but there you go. I trust you, Clyde. Heads.
Heads has been called. It was going miles away. It's come down tails. So he won the toss.
Ball.
Toss won by East
Beautiful.
Molesey, who will bowl first.
So East Molesey have won it and they have elected to bowl first. And I don't think that Spencer mind that too much, although having said that, we saw their batting kind of fall over in the first game that they did play. So look, for East Molesey, again, they found it a little bit tough in their first game, but one good thing about this format is that each team will get to play 8 matches, and only one team was eliminated from the competition. But of course, you're trying to finish as high as you can so that you get a slightly easier draw when it comes to the knockouts in the last 2 days. So look, when it comes down to it, 2 teams, like I said, they're going to try and battle for the points here, and whoever wins this probably above the other, and of course that's a good trend to set. But still plenty of cricket to happen here in Group A. Tina Goff standing by. Let's get ready for the first ball. Spencer being sent in by East Molesey here in match 4.
Thanks very much, Vinny. So we take a look at the glorious overhead shots of Wimbledon, Rains Park and the local area. East Molesey and Spencer do battle. Both sides have played one and lost one, both tasting defeat. One of them's going to break that duck. 2 sides actually who come into this series with a bit of pedigree. Spencer, of course, on the network, having just narrowly lost out in the final last year to NCCA. And East Molesey, we've been talking them up as a local force to be reckoned with. Haven't quite fired so far. In fact, it was a bit of a chastening defeat by 10 wickets to Rampart Banstead, who've won 2 out of 2 so far. Their work is done for the day, but East Molesey and Spencer still got some points to battle out for. 2 changes for East Molesey with Michael Sheen and Jamie Southgate coming in. The captain with test match pedigree, Clyde Reeves-Fortune, didn't have too much to do in that first game. I suppose they just didn't have too much time to do anything with that big defeat, but hoping here to get his side up and running in the series. As for Spencer, they were skittled 80 all out against Twickenham, losing that one by 7 wickets. At the start, looked like it might be a low-scoring thriller. In the end, Twickenham eased home thanks to a classy, unbeaten half-century by their skipper, Carlos Nunez. So for Spencer and their MVP captain, Troy Johnson, it's about making amends. They will have the opportunity now with the bat, certainly wanting to get a few more runs on the board than the 80 they managed in that previous game. Both sides, I'm sure, will improve as the tournament goes on. As Vinny was saying in the intros, plenty of time for each of these sides to find their stride. Because of the nature of this tournament as well, it's a bit more forgiving than some of the other series, with the top 4 out of the 5 teams going through. Sometimes we have group stages where the top 2 go through, but on this occasion we're going into conventional tournament knockout play with quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. So as long as you're in the top 4 out of the 5, you will get a shot at that quarter-final coming up next Thursday. A lot of cricket to be played before then, though, as it will be Toby Crowther, the tall left armour, to open up for East Molesey. It's Jens Wagstaff and Freddie Haller out there for Spencer with the bat. ball wide from Crowther, who's trying to cut it across the right-hander. That one's a bit of a low full toss. I don't think it will trouble the square leg umpire. But certainly both of these sides taking a little time to get into their work today. Can't be said of Banstead, who roared into the tournament with 2 big wins, picking up the old octopus on day 1, 8 points out of 8. They just had the 2 games today, and they'll be coming back with another handful of games tomorrow, with both Group A and Group B playing 4 days of action apiece, followed by a day of quarterfinals next Thursday. And of course, big final next Friday on Peacock Friday, no less. Don't have any play over this weekend here, not on the network at least. I'm sure a lot of these teams will be active in their domestic leagues. That's hit firmly down the ground. Punched away for 4 runs, classes off the sight screen. We've been in a bit of the danger zone so far today. That was nothing but a punch down the ground, and well, Toby Crowther had a fleeting thought to try and put his hand out of that one. No stopping that one off the bat of Jens Wagstaff. This time he goes a bit more leg side and says an early hello to the spanner zone over there. The kid's still playing a bit of cricket. That one rolls away for back-to-back boundaries here for Wagstaff. So in both games so far, Spencer have been asked to put a total on the board. The game against Twickenham, their 80 was knocked off in just 5.2 overs. They've started a bit more solidly here. Freddie Horler having played just the 1 ball so far. It is definitely Freddie Horler as well, despite what it says at the bottom of your screens. Maybe Rufus is his middle name. Freddie is certainly his first name. And he goes a bit funky there, doesn't manage to get anything on it. Will be a tame end to the first over. Not too far away from the stumps on this occasion. Lucky not to see his poles rearranged. So it'll just be the 12 off the first over for Spencer. Still a steady enough start, given that they're rocking from that big defeat to Twickenham in the previous game. So we take a look and what's coming our way over in Malaga. It's the ECC for men, and it's basically 3 weeks of cricket action. I know I'm looking forward to it. Someone else looking forward to it is Vinny Sandu, joins me back in the tent.
Yeah, and I believe that you'll be part of that coverage for the ECC as well in the initial phase, the Premier Division. I'm really excited that you get to make not your ECC debut, because of course you were player of the tournament in the ECCW Challenger Division last year, but yeah, looking forward. You get to commentate Corey's team, Spain, who are in Group B. Oh, that looks interesting. High-ish. Now they're going to take a run. No ball's called on the ground, so I think that call will stand. But yeah, just kind of guided it. Remember, there's a slightly more strict rule in ECN. It's waist or above, and that actually was above. So it's a pretty easy one. Yeah, straight away squaring umpire saying, hey, that's too high. So well, the fake Rufus will get to face the free hit. Freddie Horler against Porter. Freebie. Pretty good shot there. Manoeuvres it square of the wicket. That's an excellent shot. Low full toss. Not an easy one to put away. Yeah, good to see the patrons there enjoying there. It's a Monday afternoon at the cricket.
I'm not sure he gets a hand on this one. I think that's a slap bang straight into the shin.
Is that?
Have a look.
Oh, geez. Have we got that? Have we got the end of that replay again? I love the beautiful kiss of ball on bone.
Nothing like ball on bone on a Monday.
Let's have a look. Oh,
crunch.
That impact in line going on to hit the femur. Anyway, this is going to come our way as well. That is going to be stopped. Excellent bit of fielding there. Glad Reece Fortune. He's a guy who's played 2 tests. And the test here was whether he could chase this down. It's quite a lush field. I mean, it's pretty fast if it's rolling, but that one just taking a few bounces. And yeah, Reece Fortune does well to save a couple of runs.
It's quite thick grass here. I was expecting that one to fly in towards us. And some of the outfields here in England over the last few weeks have been pretty parched. This one is a bit more luscious, and that one just held up a bit in the grass.
In Sweden, that would have been probably a lost ball. No ball called. Oh, tries to hit one stump, hits the batter instead. Ouchies. Well, at least he's got the protection of the pads. I'm not sure if they came into play here, but we'll check it out. Yeah, just nothing behind the line according to the umpire when that front foot lands. And then, watch out, Wagstaff. He's hit by this one. And, oof, that's a nasty one. A free hit coming up then. Wagstaff impressed me with his stroke play in the last game. And there weren't too many things to cheer about for Spencer. He got rock and rolled for 80. This game's in the Goldilocks zone though. 44-56 at the moment. Is another free hit. And it's a big edge. It's going to fly. 1 bounce 4. And put him on the total. So Porter obviously goes for 4 at the free hit. And of course, we'll have to bowl an extra ball in the over.
Have we ever had a Toby opening pairing?
I was just thinking
Toby?
I couldn't remember 2 Tobys in the same team. It's a very high Toby, high intensity Toby kind of lineup. I'm trying to think of the most similar names we've seen. We had Azam getting Azam out yesterday. We've had a team with, I think, 9 or 10 Sings.
I think that was over in Malta.
Yeah, and that happens. But yeah, 2 Tobys. Tale of 2 Tobys.
Have you ever been to a Toby carvery in the UK?
No, but sounds delicious. I mean,
had you at carvery?
Yeah.
It's kind of a, I'd say lowish end carvery, but you probably for about a tenner.
It's mostly the neck.
The giblets. I think it's all you can eat kind of meat and veg and potatoes.
You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language anyway. So we've got Porter. He's to get the comeback ball. That edge flew away. I think they've lost the ball actually. So play resumes. Oh, it really rises. I know a lot of people saying this pitch is benign, but we've seen certain bowlers getting a little bit out of it. That's one that takes off, and it's actually still on the way up. If anything, it swings upwards as it flies through to Afshar, who wasn't able to glove it cleanly. Yeah, 2 teams that obviously had a bit of a touch-up in their first game. But there's still plenty of cricket to happen here in Group A. Before we have to say goodbye to one of the teams. Tries to get a little bit funkalicious there. Does haul up, but he misses out. I've seen that a couple of times. If you do have any questions, you can jump into the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. I mean, it's funny because quite a lot of our regular chatters are here at the ground watching live. And so maybe a chance for a couple of new chatters to step up. I know Quacky's in there. Oh, by the way, have I told you? Duck news.
You haven't.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, I can't tell you too much, but I have it.
I'm on the edge of my beak.
At 6. Beautifully timed. Well, lucky the kids have taken a bit of a break over there because that's gone all the way. That's gone over the other pitch and it's still going. What a shot by Hauler. Here goes Maximal. End of the second over and it's 35 without loss. Yeah, so Derek has obviously, there's been contract negotiations with Derek the Duck for a while, our cartoon duck. He's basically, he said he was overworked, so he's taken a bit of a breather. We will have a new duck soon, and I know probably on social media, watch out for it, because it'll be up to our ECN community to name the duck. And we talked about this in Sweden last week, and it brought up the famous Boaty McBoatface.
I was going to ask if you're going to get a Ducky McDuckface.
I could go for 6, it will. That time it does work. Full toss is the easiest one to play that shot too. And just a little love tap there. and with the angle, which is kind of going across the right hand, it kind of angles straight on the middle of the bat, and Crowther goes the journey. Maximal time again. We're back to a 50-50 here. That's what we like to see. We haven't seen a close contest yet here on day one. Yeah, so I won't go into it, but there are also some copycats from the Bodie McBoat-faced saga, which is when you let the community name something.
Yeah.
But I do believe it'll be multiple choice, and there may or may not be a Derek Jr. in there. We'll see. Of course, the #Save Derek campaign been in full swing for a while now. People miss Derek. He did make a cameo on the ECL finals day.
Apparently, Boaty McBoatface was an homage to an Adopt a Bird program in 2012, where an owl was named Hootie McOwlface.
I love it. Oh, get ready for our new commentator, Mikey McMikeface. I told you it'll happen. We'll be replaced with AI soon enough. Give me 10% to sit on a beach. I'll do it.
Oh, absolutely.
Come back ball. Tries it again. Oh, it's very daring. It's very brave from Wagstaff. Once again, low full toss. And the full toss, even if it's low full toss with that shot, it just takes the element of bounce out of it and that variable out of it. And any contact, unless it's straight to that fielder, it's going to fly away to the boundary or over. Hey, quick hello as well to Steve Cook. Nice to see you in the chat. Shadib Asmir Bondon as well saying hi, Vinny, or hi to you as well. And keep me up. And might need a few coffees because I was up at 3 in the morning this morning. But I didn't want to miss out on opening day. There's been plenty happening already. Another fake step. This time slower ball. Good variation from the bowler. Do you want to hear about the copycats of the Boaty McBoatface?
I do. It was
Give
a
me a
while.
second.
There was a while on the internet where it just went everywhere, didn't it? And I think Boaty McBoatface didn't end up being the vessel. The vessel was called the David Attenborough.
Yeah, they changed it.
Yeah, but Boaty McBoatface was one of the remotely controlled submersibles. So this one's going to hit right into the bushes to the right of us.
It would have been a bad deflection off the off the little bit of fencing there, but it will be 6. Maximal, not easily. I'm not skittish when the ball. I've been having many a ball come towards the cue, but tend to know when to panic. That time was good stroke though. 50's up, 50 partnership as well. Wagstaff to 31. Yeah, I love, and I think they called it the David Attenborough because no one could be angry with that name because everyone loves David Attenborough. So I reckon they had that in the back pocket for a while just to keep public sentiment.
They've used it now, though.
On
That's
their
the thing.
side. Yeah.
You can't pull out another David Attenborough from nowhere. They've got to have another iconic British celebrity in reserve for when Boaty McBoatface Part 2 happens. Or just never let the British public decide anything. We've proven ourselves to be rubbish at deciding things.
Yeah, so it was a UK thing. I wasn't sure if it was an Australian thing or a UK thing, but yeah, it was a UK thing, Boaty McBoatface. Won by a landslide with over 124,000 votes. Rolling cutter this time. Crowther tries round the wicket. Wagstaff gets cramped for room. But yeah, copycat names exploded. So I was in Sweden. There was a famous one. Sweden in 2017, the very next year, Swedish rail company let the public vote on a new train and embraced the results of Trainee McTrainface.
Imaginative.
And I believe they respected the will of the people. That was the official statement. But yeah, Ferry McFerryface was chosen in Sydney in 2017. Into the third over, by the way. Pretty good power play for Spencer, but still this game in the balance, 52 without loss. So yeah, a few good ones there. But the ferry in Sydney was quietly renamed. But I like that they went with it, got all the positive publicity, and then they just quietly. Isn't it bad luck to rename a boat? That's what they say.
Yeah, I think so. And boats are female, aren't they? They're she vessels.
I think there's a few they them these days. They're pretty active. They know what they want. 2025. Anyway, here's Molsey. Still searching for a breakthrough. We'll get change of pace now with Archie Houghton, who is going to bowl. The fourth was left arm spin. That should be gone. Excellent stuff. And they're going to have a look at this. But I think he's gone. That's a good take. You know, there's two types of stumping. The type you have to rush and the type you don't. This is one that he seems to get out comfortably. So you have to catch it cleanly. And it's the bounce that he has to contend with. And I wouldn't say it was quite in the middle of the gloves. It was in the webbing, but good enough. So good work from Afsha. An awkward stumping, really. Wagstaff's going to have to go for 32. And there's the breakthrough. The change to spin. I know it was a left-arm spinner. You'd have appreciated that one, Tina. 52 for 1.
There's nothing like just the look of horror on the batter's face as you're spinning it past the bat. Doesn't really have to spin. That one was just more of a bit of a bounce. And Jens Wagstaff, he is, of course, the keeper for Spencer. So maybe when he looks back on that, he'll appreciate the stumping. But
that's
for
what
now,
they say, you know, with dancing down the wicket. I mean, number one is try and hold your shape, but also don't worry about being stumped because you're not planning to miss the ball. That's the thing. And so obviously when you do miss it, when you've committed to the plan there, he's out comfortably. Back at the Super Goldilocks zone, 50-50 right now. Good bowling. First ball in a very good spot.
It was a decent power play for Spencer. 52 on the board without losing a wicket. But the very first ball of the 4th, they lose one.
Here's Trojo batting 3. Dropped himself down a slot. Didn't have a great time. He's got dropped, then got caught in the first over in Spencer's first game. But if he gets going, it's going to be destructive. Well, maybe a bit of dog watch there. I see quite a few dogs around. I expect dog sightings to go up from about now 4:30. Assuming people still work in London as soon as the work's finished. Plenty of daylight to go walk the dog. Game 4, game 5.
Yeah, if you are in the neighbourhood, come on down, bring your dog.
This time it does go slog sweep again, kind of committing to that. And he's going to find the gap. He's going to find the boundaries. So Johnson with his first boundary of this European Cricket Series, last year's MVP. Hello to Benedict Chambers. He's watching from Stockholm, and his club Djurgården, they won their first ever ECSW in Stockholm. It was kind of nice though. The women opened up in Stockholm Monday, Tuesday. And it was a great way to get things started. Djurgården and Alby Zalmi with a good rivalry. They ended up with, Djurgården had 2 wins against Alby Zalmi. Alby Zalmi had 1. Stockholm CC also in that. That was a week ago. But they weren't able to get a point out of their 6 matches. They're still a little bit below the level. But yeah, if you have any questions about European cricket, put them in the chat. And there's no silly questions. It is quite a lot of information if you've just discovered it. When you realise, we have something like 1,700 and something matches this year, different kind of competitions, club competitions, international competitions, something like 24 venues throughout the year as well. Tournaments of different duration. It's a lot. It's a nice little deft deflection. It might have been more glove than anything else, but Freddie Hall will get a single. You've been in the ECN ecosystem now for a few months, kind of pretty much fully immersed. But did you find it hard to wrap your head around the whole thing when it was new to you?
Yeah, I think the terminology can sometimes be a bit baffling. The good thing is it's all very logical when it's explained, even stuff like the bonus point. It took me a while to get my head around that, but when you get it, you think, okay, that makes sense. Both teams have got the opportunity to get the bonus point. Take a look at this one. Final ball of the over, knocked away into the leg side, and good fielding there in the deep. By Jake Tarling.
And the thing is, it's been quite organic the way that ECN's grown. Okay, originally it was 17 matches, and now we're talking about 100 times that much in the year. That's 6 years ago. It's only 17 matches. We thought it would just be maybe a 1 week a year thing, but it's exploded in popularity due to the accessibility, maybe because of the relatability of the cricket. I mean, a lot of people say that, this is a level of cricket that, I can imagine myself playing, and the standard is very variable, from country to country, place to place. Okay, more left arm with Sheen, who's into the side. A great effort there, wipeout job. It will be 4 runs. That's Joe Johnson over there, despite the dive, gets away.
Michael Sheen, one of the 2 new additions to this East Molesey lineup.
So bonus point's a really good example of something that when you hear it for the first time, it seems really complicated, but it really isn't. And I remember when this came in kind of full time, it was tried in ECCW 2023, came in for season 2024. And it just livens up a lot of games that otherwise might be considered a bit one-sided. Where a thrashing means you get an extra point and you take a point off your opponent. But the funny thing is I said, look, give it 2 days and then tell me if you don't understand it. And pretty much everyone understood it because it's pretty repetitive. You just need to... Well, first you can do this, and that's into the Spanish squad over there. Maximo Hauler puts that full toss out of the park, like a line drive, and just noticed the Rains Park 11, they might be out at tee because maybe not as many young fielders. Where's young Noah in the Harry Kane outfit? He was getting a lot of the ball earlier on.
Yeah, it's about that time where we just have a little bit of a sit down, I think.
Nap time, isn't it?
I think maybe it's at the end of the day for the kids camp. I suppose they go to around 4 o'clock for the parents to finish their work and pick them up. Doesn't look like they'll be having too much action, but perfect time to settle in for the final 2 games here.
I like this, slows it up. It's a bit counterintuitive, but I think you're probably more likely to get a miss hit off a well-directed, slower ball, so a more flighted ball. We'll get an overhit. We certainly saw that in Sweden over the weekend. Johnson gets quicker wide, hits it to square, and it's going to be gone. Huge moment, really. I mean, Johnson hasn't quite hit his straps today, and Sheen, clever to him. It's a classic Homer Simpson quote when he's discussing relations with Marge, slow then fast. And that's what works here to get Trojo. He's out for 11. It's 71 for 2.
It hasn't been the best day for the MVP from last year's series. Johnson goes for 11 off 7. East Molesey have done well to halt Spencer here. Remember, they were 50 plus off the power play, but since then, going for just a handful of runs, picking up 2 wickets as well.
It's the classic Jojo catching Trojo. Now, if you had it on your bingo card, and you'd know that it's a dismissal. It was always possible. 71 for 2. That's a Mr. Plough reference as well if you want to look for the specific episode. Getting a bit old now. No one gets the Simpson references anymore.
Oh, I'll get them.
Get them?
I was talking about the trampoline pitch.
It might have actually been a Whacking Day episode. Let's not go further into that. It's up in the air. Should be gone. 2 and 2. Sheen has come out and he has certainly done his job. 2 wickets in the over. Scriven, who was good last game, but he's gone for a golden in this one. And the score is 71 for 3. It is the end of the 5th over. But Sheen, when he comes back, surely he'll be on a hat-trick. And we've already seen not just a hat-trick, but a quad trick, a 4 in 4 here on opening day. So for Spencer fans, they won't be too happy that now they've faded to around about 30% in the percentages. Supercomputer, of course, doing those percentages. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Tina Goff with me. And yeah, we're just getting started here, aren't we? 10 days of cricket here at Rains Park, Wimbledon, our host club. And it's a Monday to Friday. It's the classic, not quite the Dolly Parton 9 to 5, but we've got the Monday to Friday this week and next week. But in between, I've got a little bit of a journey to Gibraltar for the Gibraltar 13. So don't worry, you'll still have cricket every day on ECN.
That's what we can promise over here. The Gib 13, isn't it, as well, coming your way. But if the rest of the week is anything to go by, we've had a hat-trick, we've had a quad trick, we've had a fifer, we've had 100. I think we've already pretty much cleaned up our bingo card.
Oh, that would have been run out. I thought I saw a no ball signal. Yeah, no ball called. Now, this would have been run out. Hauler hits it, runs. Direct hit would have been curtains. Let's have a look at this. Again, sticking with spin. It has been effective, Sridevi. He's overstepped first ball. Oh, this could be out as well. Oh, I just couldn't get in. That's Big Toby, who was there at third. And yeah, it was just an edge that seemed to hang in the air, but plopped to the ground just before Crowther was able to get there. It's really heavy. What a lively wrist spin, although he's going to miss the mark. That's actually a no ball, I think. 1 and 3. And missed by the keeper, so I'll get extra run. But this bounces for me between the creases. Pardon the expression. Show where it bounces, please. So this should be a free hit, but I don't know if they've noticed that it's a no ball. So let's see if it results in a wicket, and of course it will. So, well, you got to say that was just an umpiring error that causes that, because that ball definitely should have been called a no ball the ball before. But I suppose about it, he knows it's not a free hit, so it's not like he's under any illusions. And I'd say it's a bit obscure, but Hauler is a bit unlucky to be on his way for 25, 75 for 4.
You want to explain that obscure law then
no
for
ball off the pitch. It bounced before the wickets, and so it should have been a no ball, but that didn't get picked up. And yeah, as a result, next ball would have been a free hit. Now, whether I think it should be a free hit, I personally think it probably shouldn't, but under the law, under the playing regulations, I should say, it should have been. Anyway, nice catch down there. Clyde Reeves Fortune. It's a select group of Test cricketers and international cricketers that have played for full nations to play in ECN cricket. Anyway, here's Kerr. Also, Sri Devi has a wicket.
I suppose there's a bit of an obscure law in that I can't think of any other law where the line of the stumps is used as any kind of barometer of anything.
Yeah, true. It's to do with the fact they're scared the ball might hit the edge of the pitch and then bowl you. That's why it's the stumps,
Right.
not the crease. Up in the air, but miss hit. This is a sitter down there for Woods, and he'll take it. The Serbian international getting into the action. So Kerr goes for a duck, and Spencer unravelling a little bit through these middle overs. They're 75 for 5.
It's the 4th wicket to fall in just the last 6 deliveries. Haven't been able to score a boundary in that time. Started with Michael Sheen's final 2 deliveries, 2 wickets, and then Taran Sridevi gets 2 wickets of his own.
The free hits are fun, but I wonder if we need them in T10 cricket, because free hits were designed in more of a 50-over scenario where batters were pretty boring and just hitting ones to the boundary for the middle hours, and and so an overstep would give them a chance to actually play a shot risk-free. So it was kind of trying to encourage a certain behaviour. So I mean, I'm all excited. I love excitement as well. And you see some pretty funky things on free hits. But I think in this format of the game and with these boundary dimensions and the duration of the innings, I don't think the batters need extra encouragement to go for their shots. So quite often I see players that are in a more development phase and they might miss the pitch, but then they bowl a great ball that bowls the batter, and they're not allowed to take the wicket. So I feel it's a bit harsh. Maybe a discussion point.
I think philosophically, every ball's a free hit in T10
in a
cricket.
way.
Especially in the men's game. I suppose in the women's game, being still a bit more developmental and you don't have the maximum rate in particular that you do in the men's game, maybe that encourages a bit of hitting, but I don't know. I feel like I like the excitement.
Hits, I guess.
I like the excitement.
And you can try something that you might not otherwise try, still reverses and shots that people really would play unless it was a free hit. 78 for 5 anyway after 6. Hello to Santosh Kapase as well in the chat. Nice to see you. He's asking, when's my 10,000th game? Are we nearing that milestone yet? I got to admit, as the 7th over gets underway, pretty close. I think he's in. It looks like a pretty relaxed batter. Again, we'll check it out in the replay. I think the bat's just down in time. I think you'll be able to see that here. There you go, bat down just before the stumps get hit. So we'll get the single. Yeah, so I've got to admit, I'm not that great at tracking how many games I've done anymore. For the first 5,000, I was pretty good at kind of, suggesting maybe a cake or something. But now they just keep rolling through so quickly. Anyway, that one is going to be cut away. Fielder. Oh, wow. It's the greatest bit of accidental fielding I've ever seen. Southgate's come in. He's whiffed it with his hands and it hit his trailing shoe. Well, this one might be in the textbook if you read it upside down and back to front. See it hitting his shoe, please. And somehow he saved a couple of runs.
Well, Southgate is more known for his football than his cricket, so a good bit of foot fielding there.
Speaking of missed penalties. Again, they want to see this because they want to see it's not a boundary, but it's definitely not for. But anyway, go back and rewind that and you'll see the greatest bit of accidental fielding ever off the shoelaces.
You pay for your shoes.
Shout out to Rico, actually. That's a bit of a Rico move I've just pulled in the commentary box. And he'll be here on Wednesday. He arrives tomorrow. Reverse time. And if you like this and play it backwards, you'll enjoy it longer. And Hauler is going to help himself to 4 runs.
We've seen that shot played to varying success today. That one just lifted over nicely.
Modern batters, you used to see this once in a blue moon, or never. And when it was played, it was kind of thought of as almost that, unsportsmanlike shot. But players these days are so good. Just shows you what's possible when you expand your horizons, and players are trying it from a young age. And you see some of these. I saw Maxwell the other night playing for Australia against West Indies. He's a guy. Apparently, he's so good at it because he was so good when he was a kid that they made him bat left-handed in all the school games, the kind of the recess, the lunchtime games. In the air, and that's going to be gone. So Houghton's been good. Haller's finally going to have to go for 31, and a second wicket for the left-arm tweaker, 86 for 6.
It's a good tumbling catch actually on that occasion. Looks like he does himself a bit of a mischief there. Toby Crowther on the tumble. This time he just tries to cut it away, but cramps in for room. And Crowther, falling forward, takes the catch. So that is the 6th wicket to fall, 86 for 6. Still 1 ball of the 7th. That expected score up in the 120s. I think Spencer will be relatively happy if they get to that mark again. Bear in mind, they were skittled for 80 in their one and only game so far. Well, they've at least got beyond that mark, but they're in slight danger of tumbling away here. That's 5 wickets now in just the 11 balls. And Wesley Gouverneur, the jockey, sensibly blocks out the final delivery of the over. It's a brilliant over from Archie Horton. Goes for just the 8 runs. 86 for 6 at the end of the 7th, and well, we were talking about the Super Goldilocks zone. Now very much in favour of East Molesey after they've put on a bit of a boundary burst, or a wicket burst even in the last 2 or 3 overs, as we have put on a burst through our calendar so far. About, just over halfway through the year, and just over halfway through the events we've got coming your way, but the action doesn't stop. That, of course, isn't an exhaustive list either. If you remember, we've got Gibraltar coming up in a short but sweet weekend of action this weekend before we head over to Croatia and Kiel and everything in between. Before, of course, a few flagship events coming to you from the Cartama Oval in Malaga. We've got the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield, and of course the Euros of cricket in both the men's and the women's. The men's coming in September, October, and the women's rounding off the calendar for 2025 with 3 weeks of cricket carnage in December. Continuing with spin here are East Molesey. It's worked so well for them so far. Jamie Southgate, who did that piece of foot fielding which may forever be lost into the ECN archives, coming on to bowl this 8th over here.
Wind it back.
It's worth the rewind.
I need more information about how and where this helmet was produced. It reminds me of Back to the Future 3 when he goes back and he gets asked, is the circus in town? With this colourful clothing. Speaking of Back to the Future, that's one of the musicals I'm going to see this week. And I know, we haven't mentioned it yet.
No.
That you and I are doing a research trip and we're seeing Fawlty Towers, the musical. I've got a spare ticket, and Tina, you and I are going to go, I think, next Tuesday night. And we can talk about it Wednesday. Apparently it's very good. Martin, my driver, he said it's a right laugh. So I trust his judgment. He's a local.
Is it a musical or is it a play?
I don't know. But yeah, no, it's a play. It's
okay.
A play. Sorry, yeah. I think Back to the Future is a musical.
When in Rome. Fawlty Towers, not quite set in London. I think it's set
Torquay.
Torquay, yeah.
Torquay, yeah. And Southgate doing a good job here with his off spin. Been a good addition. The accidental fielding last over saved a couple of runs. Now, this is a false shot. Hangs up in the air, but only for a second. That'll be the end of the over. Only 5 off it. So great effort from Jamie. He's saying, what's all the fuss about? This is easy. End of the 8th over, and it is 91 for 6. Yeah, so again, loving all the interactions in the chat. Keep chatting with each other. We'll keep an eye on it as well. Vinny and Tina here. And Rico, he'll be with us from Wednesday. Rico and I are kind of like ships in the night during the domestic European season. So I think the last day I commentated with him was in Prague, and it was over a month ago, maybe 5-6 weeks ago.
Oh, Rico's been busy, hasn't he?
He's been
He's
very
taken
busy.
Taking a few well-deserved days off, I
I think
think.
last you saw him, he was just coming to the end of a 3-week stretch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope he's had enough time to unwind and let it all hang out. That one is out of here. Well, mind yourselves. Again, the Grizzly has been going AWOL quite a few times, and Phil Mueller has just doubled his score. Maximal 6 runs.
Oh, we've got all the helmets out here. We've got the maroon helmet, which is probably better served for the opposition than the Spencer. I suppose they've got the maroon on their shoulders, haven't they? And then we've got... Have we ever had 2 helmets consisting of, 4 colours between them?
Yeah, never. I'd like to see a rainbow helmet. It's going to call it wide. The more colours, the better. I'd like to see, how about helmets with, like the, big Spartan kind of, like Viking horns, something like that. Why not? Pitched up, good stuff from Street Evie.
Are there any regulations against having adornments on your helmet?
Probably. I mean, if you had horns and then you as a keeper, I probably would be a little bit worried about that. Well, in Finland, actually, we had a bit of an epic one. Reverse. Played straight to the field. A bit of luck there for East Molesey. We had 2 batters in the ECSW in Finland collide, and we're talking NFL helmet on helmet contact, 15-yard penalty, and it was a wipeout. There were also 3 attempts to run out that were all missed. It's a bit too short. That's going to disappear. Adios Pelota. Maximo brings up the 100 for Spencer. Just a rare bad ball from Sri Devi. He's bowled pretty well. And the Rains Park 11 are going to pursue that ball out of the ground.
Yeah, I think that's one of the kids from Sutton CC. I had the pleasure of playing against Sutton CC last week for the MCC. Lovely little club in the west of London. Did watch the rainfall for about 2.5 hours. And hey, so at the time, me and the other opening batter, we were unbeaten.
Yeah, I saw this.
And I was on 20 odd and she was on 49 when the rain started falling. And generally the MCC, if you get to 50, you retire unless you're going for a big score or, everyone else is out.
Okay.
But we were unbeaten. She's 49 not out. We go sit down, watch the rain for 2.5 hours. And then, of course, the older heads in the MCC, they're like, you really have to go for a 50 with a 6. It's kind of one of the spirit of cricket laws that the MCC likes to, play with. So she was like, we went back out and she said, do I really have to go for a 6? And I was like, well, you don't have to, but it'd be quite cool if you did.
And
so she charges down the pitch, misses it, stumped on 49, which would have been her first 50 for the MCC.
Spirit of the game.
So, of course, I get to 49.
Yeah. What'd you do?
Well, it was a bit of a freebie. There was no way of charging down the pitch, so I just worked it away. It did go for 4 in the end.
Was I at 49, was I? I didn't realise.
Yeah.
Oh, great fielding this time. This is more on-purpose fielding from Southgate. And now he's going to get a run out. Well, it is 10th over, so it's time to push the running. But just a bit of a misunderstanding there. So I think it's off the Tuchus originally of Southgate, but then he recovers, he fires in the throw. It'll be 1 and done, 107 for 7.
Good piece of fielding there. He had to go for it, really. Spencer at least have a few wickets left in the shed, but that was almost behind him when he's fielded that. Southgate had to locate the ball first and foremost. When he got it, he launched it in. Certainly looking for the 2 straight away.
He's keen, and then he got absolute donuts, didn't he? Radio silence from the jockey. And so 107 for 7, but they shouldn't run out of wickets here. Chu is going to come out to bat at number 9. Yeah, I didn't know that. They're spirit of cricket. Hey, at least they let you chase the milestones. Apparently it's something that's a bit in bad taste if you saw the end of the England-India test.
Yeah.
Apparently scoring a test 100, apparently you just meant to give it up. Even though I'm pretty sure they're paid to play cricket, not just walk off when they want.
I think they had their dinner on.
I remember Brian Lara when he scored that 501 in county cricket. They wouldn't give him the extra half hour either, so he had to do it in a certain amount of time. I suppose when you've been chasing about 700 or 800, you're pretty keen to get off. Yeah, what did you make of that? Did you see the
I heard the stump cam about, or the stump mic about it as well.
MCC grade language?
Yeah, it was industrial from the old Northerners from, was it? Ben Stokes is the chief architect usually.
I think you got.
I think you make your own bed, and equally, if you've got your way to 80, I think they were 80 and 85 when England started grumbling. I think.
I do the old test of if the shoe was on the other
Yeah.
foot, and there's no doubt if the shoe was on the other foot, England would have batted on, made the hundreds. And that looks like it could be stuff. Maybe his back foot stays behind. Maybe it doesn't. Let's have a look. But I just have a feeling it's a good bit of flexibility. I had a feeling this back foot might have dragged, but he was able to slide it back. Let's have a look. Oh, it's close.
Yeah, there's a definite lift. Beautiful footwear on show there.
My instinct is that I think he just might have got the toe down. Let's have a look. That's the... Look, here we go. In. Good work. I'll have him on my Twister team any day of the week.
Yeah, I think he'll be told that he's got another go. He was clearly not optimistic because he was already halfway to the boundary.
Tell you what, though. Chu, is he the man to face this last ball? He will. Let's see what he can do with it. Sheen. Yeah, work away. They're not going to try for an impossible second. So, end of the 10th. We're going to be bouncing on one leg for the rest. Was that I think they're saying that's not out. What happened at the end there? But anyway, we're bouncing on one leg during the break because they get 1-1-1, 111 for 10. 111 for 7, I should say, off the 10 overs. It looks a bit light on, but having said that, these are two teams that did struggle a little bit. But yeah, 112 will be the target, Tina, in the second innings for East Molesey, hoping for their first win in ECN cricket.
Yeah, I think they were just checking where there was a run out on the final delivery, but seemed to be that the umpire called time and final ball was done and dusted. So it will be 111 Nelson for Spencer. We go back to the highlights, and East Molesey certainly be happy with their efforts, eyeing up their first win, as you said, on the network. Spencer, well, they're still looking for their first win of this series. Remember, they were finalists last year, roundly beaten in the final. Haven't exactly shown that kind of form so far. There was a few big hits at the top of the order, but really, when Jens Wagstaff and Haller fell away, not much else to speak of. Miller, he was run out, getting 20 first, but really, none of the Spencer batters fired. Meanwhile, East Molesey, they were firing in the field. Some good grabs there. Sheen came in, one of the few batters that came, or bowlers that came in for East Molesey side. He did the damage straight away, finishing 2 for 17 off his tee. Archie Horton as well, 2 for 15. So it was the spinners that did the business for East Molesey. Michael Sheen also getting in on the catching, as was Luke Woods. And that was tumbling away. Toby Crowther carved that one, took his opportunity. There's still a chance for a few big sixes into the fan zone. The spanners still out there in force. But mostly it was an innings that went the way of the bowling side, but still East Molesey will be conscious of the fact that they were roundly beaten by Banstead by 10 wickets in game 2, so they haven't tasted victory on the network yet. This is the perfect time for them to do so.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of a, I mean, it's a banana peel chase, isn't it? 112 should do it fairly easily, but let's not forget that East Molesey didn't necessarily have the best time earlier on. Looking at the scorecard, 32 for Wagstaff at the top, and Freddie Haller with 31 opening as well. And Pony Phil Miller was able to get any sort of score apart from that. Hit some good shots in his 24. He got run out. Troy Johnson again wasn't quite able to stick around. He was out for 11, and 111 the final score for Spencer. East Molesey though, got a golden opportunity, and even you look at what's required. I think 16 and over would actually get them the 4 points, so they would actually consider that to be a possibility, even though they probably would take the win. They scored 133 earlier off the 10 overs. That was against Banstead, but then they went for big runs in response and lost with 25 balls to spare. 2 fors all round. Houghton as well as Sheen and Sridevi, all 6 wickets falling to spin in that 10 overs. So yeah, good work from them. And Jamie Southgate, again, a good addition. His over only went for 5. They kind of ran out of puff a bit, Spencer, in that 10 overs. It looked like they might be on for more at one stage. You look at the split, 71 in the first half, only 40 runs in the second. We'll take a break then. Back pretty shortly. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Tina Golf. It'll be East Molesey going for their first ECM win when we return to Wimbledon for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Wimbledon, where the chase is on for East Molesey, looking to get 112 runs to not only register their first win of the series, but maybe, just maybe, get that bonus point as well. If they get those 1-1-2 needed inside 7 overs, all 4 points will be theirs. As for Spencer, well, it's probably a below par score for any side, let alone a side that was in the finals last year. And if they restrict the chasing side to 77 runs or fewer, then it will be them that gets the 4 points. So, well, we've had 3 4-pointers already today, and I wouldn't discount having another 4-pointer here with East Molesey with a point to prove. Remember, they lost the first game they played by 10 wickets. Well, anything will be better than that, to be perfectly honest, but both of these sides haven't won a game yet in the series, so one of them's going to break the duck. As for Spencer, it's just about bowling tight lines here, maybe spinning it to win it as well. It looks like it will be Troy Johnson bowling the first, as they saw how successful the spinners were for East Molesey. Archie Horton picking up 2 for 15, Michael Sheen 2 for 17. And it was just those middle overs of spin that really strangled the Spencer innings. So they finish on Nelson, metaphorically on 1 foot. 111 on the board then. It looks like it will be left-hand, right-hand combination of Michael Sheen at the non-striker's end, and Jake Tarling facing up that first delivery. Michael Sheen into the side and clearly earmarked as a key player, picking up wickets and also tasked with getting the runs, but it'll be Jake Tarling who starts the innings up with a Maximo. 6 runs, just a bit too short there from Troy Johnson, and Jake not going to miss out on that occasion. Going around the wicket, but, well, bit of an ugly ball in all honesty from last year's MVP. Was asked to be slapped away, and that's exactly what happened. So even just with that early boundary, the win predictor has East Molesey up at 90%. Surely they're looking at not just the win here, but the 4-point win. Oh, that was almost a wicket. The hands went flying up both in the commentary box and on the field, but it will race away for another boundary. Just outside the grasp of the man at backward point. It was certainly a half opportunity, probably no more than that. But those are the kind of ones that you need to try and take when you are defending a lowish total. This time he's found his length, has Troy Johnson, just knocked away for a single. Spencer, remember, they lost their opening game as well to Twickenham by 7 wickets. On that occasion, they were skittled but for 80. At least got a few more runs on the board than on that occasion, but again, a below par score for a side that, well, I know we expected a lot of, and I'm sure those of you who watched the series last year had high expectations for the side. But the beauty of European cricket, of course, is that it is a fast but also long series with plenty of games, as that one will be called a no ball. Called by the standing umpire there, so it will be a free hit coming up. Final ball of the first, so Troy Johnson almost escaped out of the over. Now has to face the free hit, which he does escape with us again, so it'll just be the 14 runs coming off the first over for East Molesey. Steady if not spectacular, but for them it's just a case of trying to get the first win on the board. Run rate is very comfortable below 11. So East Molesey in a decent enough position here with 57 matches since the Golden Ball. I was there for the previous one. I know Vinny is desperate to break his duck. It's been a while.
Who's not desperate for a GB? Let's just say certain people deserve one. Certain people that got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to put on a certain red suit and didn't even wake up in this country. Had lots of questions because of Brexit about why I'm in and out of Europe so much. Thank you, 52% of the... Let's not go there. Anyway, too short first up, and it's pulled away, but it should only be a single.
Why are you expecting anything from a public that voted for Boaty McBoatface?
Try explaining to someone why you've got a residency permit from from Estonia, but live in when you've got a bridging visa in Czechia and you're leaving Stockholm to get to London, and you're wearing a red suit. Try and tell that story at 5 o'clock in the morning. Arakel's got good wheels, doesn't he? And it's going to count against it this time, as that edge will fly away for 4 runs.
Did you have 1 or 2 questions there from was it the British?
Actually, I have so many identity documents, and the one they wanted, I was worried that I'd packed in my wallet, that I'd left in my jeans, that I'd left in my bag. Because I'm not often a travel in a suit because I came straight to work. And then, so I showed her a photo of it on my phone. It was enough. Then I found out it actually was in the wallet in the bottom of my man bag, my European carry-all.
I just imagine you like opening your wallet and 10 identity cards spill out.
Yeah.
You're like, oh no, not that one, sorry.
Yeah, Pedro Maximo.
Is that the photo of you with the moustache?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, it was good actually. But I will say, come on, you've got to have a de-Brexit. Get back in. We want you back. Europe, not Australia. Anyway, that's going to be a bit of a kneel down square drive in the air. Again, this is not one you'll see in the coaching manual unless you read the sealed section, but it will be 6 runs maximum. What a shot. Have a look at this.
It was the attempted slower ball, wasn't it, from Zaccarella? Gets it wrong, comes out the back of the hand.
At what point you think about kneeling down to play that shot? I'm not very sure, but it's pretty good. Pretty good batting.
I'll tell you what, I
Knee
never
work.
think about kneeling down for a cricket shot. It's just too far to get back up for me.
Don't know if they encourage that kind of thing at the MCC. And anyway, stiff upper lip. Sheen has been a good addition to this East Molesey side. Comeback ball from Arakel. Pretty good one. Well handled low down by the keeper against Wagstaff.
How many famous names have we had playing on the network? Michael Sheen, of course, is also an actor. It is spelled differently.
Good point.
Have we had Robbie Williams, maybe? I feel like Robbie Williams
Cricket-wise, we've had a couple of Imran Khans,
Yeah, okay.
which, you know, big burden to carry. He chases a wide here, and he's pumped it straight to point, but it's gone down. Feel like it's a big moment. They need a wicket here to Spencer and Sheen. Oh, he could have gone, but instead he survives. I was thinking about Mr. Sheen, the cleaning product, whenever I see him as well. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. And let's just say it wasn't squeaky clean connection there. And I had to look up whether Mr. Sheen made it to the UK, but it is a known brand.
I was just about to ask if
From
it made
Australia.
it to. Oh, okay. I was
Yeah.
going to ask if it made it to Australia, but clearly.
Yeah, well, that one hasn't gone all the way to Australia, but not far off. Tarling goes Maximo over backward point, and that will be the end of the over as well. So it's 33 without loss. A pretty good start for East Molesey. Yeah, famous names. Now, you know, there have been, but I just can't think of any right now. But yeah, definitely have had some good ones. I mean, some of my favourite names are just unusual but real that we've had. Maltese player Bristow Baby. His last name is Baby. And I asked him, that's your name? And he said, yeah. He said, my father is Mr. Baby. And his wife, Babina Baby, plays for the Maltese women's side. I'm not making this up. I know that Danny Hudacek loves when we go to Italy, and Barty Banger plays. Just has a good ring to it.
I quite liked Ebin Bobby
Bobby's
over
good.
in Malta. I think Rico described him as a Postman Pat character.
Oh, Nick does get knocked down in the circle, just a single. But my all-time favourite from the Pulzen Guardians, who played in one European cricket series in Prague, in Czech Republic, has to go to Nems Magazine. Zimbabwean origin, probably Magazina, but it sounds better as Magazine. Well, that sounded pretty good off the bat, and take cover. That one's going to disrupt a picnic. Several small children duck out the way. Good skills from the youngsters. That's the way you learn, as it'll be a maximal 6 runs.
That was very, very close to hitting, I think, a child. So I'm glad it didn't.
My favourites are the ones that don't hit children.
Mine too.
You got to be very careful with your picnic spot. 40 love, 99%. Gonna like those odds for East Molesey. How did you see this? How worried were you on a scale of 1 to...
The
1 to 10?
RSPCC was on speed dial here.
Oh, it's...
Double duck as well.
And the young girl facing away from the ground. Well, it's going to be gone. That's the wicket they needed, and it's going to be Freddie Haller. That will bring it. Tarling goes 6 and out. That happens quite often, doesn't it, in this format of the game? And East Molesey lose their first wicket. It's 40 for 1.
Just on Mr. Sheen, this is why I feel like sometimes Britain just has an unhinged relationship with its past. So the British version of Mr. Sheen, I don't know what it was in Australia, but in the UK, it was a cartoon caricature of a First World War biplane pilot. Because why wouldn't you have a First World War pilot?
I didn't know that. Everyone knows what he looks like, though.
Well,
he's a little baldy. Are you allowed to say that still?
Yeah, and he's got a handlebar moustache.
Yeah.
And the slogan in the UK was "Mr. Sheen shines umpteen things clean," which is very British. And of course, he flies around on a World War I fighter jet, because why would you not?
I just remember what he looks like, and that everybody knows someone that looks like Mr. Sheen. I think.
Oh, I think I was thinking of Mr. Muscle.
Oh yeah, Mr. Muscle's different. Fake news coming from Tina Goff. Luca Woods comes out to bat, and he's a guy with an ECN 100. One of the few players, or only 2 in his squad actually for East Molesey that's played the format before, but he is a Serbian national and therefore has played international cricket for Serbia and made 134 in the format last year against Cyprus, the Challenger division of the ECC right now. It's Sheen though, and he is getting squeaky clean here. That's onto the other field. Maximo. Wow, Rue putting him down, I think. Haller goes out of the park. Tina's is panicking over there.
I'm not even thinking of Mr. Muscle. It must be a German cleaning man.
Don't blame the culture shock.
Mr. Muscle,
complicated cultural identity for this one.
Maybe you can help me out in the chat. I'm thinking of a strong man with no hair on the front of some kind of cleaning product. Mr. Muscle apparently has hair.
You're going to get a lot of mail now. So say that again. What was that last sentence? Looking for a strong man with no hair. Oh, big standards from Tina. Anyway, that's over. That's going to be 4. And good to see. That's Noah back, and he's going to win the race here. The Rains Park 11 in pursuit. That's going to be 6 more, though. And despite the wicket, Haller goes magical in the 3rd. That's 20 off the over, and the 50 up for East Molesey as well. 53 for 1. You've got very quiet over there.
I'm thinking of Meister Proper. Look at him. He couldn't be more German if he tried. Oh my goodness, I've opened a Spotify playlist.
I think he would have been all right in the early 1940s. Just saying. Anyway, I want to see Mr. Sheen. Sometimes this is classic Game 5 chat, but we're not quite into Game 5 yet. We're still in Game 4.
I'll tell you what, have you ever seen Mr. Sheen and Mr. Pringle in the same room?
Fun fact with Pringles, they're not allowed to call them crisps, potato crisps. Because they don't have the necessary amount of potato in them. So they're basically they're aspiring to be crisps, but they can't call them crisps, or potato chips as they're called in other parts of the world.
I'm going to one-up you on Pringle facts.
Oof.
Did you know the founder of the Pringles, his ashes were
buried in a can?
Pringles
can.
That.
That's the way I want to go. I want to be baked into a grizzly. Anyway, Woods finds the gap. Awkward bounce for the man out at deep square leg, and Cameron Kerr had to watch go past. So that's going to be another 4 runs. Despite the wicket, scoring rate hasn't really stopped, has it? For East Molesey and Spencer. Again, they're searching to break this partnership, maybe get back into the game.
What flavour of Pringles can would you be buried in?
Original.
That's boring.
No, it's not. Salt is a flavour.
Famously.
That's on my tombstone. Anyway, that's going to be another one into the gap. And Woods, either by luck or design, he's finding the gaps, isn't he, at the moment? 4 carreras más. So let me have a look at a few of the questions. Yeah, I asked for European cricket questions. Roscoe asking, how do you play in this tournament? Well, this is European Cricket Series, so it's domestic competition, and so there's a host club, and generally local clubs are invited to play, whereas there are some other competitions. it's kind of into the pitch, maybe a little bit off pace, but it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo first for Woods. And yeah, Molsey looking pretty good at the moment. And so, yeah, the European Cricket League, that's a different competition, and that is the Champions League of European Cricket. And to do that, you have to basically be the top club in your country. So here it's there's the Vitality T20, which is the club competition that hundreds and actually thousands of clubs probably are able to win at the very start. But the winner of that will go to ECL 26, which will be in Spain in February and March. And hopefully you're going to be there for that as well, Tina.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Oh, extra bounce. An elbow rattler now. Forgets that he has to run. Probably that's a knock on the elbow will do that to you, but Woods get through. Probably a leg bite. One of the quirks of cricket, that it can be off your arm, but still be a leg bite. I don't think he got any bat on it.
I didn't see a signal from the umpire though, so unless there was a sneaky one towards the end, I think he was preoccupied with checking the run out, so it will go down as a single.
Forgot. Anyway, that's going to be up and over the top. Maximo. Sheen, good with bat and ball. Nice to see that side of the ground getting a bit of love as well. The other, maybe that's the rivals of the Rains Park 11. It's the Contra 11 over there, doing a good bit of fielding. Nice to see so many youngsters out playing cricket.
Yeah, the kids camp clearly still going in full force. This is the after hours kids camp, but they're doing well over there. It's just the left-hander. There hasn't been too many left-handers playing. Haven't been too many that have stuck around.
You can see they were kind of equal in the power play, weren't they? But then things really started to head south for Spencer, who kind of spluttered their way to 111. And Brian Fantana, hello to you in the chat, saying if you're looking for a bald, strong man, how about Stone Cold Steve Austin? Well, actually, funny you say that. We're talking about famous names we've had on ECN. That's a pretty good straight drive, just a push, and it's going to beat the fielder. So Woods, classical straight drive, really. Just more timing than anything, and it races to the boundary. We have Stone Cold Scott Austin, plays for Cyprus. He was actually probably playing when Woods made his 134 in the ECC last year. Yeah, so lots of different competitions that we run, but they're generally club-based or international-based, and obviously mixture of men's and women's cricket as well. Slight fumble there because it was into the dirt. But yeah, Brian's asking where in Rains Park is this? What's the Rains Park Sporting Complex? You probably can find it reasonably easily. And I can't remember the exact name of what it's called.
I think on Google it's Rains Park Sports Ground.
Rains Park Sports Ground, that's the one. And we'd love to have you down here, and it's great. There's food and drink available. Nice little spectator area, as long as you don't mind some cricket balls whizzing past you every so often. Going oh, that's a big full toss coming into us. That's going to be a Maximo sees Carreras. And I think here, got a feeling this might be a no ball as well. They're going to have a look at it.
He's standing outside the crease, so maybe that will...
Yeah, so it is called a no ball. Now is the free hit's up in the air. Now, can he keep this in the ground? That's all that matters. Trojo, well, he will. He makes it look easy. He's a very good fielder. So Sheen won't be able to get the journey off the free hit. Still in great shape. Just checking what they need for the BP here. The bonus point to chase it in 7. They need, and that's at 25 off 16. So they're in pretty good shape for that. 25 or 15 now. Pardon me. Another one that maybe bounces a bit more than Woods thinks, and the famous words of Test cricket, get ready for a broken arm. Well, it's twice he's taken it on the back arm, I think, Woods. Made it tough stuff, though.
He bowls deceptively slowly, does Wesley, and I think
Yeah, that's one way to deal with the short ball. Yeah, now this is a proper kids race. Let's get him on. And we've got to be no in the front here. And the two lazy spectators come in. It's going to be a funny retrieval. Oh, geez, I wish we saw the end of that, because I think that spectator was about to be consumed by small humans. Oh, well, just need to run that one a little bit longer next time, because, yeah, Woods, he pumps that for 6.
It's like moths to a flame, isn't it? The ball flies, and there was at least 6 kids running after that.
In Jersey, we had kids walking in with the bowler at deep mid wicket by the end, and it was every time it was like schools of fish. Last ball the 5th, and this is a bit of an end of the bat job. Johnson should catch this. He gets there, and he does. That's a very good catch from a high-level fielder. And Governor will finish with a wicket, but still pushing uphill for a point here, Spencer, if they're going to take it into the 8th over. That's the end of 5, though. Little cameo from Luca, 27 off 11. It's 93 for 2.
He didn't hang around, and that's what you need to do if you're chasing a lowish total, got wickets in hand. Just get runs, get them quickly. You got 27 of them in just the 11 deliveries. Almost gets his side home. Michael Sheen still out there, 38 off 11. That over goes for 19 runs, just escapes going magical. Still, though, the damage is done. 93 for 2 at halfway.
Tina, I know you've picked up a bit of Hindi, so would you like to read out the text in blue there?
Oh, I wouldn't want to take the honour away from you, Vinny.
Well, you know.
Or from James Basley.
I'm not going to patronise our Hindi speakers. They'll be able to read that for themselves. But I'm pretty sure it says for all the latest news in European cricket, you can head to our Telegram channel at European Cricket Network Hindi. You know, we've got a lot of Hindi speakers.
It's good to see the comma is universal.
Yeah,
though.
the comma does give you a sense of where to make the pause in the sentence. James Basley, I mean, his Hindi is surprisingly good. I know he had to sign off on that graphic. Here's Miller, who's lost a fair bit of his number. This is up in the air. That's going to be 6. By the way, Phil Miller, have a look at his shirt. As Paolo's away. It's a bit late in the day for Paolo to be attempting exercise. I have to call his doctor. But Phil Miller is listed as number 1,110.
He's now 1.
And he's now the start of, he's like an opening quotation mark in inverted comma.
I think he was that Hindi comma.
Yeah, it could be. All right. Well bowled, Phil. 6 runs. Sheen, 44. Kind of Yorks himself. You have to settle for 1, but you can see what they need for the bonus point here. 12 off 10 now. Another 4-pointer. Is that 4 4-pointers in a row then?
It would be, yeah.
I think we have had a 5 out of 5 before. By the way, shout out to Dylan Woods as well, and he was the one with entertaining the dog Lulu before. Was that? We were definitely on dog watch all the time in ECS England. This is Joe Johnson, who's going to get a single. So yeah, match 5 coming up. It's going to be East Molesey who are playing back-to-back. They're taking on Twickenham. I think what we've learned, you know, you've been to plenty of locations and seen so many matches in the format now. But, you know, things can turn around really quickly. Each match is different. Uh-oh, that's a filthy full toss, and that's going to be 6 runs. So Maximo brings up the 50 for Mr. Sheen. And he has been absolutely brilliant. Michael Sheen into the action. He's been great with the ball, great with the bat now. Probably just dipping below the waist, but it'll be a 50 off just 14 balls. What a knock.
Yeah, polished performance from Mr. Sheen. As it goes all the way. It's a long old chase. Kids camp has come to a temporary halt, so none of the kids were running after that one. But now just one big hit away from not only the win, but another bonus point win.
Uh-oh, that's game over. Thanks for coming. Another full toss, and Sheen finishes it in style. He'll finish 57 not out, and East Molesey, they do join the winner's circle, taking all 4 points out of match 4. And once again, we have a win with 25 balls to spare. And for Spencer, well, back to the drawing board for them. Again, we won't see them until tomorrow, but they've got some thinking to do. Last year's finalists finding it pretty tough on the opening day and their return to the European Cricket Series. But they've got a couple more matches. They're playing Weybridge tomorrow and Banstead tomorrow in matches 8 and 9. But hey, well done to East Molesey. Their first ever win on the European Cricket Network.
Comprehensive one at that. Quick turnaround from them, losing to Banstead by 10 wickets and then inflicting a thumping 8-wicket defeat of their own. As for Spencer, it's a disappointing day for them, but I suppose if you're going to put in a bad day's performance, do it on day 1. They've got plenty of action still to come. Remember, in this format, they only need to finish in the top 4 of the 5. So all is not lost for Spencer as we take a look at the game with that early finish. Got almost 45-minute break. Good.
Berger's back, because I don't like watching Twickenham if I don't get Berger. He's one of my favourites, and he's just been knocked down from number 1 to number 9. Never mind, Eugene. Gurjit Singh Sandhu, no relation, coming in to the side, or coming back into the side, I should say. Nunez was in great form last game, wasn't he? And Molsey have won the toss. East Molsey have won the toss and elected to bowl. So Twickenham, I feel like it's a good toss to lose for them. I just think they won't have any scoreboard pressure. Blake Vanderlinde was also excellent. He only played in their last game. And for East Molsey, will we see more out of Clyde Rees-Fortune? The 2-test player for South Africa who is leading their side. He's still listed about number 7. I'd love to see him bat a bit higher. But Sheen, he was very impressive, wasn't he, in that chase that we just saw. So a bit of an extended break, but we'll be back in around about 40 minutes with the first ball. Hey, let's roll the highlights. And we will see a lot of big hits, and Sheen was impressive for me in that 57 off just 15 balls. So only faces 15 balls, but 8 of them go for 6. There's 1 single 4 in his innings as well, so 9 boundaries out of 15. But Tarling didn't do too much wrong. I mean, all the batters we saw, they batted at pace. Tarling ended up with 25 off 10. Luca Woods with 27 off 11. But Spencer, yeah, the old kind of hangover after making the final last year. I mean, I think Troy Johnson's such a good barometer for their team. He wasn't able to really get amongst the runs in either game, and they just find themselves playing from behind and walking away pointless from day one.
Yeah, and it's just the good news for them that they do have so many games left to try and buck their ideas up, and they did pick up a couple of wickets here, but it was nothing but just a consolation few wickets as the damage was done by Michael Sheen. Surely a player of the match performance for him, finishing 57 not out off just 15 deliveries to back up the 2 for 17 in the first half of the innings. That was a nice tumbling catch from Troy Johnson, but unfortunately for him and Spencer, that was really one of the few contributions that he made today. When he doesn't fire, Spencer don't seem to be going on all 4 cylinders. Still though, they've got time to make amends. As for East Molsey, they pick up their first win on the network, and a big turnaround for them, losing all 4 points this morning, gaining all 4 this afternoon.
Yeah, let him go, then got him back. And yeah, I mean, obviously Ban said they've kind of lit a fire under Group A, but you know, it's still very early. And I love the expression you don't win tournaments on day one. And so Bansett have started well, but remember, each team plays 8 games, and there's a lot that can still happen, especially when you see, you know, 4-pointers and teams that have lost clawing back points. Sheen with 57, and that goes with his contribution of 2 for 17 with the ball off his 2 overs. So he had a brilliant game. Player of the match stuff. Also thought the others batted well. Tarling with 25, Woods with 27. We saw a brief look at Joe Johnson, but only had to face the 1 ball there. And once again, a quick chase means we'll have a bit of an extended break in the proceedings here. But we'll be back in about 40 minutes with game number 5, which will see East Molsey taking on Twickenham. Wickets to Freddie Horler in there, and Wesley Governor as well with 1 for 19. But they were chasing a lot of leather there, weren't they? And we did suspect that 111 wasn't really going to be too competitive. And that's the way it worked out. Well, I will take a break. Tina will as well. Maybe even a guest commentator, Tina. Won't say too much, but I don't mind stepping aside because you might have a special guest for you in match 5 as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for now. Tina Goff with you. Maybe time for some tea and crumpets. Then we're back to round out opening day here in the European Cricket Series England. See you soon.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Well, hard to believe, but we're at the last game of opening day here at the European Cricket Series. England in Wimbledon. Rains Park has been a wonderful venue. Good weather today as well, and so yeah, quite a late start for this game, but I think we'll see a few people that are coming in for it, because I think it'll be a good game. Twickenham versus East Molesey, and I know the two captains are with Ian Ramage. Let's see who wins the coin toss in match 5.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. East Molesey as the away team, you'll be calling.
Tails.
Tails. It's come down tails, you won the toss.
We'll have a bowl first.
Okay, toss time East Molesey, he will bowl first.
Clyde Reed's fortune, of course. Not long ago he was playing Test cricket for South Africa in New Zealand, but right now he is leading East Molesey, and he's won the toss and elected to bowl. And he hasn't done too much yet, but I know that he's certainly somebody, if he gets an opportunity, when he does decide to bat higher in the order, he could be very, very destructive. Now for East Molesey, a bit of a mixed time for them so far, but a chance for them to finish the day with a win. Twickenham, on the other hand, their captain Carlos Nunes was in great form. They picked up a win last time out against Spencer. In fact, taking all 4 points. Carlos, he is an absolute beast when he gets going with the bat, the skipper of the men in green. But they didn't have a good start to the day, did they? Got absolutely wiped off the park. 135 runs the margin. They went down to Banstead in the first game of the day. But that'll seem like history for Twickenham. If they can get a win here, it'll be 2 out of 3, and they'll be feeling pretty good about their prospects. Tina Goff is in the commentary box, and Tina, well, it's game 5. You know what that means? Maybe time for some random questions, maybe some food chat as well. Let's get ready for the first ball of match 5. News from the toss. East Molesey have won the toss, and they've sent in Twickenham. I think it's a pretty good toss to lose for Twickenham. Let's see how it goes as we get ready for the first ball.
Thanks very much, Vinny, and wow, what a toss that was. You have Carlos Nunes, captain of Twickenham. He's played for the MCC, he's played for Portugal. Then you've got Clyde Reeves Fortune for East Molesey, who's played Test cricket. So that's quite a lot of pedigree out there at the toss. And Ian Ramage, of course, one of the elite tournament referees. And the news from the toss then is East Molesey have won it and decided to field. Certainly a mixed day for both of these sides so far. In fact, we've had 4 games and 4 4-0 wins / defeats. And both of these sides have been on the receiving end of a win and a defeat, as 3 changes for Twickenham after their win against Spencer. Eugene Berger, who played the first game, had a rest the second, has come back in, as has Nikhil Nomula and Gurjeet Singh Sandhu. As for East Molesey, they will remain unchanged. Both of these sides, of course, losing their first game 4-0 and then winning their second game 4-0. So for one of these sides, it will be the perfect finish to day 1. For the other, well, I'll probably say on the balance of things, it's not gone their way on the day, but still all to play for going into this match number 5. And certainly the win predictor firmly in East Molesey's camp, 74% to 26% for Twickenham. But as Vinny was saying there in the intros, maybe that's not quite a reflection of these two sides, especially with the likes of their skipper Carlos Nunes on the back of runs in the previous game. More or less single-handedly got his side over the line with an unbeaten half-century. He was looking in ominous form. But as for East Molesey, they've got a few star names for themselves really in that final game, in the last one they played, the win against Spencer. It was the spin that did it for them. The likes of Archie Horton doing the business in the middle overs. Michael Sheen, he was an addition into that second game as well for East Molesey, and he put in a play of the match performance with both bat and ball, scoring a half-century and getting 2 wickets for just the 17 runs. And it looks like they'll keep back the spin options for now, East Molesey. So they'll open up again with their tall left armour, Toby Crowther. Looks like we're just waiting for the wicket keeper. Always useful to have one in your side. Tia Mafshar has the gloves for East Molesey. First ball then coming up, and it's a decent length delivery there from Toby Crowther. Patrick Dixon and Neville Talbot doing the opening duties for Twickenham. We've had mixed scores so far. We've obviously had the monster 215 put on this morning by Banstead. Seems a long time ago now that they won their first 2 games, both of them 4-0. We've also had some low scores. We've had a 77 all-out suffered by the side batting now, Twickenham. We've also had a 85 all-out in the day. So it's not been a day of close contests. Got to say, even the 4-0 wins haven't been close. But maybe match 5 has a little trick up its sleeve. It's often the case. Match 5 throws up the surprises. And this one, oh, it's been, fortunately for Patrick Dixon, mishit, which means it doesn't find its way to the fielders lurking on that leg side ring. He's had 3 attempts so far, hasn't been able to get himself off the mark. A good start here from the left armour Crowther. He won't get himself off the mark here, but it's just the single as the skipper, Clyde Reeves Fortune, tumbles away to his left to do the fielding. Be interesting to see how he deploys himself. We haven't really seen too much of him. It's often the case when you come into a tournament with quite a lot of pedigree, but you also know it's an opportunity for youngsters to have a go, like the 18-year-old Crowther. Does mean that he maybe gets under-bowled, but there's nothing under-bowling about that as Toby Crowther dispatches Neville Talbot. He has to go for a golden duck. Well, it doesn't matter if you've got a test player in your side. If your teenager bowls like this, top of off stump, perfect delivery for a left armour. Just gets a hint of movement. In fact, you wouldn't even really call it movement. It just kind of goes straight on. Slight bit of movement on the angle. So Crowther picks up his first wicket, and it's a dream start here for East Molesey. Pick up the first wicket, and the first 5 deliveries gone for just the 1 run so far. You've got to feel for Neville Talbot there just a little, because the pressure was all put on by the fact that Patrick Dixon was only able to score a solitary run off the first 4 deliveries. Talbot gets on strike, tries to go for the big mo, only manages to see his stumps rearranged. East Molesey on the march here, as it is the skipper who comes out, number 3, Carlos Nunes. He's got another rebuild task on his hands here. The Twickenham lineup has shown its fallibilities so far today. He's facing up the first over still. He flashes that one away, and it's uppish, but it's wide enough to go past the 2 fielders at point and in the covers. It went straight between Michael Sheen and Tarun Sridevi, so it will be a boundary to finish the first over. 5 for 1 for Twickenham, but an excellent first over from Toby Crowther on this occasion, just slightly too wide in the slot. And Nunes throws his hands at it, not without risk, but he gets the reward. 5 for 1 at the end of the first, and as we take a quick look at our calendar for 2025, Vinny has taken a little break. There was talk of a burger, possibly the second burger of the day, but not for me to comment. I have a special guest in the tent with me. It's Charlotte Eaton, the voice of the Birmingham Bears and also host of the T20 Blast Pod. Welcome to Twickenham. What, Twickenham? Welcome to Wimbledon. Welcome to the Twickenham game.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Tina. It is a genuine pleasure to be here. So many times have I seen all the clips across socials. That one's clothed away a little bit, but it will go to the boundary. We'll just go for 4. A shot away on the onside and towards the vacant area, of course, over at square leg. Yeah, like I say, it's a dream. A dream come true. Seen so many clips across the socials, seen so many times. And it's a lovely day. And even the sun's come out for the evening game as well. How lovely.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw any of the footage from last year's series at Rains Park. The answer is probably no, because there wasn't much of it, because it was 5 days of pretty much wall-to-wall rain. But you're a genuine ECN fan. You're not one of these plastic fans who just turns up for the good occasions.
Not at all, not at all. I've watched a lot of it, like you say, across the YouTube, and And the social clips, and we all love the clips that go viral, of course, of the European Cricket Network. It's fabulous. It's a great tournament, this, isn't it? It's a chance for everyone right at the height of the summer to come down and have a game as well. And not just that as well, lots of kids around here at the parks getting involved in cricket. And so that one's just defended away. Back to the bowler. There, that time, Archie Horton, who's coming on to bowl. Like you said, they're holding back the spin option quite well there, but second over, obviously, in the power play.
Yeah, and it's difficult as a spinner in the power play. Well, I'd say it's difficult for any bowler in any over of T10 cricket, but especially in the power play. You're only allowed those 2 fielders outside of the ring, and they have got one long off. I'm just looking where the other one is. I'm assuming it's at long on. He's just very much hidden behind the sight screen for me, and well, that's the problem. Any kind of short delivery, any kind of width is just going to be punished. Carlos Nunes not going to miss out on that one, goes away for 4.
Well, obviously, as Portugal captain, he knows how to bat quite well. I think the other fielders maybe over at cow corner potentially, but that one's just whipped away beautifully. Actually, lovely shot.
So we have to reveal how we know each other, Jonathan.
We do.
We haven't seen each other, and it must be. I'm trying to work out revealing our ages here. It must be a good 13 years.
It is. It's 13 years this year since we both graduated from the same school. You were part of the inaugural class of girls that came into our school. Go and give them a shout out on there. It's fine.
Yes, sorry, old school.
There
22 of them. 22 girls in a school that was previously, I think, for however many years, several hundred years.
Very much 400 years, I think it was.
400 years of all boys.
It
and
was.
there was a year where we went in. This is the end of the second, 16 for 1. So East Molesey continue to apply the pressure here despite those 2 boundaries. 22 girls in a year of otherwise, I think, 100 boys, something like that.
More than that, I think, actually. I think there was 5 forms, wasn't there? It was all about maybe about 25, maybe to a form or something like that. And yes, you were a third form trooper, I think, rather than a J1 trooper, as they like to call it. And yeah, we got chatting, and I realised that you were very, very good at cricket. And we got chatting quite a long time, and we were in the same house, obviously. It shows you what kind of school we went to.
Yeah, there was just about the sorting hat as well to put us into those houses.
Absolutely. That's a wonderful stop,
that
isn't it?
That was an outstanding piece of fielding. It's Dylan Marks who almost backs it up with what would have been a sensational run out. I think he actually slips. We're going to have to look at this on replay. He slips. His feet go the wrong way. His left hand just gets stretched out. Manages to pick it up. Turns on his belly, throws it in. It wouldn't have been a run out, but an outstanding piece of fielding to stop the boundary there.
Absolutely. Wonderful work down there at short fine, and that was just defended away again. Just about pick up a single as, again, short third comes in there and picks that one up. But yeah, like you say, we basically nearly had the sorting hat at one point. I think that would have it wouldn't have put it past the school that we went to. But yes, 2012, that final day in 2012, and you went off to a very, very, very good university, and I went off to an average one.
Well, you know, it takes all sorts, as that one is just knocked away into the leg side. But I have to say, you're not just here because you're an old school friend of mine, and maybe those of you in the chat will have picked up that Jarlath has taken to the commentary like a duck to water, and that's because he does have a bit of experience, because otherwise I'd say this has been a very impressive opening power play from you.
You're very kind.
But maybe let's talk a bit about your background as Crowther's coming in to bowl his second and final over here. Impressive figures from him so far. And well, he's gonna have a bit of luck go the other way as Nunes swings hard, and it goes away to the ropes, 23 for 1. So you have been involved in cricket in a professional capacity for quite some years now.
Yeah, it all started back in, professionally at least anyway for me, back in 2019. I did a number of games back in the old Kia Super League, if anyone remembers that, when there were only 6 franchises at the time, obviously with the Loughborough Lightning. And here comes Crowther. And that's clipped away. That's a really nice shot, actually. Probably be cut off in the outfield. And it will be just a single. Yeah, so did a lot of there for Loughborough Lightning, and obviously that then fell away. No one really knew what was going on then, obviously, when it became regional cricket. And then very, very fortunate, a lot of timing, and it always is in this industry, of the fact that you then get the opportunity to find a few people, speak to a number of people, And again, that's down the leg side. That will be wide. And I was fortunate that there was a regime change a little bit at the Bears. I was almost going to call them Warwickshire, then probably get sacked. But
we won't tell anyone.
Yeah, thank you. And very much lucky to have a regime change. An old friend of mine from my previous work became their head of media. As that one's cloth down the ground, but it's a lovely shot, to be fair. I was going to say cloth, that's timed beautifully.
Yeah, Patrick Dixon there. He's only 10 off 10 so far, but that one finds its way to the rope. It is the end of the power play as well. 29 coming off it. Not the most explosive of power plays we've seen, but given they lost a wicket in over number 1, at that point they're only 1 for 1. We can call this a comeback of sorts between Dixon and Nunes. Still, though, a brilliant little spell from Toby Crowther. 1 for 18 off his 2. Very impressive given that both of those overs were in the power play. And
obviously, when you mentioned that they were bowled out for 77 earlier on today, having a little bit of time maybe to assess yourself at least before you then go quite hard, it potentially towards the back end of the innings might then give them that opportunity maybe to get up to the scores that you'll need in order to win this match as Michael Sheen bowls, and that'll be called a wide.
Yeah, so as you're saying, in the cricket industry, it's often about contacts. And, well, in German they call it vitamin B, because it's vitamin Beziehung, meaning kind of connection. Maybe we can call it vitamin C, as that one is cracked away with a C, and the kids are on the chase. Luckily, summer camp is over. Those girls, their activity for the evening has just begun as they go tearing away after the Grizzly.
Absolutely. That was a beautiful shot again. First real shot in anger I think we've seen really from Carlos Nunes, as he just picked that one up and just deposited it basically in the middle of London rather than here in Wimbledon. As the kids go off, I'd love to see who won that race. I don't know if the ball's just come back yet. I think it has. But yeah, like you say, it is all about timing. And a colleague of mine in my previous job went off to become the head of media at the Bears, and they were looking for a new T20 announcer, and I'd known a couple of people and got in front of the right people, and for 3 years it's been really good fun doing the blasters. That one is very wide, and that actually might be called a no ball, I think, actually. And it is. The umpire has called that one a no ball. It was landed that far off the pitch, so that will be a free hit.
A free hit onto the wrist there of Tia Afshar as well. I think he's wearing that one. It wouldn't have hurt if you got long sleeves on, as is of course compulsory, you'd hope, for a wicket keeper, but stylistic choices.
Very much so. So yes, I've done 3 years of that, and then obviously this year was a fantastic year. And I'm not just saying that because I'm very fortunate enough to be the father of a very young daughter, but it was a fantastic year as that one's just clipped into the leg side. Should be fielded out there in the deep, and it is there by Jake Tarling. So obviously what we've had now, the county setup has now become a thing now, and we've had 8 fully professional counties, and one of them obviously was Warwickshire and the Bears in T20s. That one's absolutely bashed away over the covers.
We're talking about women's cricket here, to clarify.
Absolutely. And obviously the Bears now joint. Obviously there's a men's and a women's side, and this one for the first year was a fully professional women's side playing in the Vitality Blast, obviously the main ECB competition over here for people who don't know, the main T20 competition. And it was just fabulous. It really was. And the crowds, I must say, Tina, were brilliant. Obviously speaking to yourself, it comes back to when obviously I first got to know you, and there wouldn't have been any crowds really for women's cricket at the time. And just to see how it's developed over the years, as that was almost something appealing there, but I think Nunes was definitely in his ground. But like I say, it was just brilliant. And yesterday at the Oval, we were there for covering it for the T20 Blast podcast, and it was just amazing. Such a brilliant atmosphere. So many children as well watching the game. Yeah, fabulous.
I think they're saying maybe 5 to 7,000.
5,700 in there yesterday, which obviously makes the Oval feel quite empty because it's such a huge stadium. But it's still a record for a domestic women's T20 match.
It seemed to be, well, especially if you're of a Birmingham persuasion, quite a successful day as they drove through for 2 here, but in fact it's going to be 1 3/4 as Carlos Nunes scampers back for the 2. It's the wrong decision in the end because the throw comes in and he's well short. Maybe we say credit to the fielding side there because the throw was darted in by Jamie Southgate, and in the end it was well short of the ground, so that will be the second wicket to fall. It's the final ball of the 4th, so at the end of the 4th, 43 for 2.
Yeah, you've got
44 for 2, sorry, with the one that they did complete.
Yeah, they've got to. At that point, obviously, with 6 overs to go, you've got to start thinking about making that move. And I kind of understand that for Carlos Nunez there that time, and it's an entertaining 25 off of 12 balls, and Twickenham, as you say, 44 for 2 after 4.
I think maybe he's a bit of a victim of Patrick Dixon at the other end. Dixon's on 15 off 12. Nunez was actually going far better, 25 off 11, but I think just the wrong call there. Given it was the final ball of the over, a single would have got him back on strike. And he goes for the 2, which would have just, well, sure, given you the extra run, but it would have put Dixon on strike. In fact, it was Clyde Reeves-Fortune who threw the ball in. Jamie Southgate was in the vicinity. It was the South African test player, and probably someone whose arm you shouldn't be taking on.
No, obviously one of my favourite calls in village cricket is one for the arm, but that one I don't think applies to a test player for South Africa somehow.
If you're going to seek out anyone's arm, don't seek out his.
No,
but
absolutely.
New batter is Callum Watson going into the 5th over here. Yeah, so you were at the Vitality Blast finals yesterday, and Surrey going into it, I'm sure, were hot favourites. I think Birmingham were happy to get through to the finals. Yes,
absolutely. I mean, they're taking on a Blayside who were the defending Charlotte Edwards Cup champions, obviously the tournament before the Vitality Blast, and they batted really well. Izzy Wong was playing unbelievably, as that one has absolutely cut him in half, and somehow he's got a little bit of a nick on that, I think, or is that going to go for buys? It is. It's beating everybody, and that'll go away for 4. But yeah, Izzy Wong batted beautifully in the eliminator. She also took 4 for 14, including, I must say, if you haven't seen this, you need to watch the wicket that she got of Tammy Beaumont, who, it was an absolute seed.
Yeah, it was
It
was a beauty, wasn't it?
It was. And then obviously she's got Sarah Bryce straight away as well, who's, pretty good as well, to be fair.
She's a good cricketer.
She is. And that one's hit away into the leg side, should be cut out there. And that'll bring up the 50 for Twickenham. Not necessarily the quickest of scoring that we've seen today, but still 50 runs on the board, and now they've got a platform at least to try and go for the next 5 overs.
Well, speaking of go, I think Patrick Dixon has to go at some point. 16 off 13. It's kind of in the go big or go home territory here. He tries to go big, and he gets hold of that one, and he's helped by the fact it was a bit of a filthy full toss from Taran Sridevi. Still got to hit them for 6, the amount of times we've seen them go for wickets, but he does get a hold of all of it. He moves at least into, well, I suppose a positive strike rate, but in this level, you probably know yourself from T20, at T10, anything below really 200 in the men's game is snail's pace.
Absolutely, and we say that quite a lot, obviously, like you say, in T20 as well as T10. As Sridevi comes in again, and that one is just again hit away into the leg side. Just be good. I think the ground feeding, to be fair, so far from Twickenham has been very, very good.
Yeah, well, that's something we see quite often in England, for example. If you compare it to maybe other places on the continent, that you do have players who are very competent and experienced in the field. Well, this one might be a chance for the keeper to show his competence, and he does exactly that, goes straight up in the air, and it's an easy grab for Tia Afshar. So it's 2 wickets in quick succession here. This time, it's not Patrick Dixon who goes, it's Callum Watson into the attack for Twickenham. Doesn't last too long, and it is another wicket to fall. 57 for 3 at the halfway stage. You can see why he's trying to go for it, but at the moment, the Twickenham batter's just not able to find the middle of the bat. No,
and again, maybe it was symptomatic of what happened earlier on in the day, obviously, as you mentioned earlier, when they were bowled out for not very many. But the big thing here is that obviously you look at it, there's a lot, it's just trying to slice that one up in the air, and it's an easy catch in the end for the wicket-keeper. But I think the problem there, is that, as you mentioned, when you've got someone at the other end who's not going well, you then need to start absolutely swanking it.
Exactly, and a quick hello from the commentary 10. It's often an igloo, this time it's a 10. I'm not used to having someone quite as tall as you in there, so I think we've had to zoom out. Usually me and Vinny,
more than likely,
are on this similar level, and Rico's somewhere down here. But it's lovely to have you with us, Jarlath. I know you're not just an old friend of mine, but also very experienced broadcaster in cricket, and you can cringe. You can cringe if you want, but tell me a bit more about the podcast you've started. Of course, it is to do with the T20 Blast as well.
Yeah, obviously the domestic cricket competition here in England, it's obviously well supported. It's well supported by all the counties. It's absolutely fabulous. And we started back in 2023. Myself and Cam McFarlane as well, our co-host. He's a Lancastrian. So sorry, everybody, as that one is absolutely sent over the top and for 6 runs. That's a beautiful shot there. And you mentioned Patrick Dixon's got to go. He's got to go now.
Yeah, well, he's been joined out in the middle by Blake van der Linde, who Well, he was very much in the action in the previous game. Got a 4 for, also got an outstanding run out, which, well, if you haven't seen, Jarlath, you might not have seen it. You'll see it on the social media later.
I'm looking forward to it.
But he's got the chance here to try and get his side up to something manageable. Patrick Dixon finds the middle of the bat, so he's at least getting into his work now. 29 off 16, so getting to that magical 200 strike rate. As it's Joe Johnson coming in to bowl this 6th. Turning to the spin option again. This time it rushes through to the keeper. Yeah, so about your podcast.
Yeah, it's just really good fun chatting cricket with my mate. That's the key thing. We're just genuinely, and I know this sounds very blasé and all the rest of it, we're two mates chatting cricket, and we're fortunate enough to have a fair few people that enjoy what we do. And
that's what me and Vinny do.
Well, that is true, and you do it very well, I must say. As someone who's only come into the sphere in the last year or so, you do it very well. I'm not just saying that because I'm here, but it's fabulous. We cover everything that goes on in the men's and the women's competition. Obviously, the women's competition this year won't be doing much of it now because obviously it's done until 2026, but we still have the men's quarterfinals that we'll be covering all 4 of them, as that one again is swung away into the leg side and beats the fielder down there for 4. So that one we'll be doing all 4 quarterfinals. Obviously back here at the Oval where I was yesterday for Surrey against Northants. Then we have Durham against Hampshire on the Friday the 5th, and then 2 games in one day. Not for the pair. We'll each be at one of the games. Cam as a Lanky will be at Lancashire against Kent, and I will be down in Somerset for Somerset versus the Bears in the quarter-final. And then, of course, the small matter of men's finals day, the greatest day in the men's English domestic cricketing calendar at Edgbaston. Have you ever done a finals day?
I've never done a finals day. Would you believe it?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll speak to Vitality and see if we can get you a ticket.
Get some of that vitamin B.
Absolutely, 100%. It's it is just a magical day. So again, if you are in the UK and you've never done one, highly recommend it. Again, that one is hit into the leg side. That'll go all the way for 6. And it's a very profitable over there that time for Twickenham. 75 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, 18 runs coming off it. Joe Johnson, he was employed well in the previous game with his spin. This time, it doesn't quite backfire. 18 runs is not a bad return. Everything, we'll teach you the lingo as you go along, Jarlath, but everything over 20 runs is called a magical over.
Ooh.
Anything over 30 is called supersonic. We've had a few of both so far today, but he's wrestled that one back well. Doesn't get the wicket, but 75 for 3 Twickenham after 6. Yeah, finals day I've never done. What I have done a fair few of now is, of course, ECN finals days. And, well, I don't want to pick sides, but I'd say it's up there.
It is.
Especially if it's on a Friday, because then it's on Peacock Friday, where we get out the proper stylish attire. I mean, you're almost Peacock Friday shirting today. I'd say it's more on the style rather than on the garish. I'm not going to say where Vinny falls on that spectrum.
Well, all I'd say is that I felt really underdressed in comparison to your wonderful red blazer there, Tina, where we were on the cameras. But it's really nice to be here as Jamie Southgate comes into bowl, and that was cracked back to the bowler.
Well, I've been chatting to Vinny, and apparently he's now got pink shoes to go with a pink suit. And, well, if you've been watching a few times, you'll know I have a pink suit. So I don't know what will happen if we wear both of them on the same day. I think maybe the universe will implode.
Well, I'll be here for it. It'd be quite interesting to see. But absolutely, it's certainly a lovely evening here in Rains Park. And as I'm sure you mentioned throughout the day or so, you'll be with us for next 2 weeks around here.
Yeah, finals day will be next Friday. As that throw was flashed in, it actually would have been out with a direct hit there.
Would have been.
Blake van der Linde manages to scamper through to the non-striker's end, and Patrick Dixon, he would have been the one that would have had his fate sealed by the direct hit. Just works that one away. There is a fielder out there.
Ooh.
Oh, well, the fielder should have been out there. He was out there. He doesn't get anywhere near the ball. He looks down at the ground, but, well, he does the no-look apology, the lesser-spotted no-look apology.
I've seen a few of them I saw a few of them yesterday, as well. But I will say, congratulations once again to Surrey, because they have been the best side all tournament, and they only lost 1 game all season in the Blast, which is just off the scale. But there's a little bit of a interesting stat for you, as that again, one is clips into the leg side, should be stopped out there. No, there's no fielder there. In fact, it's cut the gap beautifully, goes for 4. But interesting stat for you. In 2003, Surrey defeated the Bears in the inaugural men's T20 Cup final. And 22 years later, Surrey defeat the Bears in the women's inaugural Vitality Blast. It was almost like it was meant to be.
It's meant to be, and well, if you see the stacked Surrey squad, I think a lot of people were thinking it's meant to be as well, because they were quite a force to be reckoned with.
The fact as well that they could drop back in Alice Capsey, Sophia Dunkley, there was also a couple of Danny White-Hodge, and then obviously ADR, Alice Davison-Richards, was injured, unfortunately. She couldn't make it, as that means that it is Patrick Dixon going to 50 off of 22 balls. It was a wonderful shot, and we mentioned the fact that he needed to go, and he has now started to properly motor. 50 off of 22, very, very good stuff indeed.
You could still probably call it, Jarlath, a slow 50 for T10 standards. We've seen a 13-ball 50 and a 12-ball 50 today, but he's got there.
I can't believe you're picking holes in a 22-ball 50. I respect it, though.
Welcome to the European Cricket Network.
That's true, very true. 4 4s and 4 6s. I do think, though, maybe he might have been chewing up a few too many deliveries at the start.
If you're going to go slow at the start, you've got to go big at the end. And well, he's at least threatening to. The way you see it is, well, he's going to be probably facing around 30 balls in the innings. So if you double his score, that's what roughly the team would be on. And at the moment, you want to be up towards 150. Expected score just around 130. It's the end of the 7th, 92 for 3, as we take a look at what's coming our way tomorrow. And it's a continuation of Group A. It's one team we haven't seen yet. That's Weybridge. They'll be playing in games 6, 8 and 10 tomorrow. So a full schedule for them. And they'll be doing the hard yards here. East Molesey, they will have the Banstead shift, which is the first 2, and Banstead will be in 3 games as well. You missed them this morning, Jarlath, but Banstead were mighty impressive, winning both of their games with consummate ease, winning 8-0. And well, Vinny, forward defensive, I didn't know he had that in his locker. As he's clearly enjoying his time away from the commentary tent. And well, Jarlath, the way you're going, I don't think he's going to get it back, because it's been an absolute pleasure so far. I don't know if you can play a forward defensive like Vinny can, though. Well,
you saw me playing cricket at school, Tina. You know I can't do that. But no, like I say, it's a genuine pleasure to be here. I really do appreciate having able to have a chat, and hello to everybody as well in the chat room, as that one is out into the leg side. Looks like it's going to go for 4, 1 bounce. Nice shot there from Blake van der Lind.
Isn't the phrase for those who can do and those who can't commentate? Something like that.
Well, what about people who can't do either? We
yet to find a category for them.
That's me, probably.
You're doing yourself a disservice. I mean, speaking of which, you talk about your podcast being a bit too humble as well. I've heard awards are on the horizon potentially.
Well, we were very fortunate. So the Journalism Awards of 2025 for the ECB, they introduced a new category called Podcast of the Year, and we managed to get highly commended, which is second place, which I normally would be fuming about because I don't like coming second, as you remember from school, from our old teachers. First of the losers, as one of them remember telling us. But we lost out to Wisdom. So I think I can stomach that one.
If you're going to lose out to anyone in any kind of cricket award, either ECN or Wisdom,
correct.
I think those are the only 2 you'd be like, yeah, okay, fair.
Yeah, I'd be like, yep, that's fine. I'm here for that.
Just two runs short of the century here, Twickenham. You'd still say it's below par.
Absolutely.
But they've kind of scrambled their way up there, thanks to Patrick Dixon, who you can very comfortably call an anchor at this point. 52 off 24. Blake van der Linden, to be fair, he hasn't really got away either. 11 off 7. They need to go here, and that's exactly what they do. A flat 6 straight into the European cricket hoardings. And well, Vinny, we were talking earlier about the fact that we need some security guards to defend the kids from the Grizzly. I think Vinny is too busy having the time of his life playing with tennis ball and a plastic bat. That's maybe more his level.
Well, to steal Vinny's line, that was a Maximo.
It was Mr. Maximo. Well, we're going to have to find a nickname for you, Giles, because that one is hit straight past.
That's a lovely shot.
The bowler, and well, he put his hands up. I'm glad he didn't get anywhere near that, because I think his fingers would have got to the boundary quicker than the Grizzly there. Yeah,
it was a really, really lovely shot. Just come down the wicket, make sure, and just hit that straight back over the bowler's head. And as I say, it was a really, really nice shot. And it goes away for 4, and suddenly they are starting to motor. If they can maybe get to that 150 mark, I mean, you need those. You need probably 2 super overs as they make 108 for 3. maybe even a supersonic over, as you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, 30 plus supersonic, 20 plus a bit of magic, so they need a bit of magic stardust here. Both of these, well, you'd say they've seen enough balls now. Patrick Dixon's faced 26 of them, having a heated discussion, the two of them in the middle. And there's Vinny. Well, would you call that a colour clash, the blue bat and the red suit? Well, Vinny does everything with style, and I think he's found his match there with that young left armour.
Well, you know, we always say that left armers are a rare commodity. They're a very valuable commodity in any form of cricket, never mind T10.
She's one to look out for in the future.
She might be playing down at Surrey at one point, maybe even Middlesex. Of course, they won the League Two Vitality Blast finals day. They didn't even lose a wicket, and that one won't be losing a wicket either, because that's a great grab. One-handed, tremendous stuff there from Phil Nash. That is a maximum. And a really, really nice shot there from Blake van der Linde. It was a bit short, a bit easy to pick up, but you still have to hit them.
Casual as you like as well. Phil Nash, with his pads on, sticks out a right hand and gets the grab. And it's backed up with a 4. This time a bit more streaky, but Twickenham, beggars can't be choosers at the moment, and they're scratching their way up to something like a defendable score here.
Well, if you're going to flash hard, as we always say, and certainly Blake van der Linde did there. Like I say, it's just got that point now where can they maybe get up to 150? It's not out of the question completely.
You'd say 150 is quite a competitive score here. We've seen a total in the 130s chased down with complete ease by Banstead. It was 133. On that occasion, it was East Molesey who put 133 on the board. Banstead chased it for no loss of a wicket within 6 overs. But I think maybe here, unless one of the East Molesey batters goes wild, it could be a bit more of an even matchup, as it is Clyde Reeves Fortune bowling the 9th. And well, again, maybe feels like the captain is under bowling himself here. Yes, he's gone for a 6 and a 4, but bowling the 9th means he's not going to bowl the 10th, famously, so he's only going to have the 1 over.
It was a really good short ball, that one last though. Beautiful short ball. That is not a beautiful ball. That's going to be a no ball, and that could actually go for more runs.
Maybe that's why he hasn't bowled himself.
Well,
I think he tries to go for the back of the hand slower ball there.
Is that your first commentator's curse today?
Oh, if I have one every game, I'm lucky. But yeah, that was a well and truly curse there by me, so I apologise to Clyde. It will be a free hit then coming up as well.
In these no balls, we always say extras in particular in short form games are so vital, and that's down the leg side. If anything, shouldn't have probably played at that, because it would have been a wide and they would have still kept the no ball on the free hit. Yeah,
it was an absolute wide killer there. Goes at it and only just manages to get a glove at it. It's a dot ball, which should have been a wide. It should have been another free hit. You can see why Clyde is smiling, because he knows he's got away with that one. 2 balls left of the 9th. It's a better delivery. It's going to escape the rushing Taran, and it's a brutal chase down there with the ball spinning away from him, and the ball wins the chase. 124, so yeah, 150 is big from here, but certainly something in the 140s is not out of the equation.
No, and are we getting into the fun zone maybe? In the fact that 60% now the win percentage potentially for East Molesey, when it was about 87-90% earlier on, so could be going into the fun zone, as I like to call it, and that one's a beautiful shot as well. Really nicely timed there from Patrick Dixon. He moves on to 70, and Twickenham move on to 128 for 3 with 1 over to go.
You might call it the fun zone. We call it the Goldilocks zone. So you're going to have to read the ECN dictionary very quickly.
You're going to have to tell me that, but just to say, with only an over to go, it has been a genuine pleasure to be on with you, and it's great to see you. Genuinely, after 13 years of not seeing you, but following all your exploits on Instagram as playing for Germany, it is wonderful to see you, and wonderful to share the commentary box with you.
No, I appreciate that very much. And who'd have thought? Look at us, the two of us.
Not me.
13 years later, in the commentary box. I mean, the fact that we've met in Wimbledon is not too unlikely, but I mean, we could have equally met in, I don't know, Malta or Spain or anywhere else that the European Cricket Network goes on tour. But it's been great to chat to you, Charlotte. And maybe it's not the last we've heard of you on the network. Who knows?
Well, if there's anybody who's ever desperate, I can always come in for a 10-over stint. And Blake van der Linde is desperate for some runs here to try to help Twickenham up to that 150 mark. Lovely shot, first ball away for 4. It's short, and it's just pulled away with ease and grace.
2 words never associated with me, as Clyde Reeves Fortune, he goes magical in over number 9, 20 runs coming off it. Michael Sheen, he went for 15 off his first left armour, looking to try and keep a lid on this innings for Twickenham. 50-50 is the super Goldilocks zone. We're inching ever closer as that one misses out on that occasion, Blake van der Linde. And you can see his frustration. He slaps his bat into his pad because he knew that one should have gone the distance.
But in the end, actually, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because he's now got, Patrick Dixon's now got 4 balls to basically try and absolutely swing it, which is not a bad thing, I don't think.
Yeah, well, his strike rate at the start was miserable. Now it's up towards 250, and well, that's certainly going to help. That's one of the biggest hits of the day, and thank God that the kids' camp has finished, because that's going to roll all the way over the next strip, and the kids, they're off on the chase. Well, the kids' camp hasn't finished for all of them as they go herring. I mean, that's a more than 100-metre sprint, I think, and Harry Kane is in pursuit as well. I think that's 5 kids and 1 adult on the chase, but the Grizzlies going to win all day long.
Absolutely. You said 150 is big.
Yeah.
They've now got a hell of a chance here. That was an absolutely beautiful. It's a sound off the bat as well.
Yeah, we've got our commentary headsets on here, and even through the headsets, you could hear the crack. And you could just close your eyes and just say, yep, that's a 6.
That's middled, I think is the right term. And again, coming in, and this time it's flayed away into the leg side. I think it will go for 4. It does. So it's another boundary there for Patrick Dixon, moving on to 80 off of 31. That's his 8th 4. 6 sixes, strike rates of over 250. You must have heard you, Tina, from back here in the comms box, because ever since you said that he needed to go, he certainly has.
Yeah, well, fair play to him. We were saying if he faces around 30 balls, it looked like he would be on about 50, to be honest, but he's put his foot on the gas here. He misses out on that occasion as it's dug in short by Michael Sheen, but now if you double his score, you're looking at more than 150, 160, and that's probably what Twickenham are going to end up on. They're not going to get to the 150 unless there's an extra bowled here. They're not even going to get to 145 as they just scamper through for a single. So you've got to say, Michael Sheen, he holds his nerve there. He gets hit for an absolute monstrous 6, and then unfortunate really that he goes for a 4 as well, but he comes back strongly with a dot and a 1. And you can see Dixon just a little frustrated with himself there. He doesn't manage to get it away, but still a marvellous comeback from him. Given he started off pretty slowly, he ends up on 80 off 32. And Blake van der Linde at the end, 81 off 33, even with that single. Blake van der Linde, he kind of got going 26 off 13. You've got to say it's probably about a par score here for Twickenham at the halfway stage.
Yeah, you absolutely would take that at that point. Obviously 145 from where they were as well, when they weren't going that particularly quick earlier on in the piece. But Patrick Dixon has decided it was a closing down sale. Everything must go, and certainly it did. Let's watch some of the highlights here. That was a beautiful delivery there from Toby Crowther. Nice shot away there for 4. And then just Patrick Dixon decided, right, I'm going to go and start swinging.
Yeah, he must have had a hotline straight into the commentary tent, as that was an outstanding stop by Dylan Marks. Just the boundaries kept on flowing. Patrick Dixon found another gear, shifted up into it. A few freebies certainly helped the cause for East Molesey, for Twickenham, even as East Molesey never really found their stride with the bowling. This was an outstanding piece of fielding by the skipper, Clyde Reeves Fortune, throwing it in and dismissing actually the skipper of Twickenham. And we thought then, well, maybe Twickenham, are they going to have a wobble again? They were bowled out for 77 earlier today, but they almost end up, well, double that score really. 154 would be double, 144 though, nothing to be sniffed at, and they've got something to bowl at now.
Absolutely, obviously the partnership there for the 4th wicket, the partnership of basically 90, 80, 87, especially from the position they were in at 57 for 3 after 5 overs, so they have really gone hard, taking an 87 off 5. That's great. Probably would have maybe possibly wanted to go at that sort of level throughout the inning, but that was a wonderful one-handed catch there from Phil Nash off the crack of the willow from Patrick Dixon. And then towards the back end of the innings, that one there, absolutely massive. It almost probably reached the pavilion. It's Twickenham 144 for 3 off of their 10 overs. It does mean that East Molesey will require 145 to win this Group A fixture.
And we might actually break the duck of bonus points, because 145 in 7 overs is some going. Of course, we could go the other way, and Twickenham could get the bonus point if they skittle East Molesey cheaply. You're taking a look at the scorecard here, and Patrick Dixon, well, we weren't exactly singing his praises at the start of the innings. He was going pretty much a run a ball. I think he was 11 off 11 at one point. And then he decided to put the pedal to the metal. 81 he finishes off 33 deliveries. Great acceleration from him. He was ably supported first by Carlos Nunez, who got run out in circumstances which probably were avoidable. But he was then helped towards the end also by Blake van der Linde. Looking at the bowling then, and there's the 7 bowlers used. You've got to say the pick there, Toby Crowther, the tall left armour, getting that beautiful early wicket, going for just 18 runs as well. And Tharun Sridevi, the spinner, gets just the 1 wicket as well, going for 25 runs, which is never a bad thing if you're a spinner. And of course the other one was a run out, so just the 2 wickets for the bowlers. But at the halfway stage, who would you say would be the most happy?
I'd probably still say East Molesey, because to restrict a team to under 150 in this format, with the amount of power hitting as well that they've got at the top of that lineup that we saw earlier on in that last game, I think that they could probably still be favourites. If they can get this in a bonus point, my goodness, it would be truly dramatic. But Twickenham aren't out of this yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so. And you can take the splinters out later.
East Molesey will win. There you go.
There you go. Well, before I let you go, Jonathan, I've got to say thank you very much for first coming and saying hello after 13 years.
Not
but
at all.
Equally coming into the box, and I've got to share some of the love in the chat for you as well. As Julian Dawson says, well done to you for an outstanding stint in the commentary box. And Shackle as well saying, what a commentator, love your commentary. Luke Belgium saying he's called the voice of the Birmingham Bears for a very good reason.
You're very, very kind, everybody in the chat room. And like I say, if anyone's desperate here at ECS, I'm more than happy to come back again. But it has been a genuine pleasure. And I think we're probably going to go and have a break myself, actually. I've calmed down now after a 10-over game. No, it will be Twickenham trying to defend 144. See what happens, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you very much again, Tina.
Yeah, no worries, Jonathan. He's sent out the come get me call to the ECN powers that be. So there you have it. Jonathan, well, if you're tired after 10 overs, imagine how we feel. But we've got 1 innings left to go. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a cracker. East Molesey needing 145 runs for the win. Can they do it with a bonus point? That would be quite spectacular. Can Twickenham get the bonus point, or will we get the first 3-1 win of the series so far? It's all still to play for here in match 5. I think Vinny will be back in the final innings. Maybe he'll come along with a special guest as well. Certainly one that you won't want to miss, as we'll come back for that one. So a big thank you to Jarlath, as it's Tina Goff here. We're back in just about 5 minutes time for the final run chase of this ECS England Day 1.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. And what a great first half that was. Twickenham 144 for 3. Very competitive game. Maybe we'll finally get our close game here on opening day of this European Cricket Series. East Molesey coming out to chase 145. A victory bonus point, of course, is in play every game in the qualifying. And for Twickenham, well, they can achieve all 4 points if they can keep the batting side here, East Molesey, to 100 or less. And of course, there is a chance for the batting team as well. If they can chase 144 in 7 overs, that would be a cracking pace. Then we'd see East Molesey taking all 4. Hey, I've got to say, what a great effort from Jar and Tina in the first half. Although I've got to admit, I heard bits and pieces. I was used as a bowling machine by young Julia, who was inventing shots that I could never have dreamed of, such as the double swing cover drive. But we had a bit of fun. It was great to get over there with the fans and a lot of the ECN Spanner crew as well. So Tina and Jar, they're going to take a little bit of a breather and take a back seat because it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. I'm back and I've got a guest commentator of my own. And it's none other than Sunette Villian-Lowe, who we saw recently playing in the ECSW here. Sunette, hey, welcome to the commentary box. Great to be in here with you.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. It is absolutely lovely to be out here at Rains Park, having such a wonderful night. We had a few rain around last week, so, it's going up.
Yeah, well, that's up in the air. That would have been a miracle catch. It's going to be kind of knocked over the boundary in the end. And Sheen, who made 50 earlier in the day in his only other innings, he almost goes for a royal duck here, but it will be 4 runs. Now, Sunette, of course, I mean, you are quite the athlete, I've got to say that. I loved watching your 100. I watched it actually from Prague on the way back from, we had some T20 internationals that weekend. And honestly, it was a great innings. I know it wasn't quite enough to pull your team over the line, but nonetheless, it was one of the innings of the year, I think. And I think everyone enjoyed it. Sheen, he got lucky the first time, but nothing lucky about this. It's hooked up and away. Maximal, 6 runs. And Sunette, I mean, that was your first time playing T10 cricket,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
And obviously having a great international career and obviously that's something very, very special. Not many people get to experience. But yeah, how did you find the T10 format?
Well, for me, it was so much fun. And it's basically just see ball, hit ball. I think because the ball is coming on so nicely, as soon as you see it, you can just hit it. You see here comes a 4.
And, you know, sometimes we're not just commentators, we're fielders. Tina, that's another one that's gone past me, and that's going to be 4 runs. And Sheen, like I said, would have been a miracle catch first ball if it had start. At 3 balls, 3 boundaries.
Yeah, the atmosphere is also very light. You can see all the smiles on all the players' faces, everyone enjoying it. Shame, I think it's more than a batter's game than a bowler's game. But the tournament that I played in for Upminster in June was my first time playing a T10 and on an Astro format. So yeah, that was really, really nice for me.
The vibe is something that you talk about there. Okay, I played all my cricket in Australia. I know you play in South Africa. It's a tough environment. You don't really associate, smiling, enjoying your opposition. Maybe begrudgingly you applaud a century or something now and then. But I mean, that's one thing about European cricket. People love it. It's such a great experience, and I'm so happy to hear you say that. This is Callum Watson trying to grab an early wicket. Backs away, hits beautifully over cover. Southgate opening the batting is off the mark, and yeah, it's one of the few defensive shots you'll see from their batter who's still yet to come. So, so congratulations for your performances there, and I think I can probably drop this one. Drop this bomb that I know the plans are that you'll actually be playing in the Melton Shield for the World 11.
Yeah.
Are these rumours true?
Yeah. So I'm flying back to South Africa tomorrow night. I'm finishing my season here at Wimbledon. But because I'm a South African,
what
leg.
fielding?
Oh, wow.
No look fielding.
But because
I've seen this happen a couple of times. Luckily, this time it ends up with the bowler getting up as Watson. Let's just see how he fields this. It's the old look away, bottom of the shoe fielding.
Luckily, didn't hit his shin.
Well, I've seen that done before, and put it this way, we needed the jaws of life to find the ball. It's the end of the first over. It goes magical. It's 20 without loss. But yeah, I'm happy to hear that. And obviously, you're not only an
an elite cricketer, but also you're an Olympian. And you went there for javelin, right? Tell us about that part of your sporting career.
Yeah, so I'm a 4-time Olympian. I went to Athens, I went to Beijing, I went to London and to Rio when I won the Olympic silver medal in Rio in javelin. And then I couldn't go to Tokyo for my 5th Olympics. And I always played cricket when I was younger. So I thought, hey, let me try to pick up a cricket bat again and see how it goes. And it was like riding a bike. So everything came back so quickly. Got contracted back home.
So you weren't tempted to launch the bat or anything, see how far you could throw it. It came back to you. Here's Blaine van der Linde. Another South African connection. He looks pretty good in the green and gold that you do associate. But that's great to hear. And it's actually a story we hear quite a bit. I know Griselda Brits was playing for Portugal recently. And we've had players, especially those that have European citizenship, maybe come back. Now this ball's not going to come back. It's blasted over cover. Maximo 6 more.
Maximo.
Yeah, well, you hit quite a few Maximos. It must be a feeling of immense power as well when you're out there. I haven't played too much of the format, just a handful of games, but I do love it. And you mentioned it's quite batter friendly, but one thing that people forget is that our wicket falls on average once every 11 balls in this format. So actually, the wickets do happen because you're trying to push the aggression so much. I mean, it does create opportunities as well.
Yeah, no, so when I was playing, it was actually such a pity because the first few games, we also played over 2 weekends. Oh my word.
Well, that one isn't quite out of the middle, but still it's a 51-metre job really. And Southgate will get 6 more. So, I mean, the start's all important here. I think this is a handful less than par, the 144. But obviously, the 3-over power play, really important, only 2 outfielders.
Yeah, and I see now East Mosley playing here. Yesterday they played at Wimbledon.
Yeah.
They were playing in the Edwards T20 Cup.
The T20, yeah.
And I'm living on the Wimbledon quarters. We have a cottage there. And I was busy making lunch. And I just heard bang, bang, bang. East Mosley was batting first. And the 4s and the 6s was just flying there on Church Road yesterday as well.
They're pretty destructive. I think we've seen that. I mean,
I think they take that form probably in today as well.
And I've done a lot of games, but some of the Banstead hitting early in the day. 212 first innings of the day. One batter hitting 125. The first game we actually saw even a 4 and 4, a double hat trick as well. And, and another hat trick was dropped in the same innings. Right now, Southgate, he's not dropping his foot. That's Noah over there. This has been, every series has its own kind of cool thing. And I've loved the kids in pursuit. And look at this. And I love the unselfishness. A bit of back and forth. Eventually it comes back. Can we have our ball back? But the kids, they've covered a bit of territory today, haven't they?
And I see so many kids here, and I feel so sorry for them because most of them are probably so tired by now because every one of them had holiday camps through the whole summer holiday.
Meets it, gets it length, heads up. It's dropped. Oh, well, maybe they should leave the fielding to the kids as that one's gone down. Hey,
one of my Wimbledon fellow coaches, Wilco.
Well, Wilco, don't worry. To be fair to him, he was looking right into the sun, and a lot of people were watching. And, I suppose, we have Rule 1, protect the equipment. Over there, I mean, protect human life probably has to be the priorities for the crowd. It's been a very good first couple of overs. Last ball is second, and it's clipped away. It should be stopped. It is kind of, and they'll only get one. End of the second over, and it's 44 with that loss. Now, listen, we've got the live chat here. We've got Luke from Belgium. He's already thrown in a question for you, Sunette.
Okay.
Saying javelin or playing cricket? What do you prefer? Probably a question you get all the time.
Yeah, a lot. Well, every sport brings its own, as I can say, adrenaline towards it. To throw in an Olympic final and standing on the runway with 120,000 people in the stadium is a different kind of feeling you can describe to anyone. Cricket, it also brings a heartbeat. But I think my passion lies with my cricket. I really just enjoy
team
cricket.
Game as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always something nice about a team game.
Yeah.
Anyway, here is Carlos Nunez, who is going to come onto the
That's a
attack.
great
But
6.
well, yeah, it's beautifully done. And, you know, one thing I notice about, you know, cricket that's played a bit more technically. I mean, some of the countries we go to, maybe there's a bit of a tendency, maybe they don't have the more traditional coaching background to have the full range of strokes to be able to hit through the offside. But when you come to somewhere like here, you really see that the batters, they can go 360, and they're even tougher to bowl to.
Yeah, when you have a batter like that can really hit all around the ground, it makes it difficult to bowl to because you don't know where he's going next. And you speak about 360. I was watching that World Championships leagues that's currently on here in the UK.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And I saw our very own AB batting
Isn't it
incredibly.
great?
He
Isn't
puts
it
a
great?
smile on my face.
Champion.
He
Absolute
puts a
champion.
smile on my face every time I see him bat
And
because
some people don't know how good of an all-rounder he is, not just in cricket, but other sports
Yeah.
and as a musician. And he's honestly, I think everybody, it's hard to find
But I think it's the
any
way-
cricket lover that doesn't love AB de Villiers.
But I think it's also the way that we grow up in South Africa. We're always outside. You would say more. Oh, there's another 6
Another 6, one hand, one bounce. 50's up, by the way, for East Molesey here.
playing in the background. I'm sitting now barefoot. That is how we grow up always. You know, you run around playing ball sports. And I know AB is a very good tennis player as well. So his hand-eye coordination is so good playing hockey,
Yeah, of course.
playing golf, and then of course now cricket. So. But you see how quickly they are batting. 57 after 2 overs. I don't know. I don't think Twickenham was near that.
No.
Anyway, near that when
Well,
they were batting.
Yeah, if you look at the power play comparison, obviously not quite at the end of the power play yet, but in the first innings, Twickenham, they were 29 for 1 in the power play, so they just didn't get this kind of a start. And you can see the percentages there, 93%. That freak you out when you look back at your games and you have the percentages going up and down? Sometimes we
Yeah.
find ourselves not even looking at the score because we're looking at who's winning. You know, people are always asking, who's winning? Who's winning? And,
Yeah, so when we played the T10, we were in some sort of situation. We had to get a score inside of a certain amount of overs.
Yes,
And
true.
I just batted.
course.
And if we won it in the 9th over, we would have won the tournament. And if we did it like this.
It was so close, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Just a
Tina and
handful
they
of
were
balls.
commentating at one stage. She said, "Oh, are you calculating? What does Upminster need now?" So it was such a fun game.
Yeah,
to
well,
be-
this could be another
Oh!
one. Could have made up for it. Needed the kangaroo boots there, but Southgate, he's been a revelation here at the top of the order. He goes Maximo into the power play. It's a biggie. East Molesey, 64 without loss after 3. Sunette Villian-Lowe is my co-commentator here, and someone that we will be seeing hopefully at the Meltle Shield, which is a tournament we might talk about a little bit in a moment. Luke says thanks very much for the answer.
Oh,
you
Sham, I
kind of-
hope I answered his question.
you know, you kind of touched on something I thought, which is, you know, rugby. Rugby is huge in South Africa. A lot of sports are big. You must be a bit of a rugby
Yeah,
fan
yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Big Springboks fan.
Yeah, no, that is the core of that's the heart of our nation. I think the rugby has a wonderful way of bringing the nation together, and every time the Springboks play, it's just a vibe in the country.
Yeah, and we have a lot of South African people and people that have lived in South Africa play as part of our ECN crew as well. And so I
okay.
always know when there's a Springboks game on. I've actually watched the Springboks when I was living in Perth at I think it was 2002, 2003 World Cup. They played, I watched them play Uruguay in Perth, yeah, true story. Anyway, that's going to be lifted up and it's going to have the distance going and gone. Maximal, tenths have held up today, and that is good because Tina would have worn one otherwise earlier. But I was just going to say the Twickenham shirts must remind you of the Springboks a little bit.
Yeah, the green and the yellow. But I must also tell you, that being here in Wimbledon for the last 3 months, I've heard so many South Africans here. And it's always special to hear your fellow country. Oh, man.
another one.
There's
slightly-
another 6. Tina,
Yeah.
catch it!
No, Tina, that was your moment, and she's just sitting there chatting away, almost like she's commentated 9.5 hours, which she has. But anyway, I'll tell you that one might be a knock-knock. A knock-knock is when it hits the TV container. But anyway, all's well that ends well. It's not ending too well at the moment. And a bit of trivia as well. Angus Mackenzie's bowling now. It's in the air, just gets over the top. Oh no! We've spilt the burger. He went up, he went down. I'm sure some of the toppings fell out. It was a great effort. Again, it would have been player of the day stuff, for the results to be another 4 runs.
80 after 4 almost. Wow.
Berger is just one name that I remember from last year. Luckily, we dignified camera angle doesn't show him going
another
over.
one.
That's up. Another chance.
Catch the ball, go!
Oh,
Yay!
yes! That's what I'm talking about. Wow, 2 out of 3 were catchable. 1 out of 3 was taken. Wilco is a hero now. This is 2025. You can edit, and this is, you obviously played a few games recently. You can edit your highlights however you like. He doesn't have to show the drop. You can just show the catch. Now this one's going back and it's out of the ground as well. Maximo Sheen with another 50. Remember, he was dropped first ball, a challenging opportunity, but an 11-ball 50. And looks like we could be headed for another early finish with East Mulsey. Just
yes, a great batting. 11 balls. Wow.
I feel like our chat might be very quick compared to what we might have thought. 53 still to get. That's in the
Another
air
one.
And over the top. Maximo Sheen keeps on keeping on. What I was going to say is Angus McKenzie actually played for my club, Subiaco Floreat, in Western Australia.
Okay.
And his brother Hamish has been a top-level cricketer there as well. So, yeah, a bit of a coincidence seeing we're so far from that part of the world. But, yeah, unfortunately gets taken down there. He goes supersonic, as we say. It was 34 off the over.
Wow. Yeah,
5,
that's a lot.
5 6s and a 4, and that worm is
Just keep
kicking out.
climbing.
All right, so more questions for Sinette, and you better be quick because this is looking like it might be over pretty quickly. And a question has come in from Proximo asking Sinette, hello, who's your cricketing idol?
Well, I think I mentioned it earlier because Ivy is my generation, and he just comes from where I not come from, but he played just down the road where I always play, and it is just phenomenal to see him bat, and I just whoa, another one.
Burger time, but he disappears with a lot. That's going to go as well. Maximo Southgate brings up his 50, by the way, so twin 50s now. As in fact, pardon me, he's not quite there. He's 47, but he's pretty close. 100 partnership comes up though with that one.
Yeah, but you see, they almost just sit back in the crease and they just wait for the short one, or if it's over pitch, they just hit it down the ground. So are the men's boundaries a little bit smaller than normal boundaries? Or
No,
is it
so they're our regular ECN boundaries, which is 50 metres from the centre. So typically you would have played on 45 in the ECI. So yeah, these are 50 metre boundaries. Berger taking the pace off. Let's see if he can snaffle a wicket. Yeah, so I mean the 50 metre boundaries, it obviously creates incentives to be very aggressive. And what you do see compared to maybe the T20 boundaries is you see more runs of 4s and 6s here, because you don't really get the one that gets you off strike. You tend to be able to get on a heater, as we say. I know you certainly got on a few heaters during your ECI. All right, everyone, let's get behind Eugene here. There's Sheen showing no mercy, and this one up in the air, and it's still going to go. It's almost going to bring the rain. Beautiful shot, and this is looking like a walk in the park, isn't it?
Yeah, one-way traffic. Yeah.
All right, so AB de Villiers was your pick,
yes.
And that's a pretty good pick for a favourite cricketer. I mean, I remember the 2015 World Cup in Australia when it was unbelievable.
Yeah, even that innings that he played against West Indies on the Wanderers, where he scored the fastest 50, fastest 100, in the pink in ODI.
Yeah,
so
I remember that.
Yeah, I just love AB. And he's Afrikaans speaking just like me as well.
Yeah.
So I like him a lot.
Baie goed.
Yeah, baie goed.
Baie goed. Yeah, I was just thinking of some of the international players that we've seen on the network. Obviously, you're one of them. That's a beautiful shot.
That ball is away.
Dennis might need danger money up there soon, because that one's always taking him out. Maximo, and that will be the 50 for Jamie Southgate. He brings his up off 15 balls, so not quite the Sheen pace, but not far off. And this is an absolute belting at the moment, isn't it? And we're looking at maybe 5 4-point results in a day, which is pretty rare.
Oh, really?
I was just thinking,
it's easy, 27 or 13.
That's what they need for a 7 over chase.
Yes.
And obviously 27 off 31 for the game. So Sarah Fu Ryland, who played Test cricket for England, was playing for Portugal earlier in the year. And Griselda Brits, who played for South Africa.
Yeah, I know
Griselda. Was playing as well.
Oh, man, there's a bat flying.
It's a broken bat special. Well, the bat almost went further than the ball, but not quite. This is a proper snap job time. He looks distraught as well. I mean, Big Smoke are their sponsors. I think that bat is going to end up in smoke. He's almost taken out the burger. Try explaining to the judge how you ended up with a bat in your chest. Well, burger, so he's freaked out. Why wouldn't you be? Umpire's freaked out too.
Same replay, please. That was hilarious. Try and get the expression nice and slow.
Yeah, Southgate. I bet that was. I mean, he's belted a 50 with it, and this. Look at Burger. He's That was unexpected.
I think that's the last thing I expected.
He actually slid his bat in while he was taking off for the run. The bat slid perfectly to the other end, and
now that
I actually think you shouldn't be able to change it. You should have to bat with that, to try and even up the game. This is amazing.
Whoa!
Not out.
It's like the other day I was umpiring a school game and the bat also went flying, but the girl chased after the bat and then she finished the run.
Yeah, we actually had something reasonably recently in Finland. We actually had a mid-pitch collision between the batters and the bat went flying.
Oh.
And there were about 3 chances for run out. They were all missed. But yeah, the batter who dropped the bat first went and caught the bat before continuing the run. So you don't need the bat, but it helps.
Oh, yeah, that girl also got run up, but she went to square leg to pick up the bat and then finished the run. So it was very funny.
Wow, back to normal,
good stop.
Normal service. Yeah, almost thought that was going to carry to Callum Watson. I think he thought that too, but just dipped on it at the last moment. Did well to block it.
Yeah. What I've seen here at Rains Park is, because I've been playing not a lot here, but coaching a lot here with the little ones. It's a little bit uneven bounce, so that's why. So that's why the fielders really need to get their body behind the line, because the ball is not coming to you in a nice way.
6. Thanks for coming. Sheen's been good. Well, I was actually a bit of a net
into
bowler.
The bush.
There's a Sheen Junior. Julia was my practice partner during the first innings, and she actually played some shots. She's also left-handed. She invented a cover drive where she's actually swinging a second time through in the follow-through, and she belted me for 3-4s. She's very, very, very good, and she was telling me all about how she learns all these trick shots. And I think her dad might have had something to do with her skills. She's also got a bullet arm. Took her out in the middle and
teach them young, as they say.
That's where you can see them in your blood. 19 off 9 for the bonus point. Can Twickenham steal a point out of this? Not like that. That's going to be 7. That's a bad result. It's full. It's hooked away. Maximal 7 up. So, yeah, Nash has come on. And, yeah, it's been a weird old day. Because the thing is, it's not like we have teams that aren't evenly matched. It's just that the games, the way they've worked out, they've been quite one-sided. But you never, on another day, Twickenham could do this to East Molesey. It's just been one of those days where we haven't had any close ones. John Gray thinks that's a relatively easy bat repair for specialists. I hope you're using a good glue.
No, because that bat went flying.
All right. That one isn't hit as well, and a rare fieldable ball for Nunes, who's actually the Portuguese men's captain at the moment. They've been doing some very good things. There's actually 3 Portuguese representatives that play for Twickenham. Also, there's another Portuguese player, Jalpesh Vijay, who we see on the network. He plays for Hornchurch, so he played in the
in the men's.
In the men's.
Yeah, just a week before.
So there's a bit of a Portuguese connection, of course. Yeah, a lot of the.
But I think this European cricket is amazing, especially the cameras, the platform that it gives players to play. You never had that if you weren't playing like in an international team. You wouldn't get any exposure. Now all around the world, in Europe, there's cricket tournaments for the smaller nations as well.
Yeah,
which is also so nice to see.
It's something that we absolutely love doing. It's a relatable form of cricket. I think the standards are maybe a standard that a lot of people have played or have experienced, and so I just want to say big thanks. I'm going to let you go, Sunette, because I think this game's almost done. I've got to get Tina back in here to finish the day.
Okay, 100%.
It went very quickly, didn't it? But Sunette, hey, maybe we can get you back on. And regardless, hopefully we see you at the Melton Shield.
Yeah, we'll see me for
and
sure.
hopefully see you over the next couple of weeks as well if you can make it down.
Thank you so much.
I had a lovely
Thank
time
you.
with you, and I think Sunette was very popular with the commenters as well. They loved that soothing South African accent. That was the feedback that we were getting. No, but Sunette, honestly, she bats positively, and I think she lives life positively. No, she was great to have on. Anyway, it's a boring old combination of Vinny and Tina to take you home now, but it might not be long because there's only 10 to win, and right now it will be 6 to win because the first one's going to be for Tina Goff, who's going to explain why she ignored that ball that went near her, is back with me to finish the day that could be ending pretty quickly.
I didn't want to just show off in front of Jarlath, my school friend. You know, I've got a reputation to uphold, but it's a miracle they let either of us back in the tent after Jarlath did an amazing job. Then Sunette comes in and, well, I haven't got a Commonwealth medal. Do you?
Well, maybe we can start training tomorrow where we let those two do the commentary because they were both brilliant.
Musical? If you go to London?
Let's do it. 6 off 5. Southgate can shut the gate. Here we go. Not yet. I'll get one, but these two have absolutely boned it. It's still an outside chance if we don't have any more boundaries that Twickenham could push it to an 8th over and take a point, but it's not looking likely. 5 off 4 required for the bonus point.
Well, I was lamenting the fact at the halfway that this would be a pretty good chase either way, or they would have to be skittled for the bonus point to go in one direction.
London, home of the 4-pointer.
It's all or nothing here.
Sheen to send us home. Not yet. Checks the shot. And still, it's going to tie the scores. I mean, it's springing off the bat in an ungodly way. I'll tell you what. And Sheen, have a look here. It's pure timing. It flies away. So now any score will win it for East Molesey, who started with a bit of a hiccup, but they're going to finish the day with 8 points out of a possible 12. As long as there's not 3 dot balls here.
Well, you never know. Sheen, well, maybe if he played the first game for East Molesey, they would have got another win on the board, but he's made up for lost time here.
After all the big hits, the day's going to finish with a wide. So Sheen's going to finish on 80 off just 18 balls. That's unbelievable hitting. And once again, big thanks you to Sunette Villeneuve and also thanks so much to Jarlath Eaton for their guest commentary in this game. And yeah, we'll try and get them back as well. I know we might have a few guest commentators over the next couple of weeks, but right now the first day is over, and if it's a sign of what's to come, well, I don't even know what's in store. I mean, I don't know if you saw the broken bat there that almost took out Berger. And sometimes I used to order my burger cut in half, but that is not what I meant. But anyway, for Twickenham, they had a good win in between 2 pretty bad losses. So they went 0-4-0 with their 3 games. But again, still very much in the mix. Weybridge will play tomorrow for the first time. In fact, they got the first game against East Molesey. And that's going to be quite challenging for Weybridge, I think. East Molesey, obviously, they've had a taste of it today. They probably know a bit more what to expect. Weybridge is playing their first European Cricket Series. Banstead will play 3 games. Can they keep up the standard that they set in Game 1 and Game 2, which was just out of this world? It should be a good day. Twickenham have the day off tomorrow. Maybe not a bad thing. They can just kind of sit back. They'll know what they need to do over the last couple of days to get into a position where they can qualify and maybe make a run at the trophy by qualifying for the quarterfinals. So you can join me and Tina, 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, 2:30 in India tomorrow. Let's roll the highlights. And well, this would be basically the only chance. First ball, it was Sheen who was put down. A really tough one for Nomula running back with the flight, but then it was lights, camera, Maximo, wasn't it? As the 6 hitting bonanza began, and some of these overs were huge as well. Believe it or not, all of the first 5 overs went magical, and one of them actually went supersonic 34. So they were 119 at the halfway mark. And I've loved this. The kid chases, the kid races today have been brilliant. Well, Wilco there put that one down, but of course this is European cricket. Of course he'd get another one, he would catch it. So that's a pretty good catch actually, looking straight into the sun. But we saw 17 Maximos and 7-4, so 24 boundaries out of the 39 balls bowled, Tina. It was a bit of a belting.
And they weren't even just these kind of 51-metre boundaries we've seen. All of them were absolutely enormous as Sheen went to his half-century, but he didn't stop there. It's really the tale of two 80s. We were talking in the first innings with Jarlath about the fact that Patrick Dixon, well, he got there in the end, 81 off 33, but he was at about a runner ball 11. Put his foot on the gas, but Michael Sheen, well, got to screw it back in at the top, I think. Michael Sheen shows how it probably should have been done, 80 off 18, and that's the kind of pace you want to set in a run chase.
And no one starts slowly on purpose either.
No.
I mean, I think, tailored to power plays, I think you alluded to that the fact that it starts with chalk and cheese. I mean, 29 in the first innings, in the first 3 overs, and then 64 in the second innings, and that's the way it finished with the wide. And the umpires, they've been very good today. I think they've flown under the radar a little bit. I mean, they might need a shoulder massage in the amount of times they've had to raise their arms today, but I think they've been brilliant on day one. 80 for Sheen, who came in after the first game, just what the doctor ordered. He finishes with 80 off 18 balls. Southgate with 62 off 22. And they end up doing it with 3.5 overs to spare. So, I mean, Twickenham with a classic ECN day. You're down, you're up, you're down. You turn it around, and they'll get the day off tomorrow to think about it. We didn't even see, Luka Woods, for example, the Serbian international, who's listed at 3. But that opening partnership of 145 sees East Molesey take all 4 points. And, really, from what we've seen today, we've seen 4 of the 5 teams. And I know Banstead, they had a ridiculous start, but you just wonder, is it something they can keep up, or will one of the other teams have a similar day? I think all the teams have match winners in them, so every match for me still is very competitive, even though we seem to get a run of one-sided results today. Bowling-wise, obviously, probably nothing to really write home about. Phil Nash was the cheapest. He's the only one that didn't go magical in his over. He went none for 16 off 1. So what can we say? I mean, it's a classic start to this European Cricket Series. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Tinagoff with me. Big thanks to Jar, big thanks to Sunette as well for helping out with the commentary. It's nice, we've got people around. We love to bring them in. Great to see the Spanner crew here as well. I was hanging out with them. I even got to roll my arm over at young Julia.
We saw.
She's invented some shots I'd never seen, but I loved it. And I also just love the enthusiasm. I love the energy around the ground to see youngsters playing cricket either side, and to see such great exhibition of our format of the game was something that I think has made it even more special for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of the spectators here, they came for the kids' camp and they stayed for the European cricket because they thought, what's going on here in the middle? The cameras are out, the balls are flying everywhere, and I think we've sold them on the format. And I know the spectators here in the ground and the viewers back home enjoyed what we saw today. Well,
it's probably the format where the crowd's the most involved because they seem to field more balls than the fielders got to field today. It was just one of those kind of days. And hey, if you enjoyed it, and hopefully you did, join us tomorrow, because let's have a look one more time at the fixtures with Weybridge to enter the fray, and they've got a big day. They'll play matches 1, 3 and 5, so they've got the long day tomorrow, and Twickenham have the day off, and once again we'll see East Molesey, we'll see Banstead, we'll see Spencer, and you can join myself and Tina, and I will be here for the first ball tomorrow. Won't be coming from the airport, so 9 a.m. GMT, 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 in India. Wow, I mean, that was an experience, wasn't it? I mean, I haven't done a series in England since this one last year, and just seeing some of that ball striking, the power with technique. I mean, I think some places you go, they maybe don't have the technical background to be able to do the kind of things we saw today. But think about it, we saw a century, we saw potentially other centuries that were only cut off by a short chase. We saw a 4 in 4, only the 7th time it's happened in 7,000 matches. So that was absolutely unbelievable. We saw a hat-trick drop. We even saw a bat almost kill 2 people by the end of the day. So, the old 2 for 1, almost the 3rd-degree manslaughter charge. But, no, Tina, big thanks, and thanks for doing the early shift, because obviously...
You were doing the earlier shift, that's why.
Very early shift, but I'm really, really excited to be here, and excited for what's to come.
Yeah, the sun is shining down on us. Hopefully the sun continues to shine tomorrow.
Bring it.
Hopefully we get a 1-pointer as well. We've had 4-0s, and we love a bit of a drubbing. We also love a few tight games, so maybe tomorrow, Weybridge, they've got to come bring the heat.
Maybe they're coming. And I feel like I need to prep Rico now, because this has been an intense kind of a day. I mean, you've got to be on your toes the whole time, because these balls, some of them are flying miles past the boundary. I know that we are running a bit short on time, so I do want to thank everyone in the chat as well. Thank you to some of our lesser-known chatters stepping up and keeping the conversation going in there with so many of our UK-based chatters at the ground. I do want to remind you, if you are watching on YouTube, to like the video and subscribe to the channel and keep the good love and the good juju going for European cricket. But for now, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Tina Goff. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. And if you are in the London area, why don't you come down? We're pretty much here every day starting at 9 o'clock, and normally we will finish at 7 at night. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Tina Goff. Hope you have a happy and a safe night. Thanks so much for joining us. It's great to be back in England. The sun is out, the fun is out, the balls are flying. Here's some of the best bits of opening day, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.